It is. It's really exciting.
Thank you so much. It's really
Yeah, exactly. But and there's another idea too, of for like the third world, particularly, make bottles that you can that are like in the shape of blocks, so that people once they're done drinking their alcohol or their water or whatever, they can use that like a Lego, and actually use that to create their own houses. I've seen that done with alcohol bottles, basically beer bottles that once you're done with it, you lay it on its side and it's like a block, and they build on each other, and you basically can drink a whole town. It's very special. Does that make sense? Basically, once you're done with the bottle, it's a square bottle like a brick, and you can use it like a brick. Glass. So it's biodegradable, and then you use it as the walls of a house. No, we have to. We have to. This is only in the third world. Only in like Haiti, Caribbean, and like South America or Africa. Yeah, only there. Why? Because other materials are better in the future than tin. In the third world, generally, you'll have this because they need something that's basic. Basically, that's free. It's a free building material. Once you have money for building materials, there are much better building materials to use than bottles. But if you have nothing, bottles are great. Nancy, is what I'm saying making sense? I'll send you a picture of it being done. I believe it's in Haiti. There's a company that has a square bottle, and the square bottle is being used to build homes. Or it's like a rectangular bottle. Yeah. And it's a glass house. Exactly, it's cute. Oh, Heineken. A beer bottle that doubles as a drink. I'll send it to you in a second. Oh yeah, it's perfect. Is it so? So I mean, like before it's kind of like something we make fun of, but now it's like, oh yeah, well, I guess if it were made of Heineken, I mean, that's not too bad of a house, right? So I'm sending it to you now. It should be in the chat. It says sweet added as bread, but it's a square bottle, and it's really interesting. Heineken has a bottle that doubles as a brick. So I would say that in the third world, or I don't know, developing world, the third world is like not a nice thing to say. If you have nothing, then that's a nice thing to have. I see. Uh, I sent you a link of a square bottle that doubles as a brick. Let me know the receipt. Right? Right, it's huge. Well, anyone with access to fans, like, it's one of those things that you can basically make your own sand. You just need land and get whatever soil it is, and you can crush it in a way to make sand, and then get it hot enough to make. You need carbon is what you really need. You don't necessarily need sand. You need carbon. So if you have access to carbon, which is basically the ground, then you can use that to blow glass to make these bottles. But the real value isn't necessarily in the glass, it's the value that the person is living in a home. You absolutely and it's really sad that they've been forgotten, basically. If I were to take how many homeless veterans have committed suicide and put them on the street right now, you would be overwhelming amount. It's just they killed themselves, so they're no longer a problem, but it is still a problem. You know, they did this during COVID in Los Angeles. They took the homeless people off the street and had a program where they could live in really pretty upscale hotels next to people who were paying money for the hotel, and it worked. It was like a 9 month program, and it was of like 100,000 people. It was a lot of people. I'll get you the exact number, but there were a lot of homeless people involved in this program. And you can't ever really get a good number on it because whenever you get a good homeless shelter, more homeless people come. So it, a lot of people will say that. Well, at least it's getting them inside. Arthur Lindsay for LA County counted 48,000 unsheltered people. So basically, that program for 50,000 people got them off the streets into hotels and was able to pay the bill and was able to give people who would normally not have income, the hotel owners, because of COVID, gave them some revenue as well. And I'm saying that I think that that could be utilized in addition to container homes. I think container homes are a really good idea. You wouldn't think so, but people did. People bought hotel rooms next to homeless people. No, no, I understand, but you can also, have homeless floor people who are. It's not even homeless people. People who are extended stay versus people who are staying for just a few nights.
Mike, any follow-up question, Michael? Yeah, because I have that therapy system in the book. I've got the healing school, I've got the closing gap, you want to take that very, very, very seriously. Yeah, I don't want anything to go wrong with this. And so people can notice it, relationship between food and the pancreatic issues, and maybe start laying off those foods. And then because of the
I
relationship,
tried to do it. There's a place that I saw a documentary called Slab City, Last Free Place in America. And I was so inspired by this documentary that I moved from the Midwest to Slab City, which is this place out in the middle of the desert in California that has no laws basically when it comes to real estate and who owns what. You can basically just go out in the middle of the desert and unpack right next to someone in a little camping spot and have your own little part of the world. Well, it's really hot out there and it's a tough life. I'm not saying that's what I wanted to do, but I did do it for one night. And I'm telling you what, there's a lot of out there that you could put containers out there and have people with swamp coolers for not that much money. Have people who are off the street. I think it's something that perhaps we should look into.
if you want to do it again, or yeah, if you can send an email to criticalhealth.com, put your contact information there, and tell me you want to speak to me. I'll reach out to you. We can I'll help you out. Thank you, Susan, from criticalhealthnews.com. Again, that's the website to go to. Everyone who's got
I agree with you on all of that. Absolutely.
that website right now, I want
You're absolutely right.
to go to criticalhealthnews.com. That's no fun with it. Spend a little time. Toll free number is 1-855-949. Think about the call before the break. No, long line on New York. Go ahead. Happy Valentine's Day. Happy Thanksgiving coming up. Technical stuff that I want to bring up. One of the
I would love.
very weird unity. The information that says
I would love to tell you that world was going to win, but it's not. That furry world wins. Furry world is the future, my man.
supplement. And also, on the president, I looked at Putin's on Dolo transmitter.
No, listen, I did. I'm non-binary legally according to the state of California. I changed it with the state of California. Why am I non-binary? Well, I came to the conclusion that sexuality is on a spectrum. I'm very heterosexual. However, if I knew that I could never have sex with a woman again for whatever reason, I would be gay. It's how bored are you basically? And so I didn't want anyone to be able to hold over my head, hey, LGBTQ people get this certain right and you don't get it, so I went and I'm now non-binary. Do I like chicks? Hell yeah. But if all the chicks in the world, for one reason or another, wouldn't have. Great question. It was just the clicking of a box. It was male, female, or non-binary, and I clicked non-binary. Thing that I did, and I'm the first person to do this. You see in my little avatar, I'm the first Orthodox Jew, or first Jew, really, person to wear a black hat in their DMV photo. You can see, I've got a black hat on in my DMV photo. Well, nevertheless, what as California does, trust me, your state will do it. Utah will do it. We don't. California and the rest of the United States does not do things the way Utah does it. Generally, it comes from California. You're from like the most conservative state there is. Oh, I completely understand. It's a difficult thing to swallow.
There are about 24 hours a year, 3 months of connecting all six city members in a more than $2 billion Powerball drawing over the cash flow and over the same time. Children. He wasn't there in Marvel. He was making announcements today. He said he said in a written statement the constant status of one. So the biggest successful decision on personal supported property on a community level. The on a period of years to have criminalizing homelessness. Ohio Governor Michael Weinstein wants Congress to investigate.
That is, I mean, there's no doubt. You've been through a lot, and I think that your your church is not being that supportive of you. But honestly, as a rabbi, I can tell you that organized religion is all moving towards one religion. It's called monogamy, essentially, where people no longer have their old ways of like maybe those are traditions, but they practice more spirituality, and a lot of people are more on board with that than traditional religiousness. So I can see how your church didn't want to support you, but also I can see how they may not be the best supporters of you because they might not be around in 15 years. You never know. I mean, you got to yeah. Yes, yes, you watch. Once there are 40 million Californians, and the second that they realize that it is a lot cheaper to live in Utah and that you get sunshine 300 days out of the year, it will change your state very quickly to the point where it'll be like, oh yeah, we used to have Mormons, but now it's much more assimilated. Well, it's the mecca of the Church of Latter-day Saints. I would expect that. But let me ask you this: name one person that you know in the last 10 years who has become more religious than less. Wow, they've become more religious. Generally, if you look at statistically, the whole world has become about 10% less religious over the last 10 years.
talk to George Lori, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll free from east of the Rockies, call 800-625-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George 97212. Send George's text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. Next hour, Sydney and I join us as we'll talk about science and the paranormal on Coast to Coast, so make sure you're part of the program. We'll come back in a moment with Ben Hughes from criticalhealthnews.com and we'll take final calls as well. If you sign up yet to become a Coast Insider, it's a great deal at 15 cents a day. I'm a Coast Insider because now I have 24/7 access to the best show ever, Coast to Coast AM. Hi, it's Teresa. I recommend an insider because the shows I listen to, I always appreciate the diversity of factual insights that brings me on a variety
It's improving. There's programs in states called Ban the Bot. So basically, it's illegal for an employer in the state of California to ask if you've ever been arrested, but not every state does have that. And I think that perhaps the private trading system will increase. They cannot ask it unless it directly affects the job.
That way as well, and if you live in Canada or worldwide, you can now become a Coast Insider. So take advantage of that. And here's something for you to keep sexy. Increase your energy.
Right. If you have a felony DUI, if you have a felony DUI, there's no reason. If you have a felony DUI, a company cannot ask about it. Welcome everyone. If anyone would like to join, please let me know. We're welcoming everyone. We're having discussions of futurology. If you want to check the chat, we've got a list of emerging technologies. I was saying, if you have a felony DUI, there's no reason why you can't be someone's accountant. And but that's the majority of felonies. There are very few people who are murderers on the. It is. It's the far majority of felonies out there are DUI and traffic than murder and armed robbery rape. So that's another one. That's another one. If you were convicted of possession of a felony amount of controlled substance, let's say cannabis or something else. Okay, so why shouldn't you be able to work at Taco Bell? And why should they have to ask about that? And so at least in the state of California, the people have, and here's why. Because 2/3 of the state of California has some kind of crime on their record, and they're sick of employers asking them about it. So, in order to get it is. It'll be its own country someday. It's the fifth biggest economy in the world. It's the fifth biggest economy in the world. It'll be its own country, but it is a part of the United States now. And I'm letting you know this is what you're going to see in the future of your state.
Every night, Ross talks for $10 about trust and its revelation. You'll find out how Google uses fake ads, email, and even YouTube TV to test their computer. So, get $10 trust today, then watch Ross Smith tonight on Newsnet. Newsnet, great to watch, do so, and don't forget their website, newsnet.com.
Why can't you manage a McDonald's? Why does McDonald's Corporation need to know that? And they don't. Here's why. Because too often people were just going right in the trash can. and it was impossible to get a job. And 2/3 of the state of California became the majority of the citizens of California have at least one crime on their record. So in order to avoid that, there's something called ban the box, and a lot of states have passed it. Those that haven't, though, have made it very difficult. But here's something that's going to happen when it comes to prisons, and this is something that we'll have again: debtors' prison, because so many people have student loan debt and credit card debt, and because bankruptcy laws have gotten so lax, and really you can't go bankrupt on student loan debt. What are you going to do with all these kids? There will be debtors' prison. Just you watch. It may take 50 years, but they'll be back. They already did. They did for hundreds of years. There was indentured servitude in this country, and up until last century, you would go to prison because you did not pay your bills. And then they had bankruptcy courts. That's why the bankruptcy system used to be really rigid, and you had to pay off everything. But then once they they have been usurped, they're no longer. Well, if you get a student loan in the United States, the only way out of it, aside from paying it off, is through death or severe disability, like blindness or something like that. The amount of interest that those student loans accrue over the course of your time is far too much for you to pay back on a normal job. Essentially, huge percentages of the United States, at least and worldwide, are in debt to student loans to such an extent that eventually the private prison system will open up for well, you better realize it's happening quickly. We've had debtors prisons in this country. We've had many debtors prisons across the world, and they will be back. No, 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 no. Cars are easy. Cars and houses are easy because there's an asset to that. Someone can go and take your car and sell it at an auction, or take your house and foreclose on it, and they get something with that. With education, there's nothing. They need something. There isn't anything. So they're going to need their labor. It's a sad state of affairs. So we've had that in prisons before. So if it's like the way that I talk about it, it's like, oh, it's a brand new thing. No, for the majority of the time of this country that they've had that is prison, and I believe the same is true in England, but I could be wrong. We're gonna look them up right now. They were abolished essentially with the 13th Amendment and slavery, but debtors' prisons in the United States. Debtors' prison. Here we go. Midnight. Okay, so is a prison for people who are unable to pay debt. Until the mid-19th century, debtors' prisons, usually similar in form to locked workhouses, were a common way to deal with unpaid debt in Western Europe. Destitute people who were unable to pay a court-ordered judgment would be incarcerated in the prisons until they had worked off their debt via labor or secured outside funds to pay the balance. The product of their labor went towards both the cost of their incarceration and their accrued debt. Increasing access to the leniency throughout the history of bankruptcy law have made prison terms for unaggravated indigence obsolete over most of the world, but they could come back. I mean, so here we go. Yes, yes, you absolutely are right. They will come by, knock on your door, and they're going to take it from you if you can't pay your debt. You have to understand it's a scary thing, but the corporatocracy, you have to understand in the future, there's like one corporation. It's not like individual corporations. It's going to be one corporatocracy, and it's blind, and it doesn't care about you. But at least it's smaller, and it can't just knock on your door and take everything from you. In the future, it's all one company, basically. That's it. Takes everything.
But the nutritional supplement species that they definitely have melatonin in it, and melatonin is something you definitely want to consider. Although at the age of 32, I would 6 days, I wouldn't take it every day. 6 days off.
To answer your question, debtors prisons have been around at least since antiquity, but at least since medieval times until approximately the United States, 1863, but basically the late 19th century.
Also, something called GABA, which is in
No, but we never had it before, and here's why. Because you could go bankrupt on student loans until 2007. That's when it changed. You have to understand, then there was never a need for it because you could go bankrupt on it. Now that you can't, that's when you're going to have it.
And one of the reasons that happens is because your blood sugar drops in the middle of the night.
No, that won't go through. The Supreme Court is going to block that.
Tiny little bit, maybe a teaspoon in water to keep the blood sugar stable through the night and not keep you from waking up in the middle of the night. Is GABA like a sleeping pill? I don't call it sleeping pill, but it's definitely relaxing. One of your brain's most important relaxing molecules. And GABA.
They can't repossess an education. There's no way to get that information out of you. You're going to have to pay for it.
Enough fiber is a great way to make your own natural precursor to GABA. It's called sulfuric acid. It's also part of the
They just build. All you have to do is build more prisons. Very simple. Well, kind of. If you see what it's like in China, if you see what it's like in China, it's basically a room where you have a camera and you have to perform. It's really creepy.
And when you get for bodybuilding because you care about it, also wants to build muscle. That's what's so cool about biochemistry and nutritional chemistry is once you start to understand these things, you can use your GABA not just for sleep but also for relaxing and also for bodybuilding, for improving your mood. That's complete for the
I know it does. You have to. You also have to say to yourself, aren't you kind of like afraid of it? You don't want to embrace it. It might be true.
That's something I talk about all the time. I always tell people, what's good about health in this country? We have natural hot tub insurance, where everybody gets a hot tub in their backyard on the government. Because that's how important a hot tub is. But a hot tub is hot water, hot bath, it's a hot tub, it's warm. It pushes the body back to the last place it was safe. So all of our diseases, this is really interesting. All of our diseases come, chronic degenerative diseases, come from the end result of a body that is under stress, a body that has freaked out, a body that is in what we call sympathetic overdrive. In other words, the sympathetic nervous system is the body's stress nervous system, but plays its right nervous system. If we can figure out how to turn on the opposite of the sympathetic nervous system, that's called the parasympathetic nervous system.
Well, hold on. In that case, you have a severe disability, so you'd be able to go bankrupt on it. There is an out if you can show severe disability. So you'd be able to get out of it. No, no, medical you can still just go bankrupt. Medical you can go bankrupt. But I'm saying, let's say you had a, then you didn't have a good enough bankruptcy attorney. If you had a lot of student loan debt because you have epilepsy or epileptic seizures, you could potentially get those written off through the bankruptcy court. But generally, other people will not be able to. It is. And I would have never thought about debtors prisons again, but that's it. You're going to see that in the future. Why? I would have thought, of course, there's going to be debt forgiveness and everybody's going to be la-di-da. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. There's also going to be reparations. In the United States, there will be reparations, and perhaps in the United Kingdom as well. For slavery, they've already. I know we're talking about California a lot, but they've already started them in Oakland. Uh, Basically, not just Oakland, but I believe in the state of California there's a program now, and I can look it up. I know there's a program. I just don't know everything about it. But you can get $250,000 if you can prove that you have come from. If you're an African American family who's been in California 150 years, that's a long time to prove. However, they can always adjust that date to 75 years or 50 years. And right now, I think you get $250,000, and it's going to go up. So that's the thing. No, no, no. You're absolutely right. And I do, in my own way, I say that we're all from the heart of Africa, and I do take my founding from Africa. So why couldn't I say that? Don't we all? It's like the people who are smart enough to say it. It's the people who are smart enough to say it. And if you really feel like you can connect to it, then by all means, can you defend it? Is the question.
Hi, kids. Hi, friends. How are you? Good, thank you. I have a question. I'm Catholic. I live in Christian school, and it's called chemotherapy school. So we take every day. And it's just kind of difficult living in a school for somebody that's not right, not thinking at home, and they want to take it. I mean, I don't know. They're supposed to send it to me any day now. It's instantly scary and expensive.
The future is socialism. No, I'm not saying we do. I'm telling you what it's going to be. I want to be as much a capitalist as anybody else, but I'm telling you it's going to be socialism. I don't think you should give this. And what you've done is a beautiful thing. You brought life into the world. You can only think that. Go ahead.
I said, I needed this for now. And taking for my diet over the past year, I went from 125 to 100 pounds, sleeping 2 to 3 hours a night. And the doctor said that the company got a little bit of an autoimmune scenario, developed diarrhea just past last month. So developed diarrhea for the past year and a half, so we're now, doctor, just 700 doctors, he recommended this type. And I developed a little bit of cholesterol. I've been perfect health, and all of a sudden, in the past 2 years, sleeping 2 hours a night, of course, there's less topic on my system. So it has. If they're only not about 40 seconds, that's all on time. There's been a note
That's amazing.
To have a critical off news.com, after Dan and find you can.
What a self-made man. Your father is just an absolute self-made man.
Always regarding digestive health issues, the fact that you have diarrhea, what's going on in your health. First thing that you want to focus on is to work on all the digestive support we talked about. I-26 in depth with the way digestive health supplements associated with autoimmune disease. We're running out of time, so I hope to send an email to help@criticalhealthnews.com after the Ben and I'll be up first. Then I want to thank you again for being part of the program, my friends, and we'll talk to you in 6 weeks. Okay? I said, thank you. CriticalHealthNews.com. Up next, of course, we'll be talking with Simeon Hine about science, the dark matter, monsters, cryptids, ball lightning, and the science of secret life. Just ahead on Coast to Coast AM, and don't forget our free YouTube channel. Just type in Coast to Coast AM. Doing now, close to your radio.
Mine is similar.
Listen to iHeartRadio. Pick up the free iHeartRadio app to the App Store or go to iHeartRadio.com.
So what was that like being one of 32? Oh, uh, let's see here. Um, can, let's see. Uh, Oliver, can you hear us?
Everyone has different reasons for selling. Some people want to downsize and move. Some have entirely of property they want to get rid of. Or maybe time for change. Whatever your reason for selling.
I don't know if you can hear Rancid. Rancid was saying he was a child, one of 32 children. No, absolutely. No problem at all. That's a very interesting segue for you to have, and for him to not have a reaction. And I have to explain that to him. I have to explain it to him. It's very funny. Very funny. So Oliver, you have to understand. You're talking, and he said I was. What my father had. But you have to understand. My father had 32 children, and then you start talking, and it's like that was a very like moment of yeah. You said you asked him about Ferrari. You started talking about Ferrari, which is very cool too. I was very interested in that too. But it was very funny. So, what was that like being a child of a father of 32? Did you live in the same house? Yeah. How did he provide for all these kids? What did he do for a living? And then did the kids work? I feel like you escaped.
On a high-speed chase in a stolen car for almost 2 hours tonight. The chase started around 9 p.m. in Compton, went from fast on the freeways to slow on Church Street. Police did 5 pit maneuvers designed to spin and stop the car before it finally came to a rest, and police have never talked to it. The Culver City City Council has voted to ban homeless tents in public places.
Those carpet tents and other types of structures, but still allows people to have sleeping bags and blankets. John Centerfield, who runs Upper Crust Pizzeria, says he supports the ordinance because it could prevent homeless tents from getting out of hand in their business if things continue on the path they're on. That could happen. Yeah, but we don't want that. It impacts our business dramatic. The rules under the ordinance won't go into effect until alternative housing is available. The ordinance passed last night. Was solely hit by music.
The governor of Utah has told residents of California to stay put instead of moving to Utah and, in his words, refugees. Republican Governor Spencer Fox says the last census confirmed Utah was the fastest growing state in the last 10 years. This has created housing and water shortages. He says because a lot of people moving in are from California, this is just stay in California. All Legoland will be certified operating centers next month. Legoland CBS is the company must make sure there is a place where everyone feels welcome. Staff members have been trained
Have
and
you
certified.
seen any of the documentaries by Johnny Harris? He was in the Church of Latter-day Saints, but he made a documentary about getting out. He's on YouTube.
Continues to celebrate their Super Bowl win. Las Vegas was the host of Super Bowl 58.
Everyone's got their own journey.
They really have done an extraordinary job of understanding how we want to present the NFL in that community, but more importantly, how to do it in Las Vegas style.
Super Bowl will be at Allegiant Stadium February 11th, 2024. First time the game will be played in Vegas, and the second time the game will be in a street.
Well, that was just one of them. He has some of the best documentaries for anything. But you know what one of them is? And the reason why I say this is because he had this one documentary that kind of, I always wondered why the milkshake machine at McDonald's is broken. Okay, as a kosher, I always heard about this. Even as a kosher Jew, I always heard about this. And he makes a documentary about it, but he also made one about leaving the Mormon church and everything. But that was another thing. Anyway, yeah, if you like documentaries, he sounds like someone has a similar journey to how you had, at least growing up in the church, and then now he made documentaries about it since then. But then definitely
Is live from the 8th bedroom, another 8-bedroom helper. The curious Ron Steve has been struggling with his feet. His life is out of country. He's already the still throws an elbow. He's waiting for the couch. He could get inspired. Absolutely, birds. Inspires a free down the treatment of being comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. With no master, no home. John. Learn more at inspiredsleep.com.
Inspire is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you, and you do inspire sleep information at inspiresleep.com.
This year, you think it could be worth the same next year? If you're thinking about borrowing on your home equity, your odds of getting more out of your home is probably higher now than it will be next year. I certainly believe that. Some experts predict that property values might decline over the next few years, making it more challenging for borrowers to tap into that home equity. If you need $75,000 or more, HMS Capital helps you borrow the money you need for the equity you save. So whether you want to consolidate debt, make home improvements, or whatever your situation may be, HMS Capital may have the best solution to help you. No appraisal, credit report fees to apply. I've done 2 mortgages with HMS Capital, clearly I'm a fan. I believe they are picking the best of what they do. Call 833-255-5658, 833-255-5658. Visit hmscapital.com.
Double down on supportive relationships. And put this into a trade with friends and loved ones. So phone, video chat, weather radio, and
True Crime Podcast, Overlook, is back with a brand new take. Season 3 takes deep into the 1992 cold-case murder of Annie Josowicki, a New Jersey college student, and uncovers a murky police investigation, a pool of new suspects, and a community still desperate for answers 30 years later.
Then it's supposed to be on campus, and he's not here, and people are starting to get worried.
Listen to Overdose on the iHeartRadio app or on you get your podcast. This is Jacob Amon. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. AM on 640. AM 640. AM 640.
That's good. And I mean, I'm sorry that he doesn't, remember all the things perhaps he didn't have good connection with him, but it sounds like the connection that he had was definitely positive. It sounds like he had a positive impact on a lot of people, so that's a good thing. Oh, baby, I got a hell of a lot more goals than that, but that's one of them. Yeah, definitely. Baby, I want to go to space. Yeah, I do, though. At the end of the day, I want to be a good person. I know, but I'm the kind of person that wants that guy to live forever. Now that he's got 32 kids, let's get him a brain upload. Why? Because that would be really nice that if you could have an entire, like in the future, using virtual reality or augmented reality, be able to live out. If you're able to live forever, then you got a lot of time on your hands. You can have a virtual parenthood where you can spend all that time with you just as one person. That's an option. But wait, hold on. But the technology is available that you won't know the difference. It will make you feel like you had that. And there's memory erasure. So they can remove the bad memories when he wasn't there and put in good memories, like he was a great dad the whole time. No, I think science, honestly, I think science will get to the point where people will have all the energy. Well, that's all. That's the only. I'm saying my personally is science. They are one and the same. So when I say that if you can live forever, then people and scientists will want new challenges. And one of the challenges that they will want is to get back people who have previously lived and perhaps allow people who either are living now or lived in the past to have relationships with them. Somebody may want to speak to, I would want to speak to Rabbi Akiva. Another person would want to speak to Julius Caesar. Another person might want to talk to Jesus Christ. And maybe there's that option in the future to be able to do it virtually. But I'm the one person, especially Judaically, who will take his side to say I honestly think he was a. I don't think this option is discussed ever in Christianity. I don't know. I'm not a Christian, and I'm not a Christian. I don't. I'm not a theologian, but I would say this. I would want to know if anyone has ever discussed Jesus Christ being an alien abduction. Meaning, or I should say this: Mary was an alien abductee, and she was artificially inseminated, and that's why he didn't have a father. Have I ever done DMT? I've tried. I haven't ever gotten my hands on the right amount. I do it every day because it is in the body. Right. Oh, we, we've got we've got Oliver here. Oliver, you got your hand raised. That's right. They're Mashiach. Yes, absolutely. Uh, yeah, so So Rambam, Maimonides, he's got 13 articles of faith, and that's one of them. That's resurrection again. The person who does that is Mashiach. Well, I'm saying there are multiple ways to do it. You can do it through DNA, but you can also do it through photographs. Meaning, when we look at a photograph right now, it's a 2D dimension. But if you can run that photograph through a machine that can use someone's brain who was in that photograph, we could bring them back. We could read every atom that was in their body using a photograph, perhaps, and recreate them using cloaking technology, using perhaps a cyborg technology, using cybernetics, using a clone, using an avatar. There are many different ways. And DMT, absolutely. Aphasia push, yeah, absolutely, great, good job. You're 100% right.
principle that really makes an fit together. We have heard three different theories.
I know what you mean. I've tried to get it synthetically, like on the deep web and things. It's difficult to get. It used to be legal in the United States up until 2011.
What do you think? Right, so my initial understanding
Designer drugs.
came from ROTHSCHILD.
But you don't know what you're going to get into. You don't know what you're getting yourself into. I've done those and been fucked up for days on them.
And I was convinced for the longest time that this had to be something that
No. You can go to some Canadian website or some European website, and it has like 3-MeO5 DMC. And it's like, okay, I don't know what that is. And you snort that, and you are on your bathroom floor for 48 hours. No. I understand. You inhale it. But I'm saying whatever you want to do, whatever the drug is. I'm not saying that one in particular. But there's no how do I want to say, like Yelp for it, or there's no rating. Now at least with DMC, there's like a certain alien that you communicate with, and it has the onset 30 to 45 minutes of length.
From many, thousands of years ago that had survived the ice ages and so forth. But after a while, they looked at the behavior, the language, the way they walk, I do believe, and so forth, and all this, and they concluded it might be a relic human, just some sort of very rare relative to us, another type of a Neanderthal or something like this. He added something really interesting, George, that caught my attention. He said it has paranormal abilities. That they had concluded it was a paranormal human. When you look at the witness account of telepathy, life, these organic accounts that we've heard here in the U.S. of cloaking invisibility and many other features that just defy ordinary physical reality. When I looked into this, it seemed to me that what you were saying was true.
Can you repeat that? I heard my brother owns or something. Some kind of shop.
Paranormal abilities that you and I have to actually take practice and learn how to do. Like,
oh yeah, I've been in a float tank. Brother owns.
That's what it is that I talk to tried, and you can read about it yourself. You can watch it. Example, it's two ways that seem to literally disappear in front of your eyes. In some cases, the witnesses say they only see like parts of the Bigfoot there, or even more strangely, they seem to jump around the area, almost like a cartoon character from here to there, back again, in ways that completely defy our ordinary experience of reality. So they really seem to have what Ron Moorhead is describing.
So you've never done it? Oh, you've done it. And did you find it was rejuvenating?
Is it conceivable that the creature may be human but lives in a parallel universe? Yeah, I think that's a very reasonable interpretation of what's going on. Because they seem to show up, and then in other cases, you're looking at them, they can disappear. And they don't just disappear like they're gone. There's like a flash of light that stands where you described and they expressed that silent invasion. I heard it with lectures about this like 20 years ago, about those cases in southwestern Pennsylvania in the 70s. You'll see this luminous phenomena. And that's another thing that really caught my attention. The same phenomena that we've seen around crop circles, the orb, balls of light.
Couldn't you be on camera or have somebody watch you? Or deal with somebody? Oh, I got you.
Some underlying scientific phenomena there. You see these glowing orbs around them, and strange luminosities that you don't normally see around other sorts of mammals. You certainly don't see this once you go to the zoo. So there's something about them that's really different, and I think the parallel reality idea is certainly a very real possibility. In order to are these messages from some other dimension? Well, from this process, we'll get into it because, as you know, and as I've described, I'm coast to coast over the years when you and I talked, and I've talked with some of your other hosts. We found a lot of really magnetic effects around crop circles, and this happened.
Oliver, have you ever been in a float tank?
A guy named Ron Russell who was giving tours, a Denver area artist who was giving tours over there in the 90s. I went over
Oliver,
in 1997.
they're very cool.
Summer, I saw camera and battery failure.
Oliver, can you hear
Point where you have the solder connections melt in the power supply on a camcorder that would sit down.
Oh, he can. Okay. No, he's never been in a float tank. They're very cool. At least the one I've been to in California. It was a facility that had maybe like 8 different tanks, and you get in one, and it's like a spa-like atmosphere, and you basically just float in a dark room for an hour, and then there's like this little light up ball that they have that basically so it's not pitch black, and then they have like different music you can have, or you can listen to your own music, and you just basically meditate. And some people say that it goes by like really quickly. Other people say time stands still. And I can tell you, in my opinion, time stands still. I sat there and just thought about every single thing that I had in the world. But I don't know. Everybody has their own experience with working. So anybody else have one?
Why have we not had many crop circle reports lately? I mean, in the past, it seems like every other week there was a new one across this planet. I haven't heard many. Well, to be honest about it, there were people making them in the UK. Right. I'm not saying that was the source of them originally. If you look at some of these sources, like I think it was Colin, the Open Book, The Secret History, Terry Wilson, The Secret History of Crop Circles, he describes these going back hundreds of years. But it is true that groups of people made them, and I got to meet these people, and I wrote about it in my book Opening Month, meeting these circle makers, initially thinking they were hoaxers, and then realizing that they understood that once you created these shapes, there was a really special type of energy there that they could see affected their electronic cameras on it, our equipment and so forth. And they began to make more and more of these. But I think another way to look at it is these sorts of information and energy could take different forms from decade to decade, and it can switch from UFO phenomena to crop circle. I have met witnesses who have seen meadows and meadow plants flattened by flying fish, UFOs, and so forth. So it's actually a rather complex phenomenon. I don't think there's just one source. And I wrote about that in Black Swan Ghost. I mean, people have seen orbs and balls of light around crop circles. They've seen UFOs. But these are things, George, even the human circle makers describe to me seeing the same phenomena when they were.
And I can see how it would do that. And I think it depends too, like whether if you like got high beforehand, or you got caffeine, or if you have like a lot of stress on your mind. It all depends on that kind of stuff too. It's really one of those things where you can like set your tone. I would love to do it under different drugs and like do LSD one day and do cannabis one day and cocaine one day and just see the differences. Oh, I think it would be great. Well, I guess it depends on the acid that you're dropping, but I don't know. I think it'd be. I mean, when else are you going to be like in water in a safe environment on LSD? Usually, if you're on LSD, you're not going to be like, you have to be in a safe environment.
And other researchers argue too. I'm not the first to argue that. People will look at this very seriously, and if you know polarizing goes back hundreds of years, many people have researched this written books. It's all really the same
I think it,
matter. We could call it.
I think it depends on the kind of acid. Because like I've had acid where I want to do nothing but sit in a chair and just like listen to music. You know what I mean? But I've also had where I want to walk around. So. Exactly. But if you're in water, I'm thinking it's a safe environment. It would at least be interesting to me. But I don't know. I would want to do it on all the different kind of drugs. I think that would be a really interesting opportunity to see I would also want to test my brain. I'd want to know what kind of like wave interactions my brain had at the same time, and be able to like see how your brain reacted differently.
Scientific explanation of ball lightning as a type of compressed
Definitely.
matter
Well, would
that has formed a type of coherency, kind of like the Bose-Einstein condensate that, was postulated by Einstein and Bose in 1925 and was discovered by William Alexander Boulder in 1995.
I've only been on LSD and only been in a float tank, but never at the same time.
But when you look at the behavior of ball lightning, it can actually feel like it's intelligent. It can follow people around, animals, and there is a real fine gray zone between ball lightning and even UFOs. Even the ball lightning researchers say that they can't distinguish completely between UFOs and orcs. So there's a real continuum here, and it's really interesting how some of it seems to pick up some sort of intelligence invention.
When I did it, I was high. I wasn't on LSD, but I was definitely high. And I can tell you, it was nice to be because it was very, it allowed me to take in all of the senses. Like all my senses were raised a little bit. And so if I were going to do it again or advise anybody to do it in a way that raises your senses. So maybe that might be a stimulant for you. Or maybe it's not. Maybe it's in another way. Maybe you want to depress it or something like that. Whatever it is, though, uh, you can do that too. I think it's good to do, but do it as much as you can and do it different ways.
Who looked at all those trade cases and then Elbert County in Colorado and Hartford, Washington State, Yakima area. You get these phenomena and the aura. I think a lot of it actually is ball lightning, but you really have to wonder whether
I hope that's not always the case. I really think I'm a pro 420 Orthodox rabbi. I mean, there aren't many of us, and it comes from God. And I think once my stream gets big, there will be a cannabis revolution.
former missile signals intelligence analyst. He said that there was an org study program classified within the CIA and the UFO program, and the CIA excluded that UFO.
Any domain 420 is going to be big. If you want to know, if you want to know anything 420 is going to be big, and then the big dispensaries are going to be MedMen, but the really big one is going to be pharmacy. It's FARMACY. It's a pun, obviously. It's a pun, pharmacy. FARMAC.
It's a really interesting question, and I don't have the final answer to it. Can we all know about the size of a basketball? Yeah, well, that's the interesting thing, George. Ball lightning typically is pretty a few inches apart. I've seen it twice in the UK in and around the crop circles. The one I saw once with another fellow that was there, and it looked like a small blue grapefruit. And another time I saw one underneath a cloud that was considerably bigger. It has varying sizes. But the really interesting thing when you look at this is
Do 420 delivery dot ninja, 420 delivery dot xyz. Try those would be big ones.
it can even have a stealth mode, a dark mode where you won't see it anymore. It actually resembles a black hole. And a lot of researchers think that is actually the basis of what we call cold fusion, low energy nuclear reactions. We're going to come back and get more information with Simeon Hyde, and the next hour we'll take your call.
Well, I mean, it is going to be the future.
Smartphone or computer and listen to iHeartRadio. Pick up the free iHeartRadio app from the App Store or go to iHeartRadio.com.
Well, the big one, it's already an established company. It's called Pharmacy, FARMACY. But it's going to be the big collective, or the big dispensary, whatever you want to call it. MedMen's big as well. Was it Pharma, FARMA? Oh, it was? That's a good one. But I mean, whatever. Honestly, there's
I'm not talking about who was arrested or what crime that person was involved in. San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department says $1 million in stolen property and cash has been recovered. Part of an internal theft ring at the Scotts Miracle Grow Company.
if you really want to know, so we've got futurology. This is one. There's modafinil, I believe, or it's something similar to that. It's a female Viagra is available, and I don't know why it's not more popular. Isn't that a thing? Imagine women could get horny and have sex more often. I don't think it's a thing. So I was reading. Sure. Or for just a lady who's looking to have a good time, who has a low libido. Maybe she has poor self-esteem and she wants to get out there. The same reason guys, maybe they don't feel attractive or whatever, or they can't last a long time in bed or whatever. But
This year is easier to learn a new language with Rosetta Stone, no matter what's inspiring you to learn a language. Travel, work, family, or just for fun. The Rosetta Stone app makes it easy to get started and stay motivated to reach your goals. Right now, get a lifetime unlimited subscription.
it's sold under the brand name ADDYI, and it's the same reason that why men would need it, women might need it, and probably other reasons. But I don't think, I mean, it's just to me, it's surprising no one talks about it. I'm putting something in the chat about it from the Wikipedia. It's just interesting to me that women could be having, I mean, I understand why they don't want to necessarily have more children, but I also think that I've never seen it advertised. I've never heard anyone talk about it. Why? Because I don't think that they want people to have more children. Well, sex does sell, but then why wouldn't you advertise it? Well, that's the thing, and I think there's something to that. Viagra is 20 year, 20 year time. What do you call it? Like generics could take over. Their patent thank you. And but I think that happened maybe like 7 years ago. So basically, what I'm trying to say is they have squeezed the Viagra patent dry, and now they have something else, but they just haven't. With painkillers, yeah, you're absolutely right. I'm so I really think in the future, that'll be something. I'm surprised it's not more, but also, um, sex bots are a thing. I'm surprised that more people aren't buying sex bots. You can buy sex bots. I don't know any. I want to talk to someone who's had sex with one, and I want them to tell me that it was better than a human, and I want to believe them. Girlfriend. Oh wow, interesting. Like a robot. You know, well, I'm saying in the next 5 years, you watch, people will no longer be in relationships. Not everyone, but a lot of people will just be strictly with their robot that they ordered on Amazon. Why not? I mean, honestly, not recently, but I priced them. They were like 5 grand. The thing blinks. It's a self-cleaning thing. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't that expensive, and it's all silicone. And it depends what you want. But in the future, people will just probably invest in a sex bot, and not necessarily in all the dates that you would. And if you want to have children, then you could go to a store and buy sperm or get an egg donor and have a child. CRISPR. It's a type of. Oh, right. It's CRISPR technology. But yeah, like where you're able to choose your own genes.
We'll take your calls next hour with Dr. Simeon Hines to make sure you're part of the program. ParanormalBase.com keeps cruising along. 712 people to go, and we hit 150.
No, we are. And that's the thing. You have to understand with society, if you don't do it, someone else will. And so there's always this competing attitude to always push the limit when it comes to science. So when it comes to like cloning, they made cloning, I remember when they did Valley of the Sheep in the 90s, they made cloning illegal. But that doesn't mean that it was illegal, wasn't being done in the black, on the black market or in the clandestine services.
Hi, I'm Jennifer. I didn't do that. Yeah, I'm getting some of your
Yeah, Dolly, the sheep that they cloned was in the 90s. I remember the day it came out on the news.
Oh, well, no, please, Tom. I gotta go.
It had its own independent. Yeah. It definitely had its own brain function. It was a self-sustaining being. It just had the same exact DNA and the same exact characteristic of a Dolly the sheep, but basically it was a clone of it. But it had its own independent behavior and it had its own independent thought. So it's not like it was the exact same thing.
I'll give it a try. Well, let's try this again. I'm Tom. Hey, I'm Dad. You're somehow paranormal.
They were two separate animals, but had genetically exactly the same, genetically identical. And that's something that can happen now. I had a teacher of mine in law school who said, and this is the thing that happened. She had two children that were identical twins, but they were 5 years apart, or some amount of years apart. So basically, she had an egg of hers, and it was split to have twins, and they froze them, and had the first egg come out in year one, and then 3 years later, year two, and they were identical twins. One was a boy, one's a girl, and they're like 50 years old now. I know. And I raised my hand in class at the time and I said, "Excuse me, are you from the future?" And she said to me, she laughed. She said, "What do you mean?" And I said, "Excuse me, but I'm not from here." And this is like really, really advanced. This was in 2008 we were having this conversation. And and I said, from where I am, I can guarantee you no one's had this conversation. And 10 years will go by and still no one will have that conversation. And it was true. Nobody had that conversation. That's such a futuristic thing. But when I talk about breakaway civilization, that's what we talk about. When people are able to preserve their. I mean, I have friends of mine who were unable to reproduce for one reason or another. They took his sperm, her egg, and now they have a brand new baby. It's $40,000, but you can do it.
A dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work with me. Now, no one can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions at all businesses, but it's easy to help protect yourself with license. Identity theft protection starts here. Join now, save up to 25% off your first year with promo code SWORD when you call 1-800-LIFE-LOSS or head on over to.
That's not exactly how it works. It works like this. Everybody gets a base amount of characteristics. And then from there, you get to choose. So basically, it's like creating a video game character. And you get like, you don't get 100% where you get super kids. You get to choose what you want. But I do think everybody has blue eyes in it. There's, uh, there's more desires. It's a more unique characteristic in society. But that doesn't mean if you have brown eyes, you're in trouble because you can have your genes change to that. but also there's a technology that can remove the top layer of your eyes so that actually everyone who has brown eyes also has blue eyes. They just have to remove the top layer of brown, and then you have blue eyes. Isn't it?
If you're sick and tired of being sick and tired, please check out the free health audio videos and articles at criticalhealthnews.com or call 1
You watch in the future.
radio. That's 1-855-949-7234.
I agree. It's a wild, wild world, isn't it?
And welcome back to Coast to Coast. George Joey back with Dr. Simeon Hine. His websites are linked up at coasttocoastam.com. Simeon, I've always been fascinated by words, trying to figure out where they come from. Might they be from little UFOs, UFOs, the craft, or some other place? Well, there's no doubt about it. If you look at the literature, even going back to that NICAP study from the 60s by Kehoe and Lore called Things That Brand UFOs, you always get, you often get orbs and balls of light coming off of UFOs, being in the same vicinity, and so forth. But they originate from many different sources.
Well, it's just like LASIK
People
surgery.
have seen them around earthquakes.
It just probably takes 10 minutes. They have to remove the top layer of your eye, and it's done.
You see this compression of tectonic plates really pushing together, and when you get any sort of
People, I don't know what kind of technology you have in Utah, but in California, you have same day LASIK. You are reading later that day. It should be even easier because they're not cutting into your eye. They would just be removing correct the top layer.
They're there temporarily, but they don't sustain themselves. But when we see them as something that lasts for a few seconds or a few minutes or even longer, that's because they kind of created this self-catalyzing chain reaction, and it's become a coherent ball of matter where all the particles are at the same frequency, and they can sustain themselves in that form for quite a while. And when they do that, they glow, they get off different types of light. But the really interesting thing about it is they can create these gravitational effects. Ted Phillips at Marley Graham at one of his lectures from, I think it's the Ozark UFO in 2009 described a picnic bed lifting off the ground as an orb went over it.
Is it a muscle? Is it an eye surgery you use, or is it's a muscle, like the muscles of the eye? I understand. So you're right. That may be more technically delicate or technically complicated, which I think it is. So I don't know the recovery time on all of that.
And that's when it really begins to blend into all these other paranormal phenomena that we're all familiar with. During World War II,
Does an optical surgeon do that?
Yeah. Very well.
Okay. Wow. So I mean, that's really complicated. Is it something that he can have done?
That there are four types of UFOs that we're checking out, our aircraft. I mean, it's spoken to people that work in classified aerospace facilities that said that they saw those balls of light come right through the wall and seem like they were inspecting some of the aircraft that they were assembling at some of these classified facilities around Palmdale. And maybe that's what the World War II pilots were seeing. The other possibility is that those were naturally formed orbs that just seemed to be attracted to technological objects, static electricity, and so forth. It could be one of those explanations. But now that I've learned more about orbs and ball lightning, you have to consider that as also another possibility, in addition to the idea that there's orb-type, orb-looking UFOs. What happened to that Midwestern town that has some kind of electromagnetic collapse? Well, that is a really interesting story, and someone who has worked in the Pentagon told me that story at a remote viewing conference where I got to meet him and his wife. And what he said was, when he was working at the Pentagon, they picked up in the 1950s
started it. That's what happened. That's the thing.
had it collapse electromagnetic field. Nothing electrical works, including batteries, wristwatches. It seems almost like paranormal, right? I mean, nothing electrical worked. And the people at that time must have really wondered what was going on. Was it just the electrical wire? And he told me, as over at the Pentagon, they really had no idea what was happening there. What could have caused something like that to happen? We can only speculate. Was it a UFO hovering over the town? Was it a small black hole that may have entered our atmosphere that Russian researchers, Alexander Parkhomov and others have speculated to that? But they've seen examples of this in Russia over the decades where gravity collapsed in certain towns for a few minutes. If it were an explosion from the sun, it would have been a wider area, right?
I mean, you got a lot of new places, you know.
What is so interesting is that our government monitors every square inch of the U.S. And I think that's why he was very reluctant to have the publicize that story. I didn't get his permission to talk about it openly. But you all notice you've never heard about this in the news anywhere. It was never discussed. The people outside that town they never knew what was happening to them. And it shows us that, literally, if you wonder how these UAVs are detected now that are coming over Alaska or Lake Huron, all of them. I mean, it shows me that
Well, when my skin gets big, I'm going to do what I can to make your life easier, make your son's life easier, and your 31 siblings.
the intelligence and defense establishment that literally monitor every square mile of the physical U.S. I never told me how they picked this up, how they detected this. You wouldn't tell me that. But we can always speculate. But they can see what the person was happening.
You can record it. No. There's no way directly, like an API or any kind of state that uses or any other or anything else. There's 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 no way, like to my knowledge, to use Twitter to be able to stream that anywhere else except Twitter. Oh, you of course then. If it's recorded, then just upload it like an MP3. No. So if you already have it recorded, then you can put it anywhere, Spotify, wherever you want it. You just have to make sure to record it. But I wouldn't rely solely on that because your phone crashes, people have networking issues. The I've been on three. I did three in one day once, and so I got to see some of the different um, software. I forget the exact name of it, but I'll get it for you. There's one of them that records on the podcaster's end and the podcastee's end, or whatever, the interviewer and the interviewee's end. So if any one of their signals go down, like the internet goes down or whatever, it automatically saves it. And I found that was the best way. If I may ask, why don't you just do the podcast on YouTube and then upload it to all the other social media like Joe Rogan uses? No, I understand. So the way that I would do it is have a Twitter space open and a YouTube studio going at the same time. So basically, I'm recording myself on video and I'm recording the Twitter space in Twitter and on YouTube. And then spiel of, hey, this is my Twitter space being recorded as a podcast, and then you do your interviews that way. But that way you have video and you have audio of YouTube and you have audio of Twitter. If you're going to do that, I probably think the best way to do it is just using separate devices. So you're doing the interview at the same time, but you're sure. You'd have to work pretty quickly if you want to do that by Thursday. So the first thing you want to do is make sure you have a YouTube channel. And it's very easy to do that. You just go into, okay, now, you want to, have you ever live broadcasted on it? Probably not. So it takes 20, exactly. So it takes 24 hours to get approved. After you have to do a phone verification. So you're going to want to have to do that. And then occasionally, and I doubt in your case, sometimes it asks for a driver's license or something to upload, but it takes 24 hours. Once that 24 hours goes by, then you're able to stream as long as you want on YouTube, up to 12 hours it will record, and you're able to play it back. So usually length isn't an issue there, unless you do it with the lens. And perfect. Definitely. So then the best, the best way to do it would be to either have a laptop or a camera on you of some sort, have that streaming to YouTube, and then if you're on your phone or whatever with Twitter Spaces, then use that as your audio, and then talk into the phone and just record yourself on YouTube, and you've got a video podcast. You can ask me any question you want. Absolutely. I'll help you. Yeah, so the first thing you want to do is make sure that you get your YouTube channel. So, so set it up, and then I'll walk you through it step by step. I have over 36 channels just on YouTube. It's like, whoa, Rabbi, why do you have so many channels? Because you have to understand, first, the first year, I used to be naked on the stream, and I didn't care. So, so I got taken down a lot for nudity. And then I realized there's no way I'm going to be able to get any traction on this stream if keep getting, 1,000 hours of video taken down when it takes down a channel. So, but I do. Yeah, I mean, I was. It's not like it was pornographic. I could, I consider it like National Geographic. You know what National Geographic is? So it's like no different to me than that. But if they want to, what's the difference between National Geographic and Girls Gone Wild? But I will say this: I really think that we're going to see a sexual revolution, but also a feminist revolution when women start to realize that they're being discriminated against de facto or on the face, that they're women because their nipples can't be shown on big text like on YouTube, but men can't. I think that's discrimination.
And in the final section of the documentary, they have psychiatrists and psychologists saying not only will you have kind of maybe a PTSD response to encountering abuse, this, whatever, you might not even remember any of it. And I'm sure that's happening with extraterrestrial visitation too. To outside the bounds of your ordinary.
Like the food love revolution and stuff?
an answer for one question. What would that question
Well, I
be?
think we'll have that, but right now, Facebook
The
should
real
get
question
sued
at the end of
by
the day is
the National
how
Organization for Women
many
on the
guys with
fact that if a
parallel
woman
realities
shows her
are we
breast
all
on
interested in
Facebook,
on a
she will
regular
get taken,
basis
her account
beyond
taken
our
down. But if
very
a
own
man does it,
privacy? And what's the
he's not.
future of
It's
this
just
one?
about nipples. It's about skin. They are discriminating against women on the basis of skin.
For the most part, you and I seem to be sort of
And I think that there's going to be a huge revolution of women who say, you know what, free the nipples. And they're just going to show their nipples. Why? Because men are able to do it.
I think that would be a question. Where do we get the book?
You absolutely could.
Oh, you can get them on my website. I have a second offer for coach listeners at
If they've ever
newcristonline.com.
taken down one of your pictures because of nudity, perhaps.
Opening lines are dark matter monsters, and of course they're available on Amazon. In softcover Kindle, and dark matter monsters actually also available in hardcover. So they'll be an audio, but down the road. But the best deal is on newcristonline.com.
Well,
Yeah,
it's like
because I can send it to you things directly. I can sign it. It's always fun to sign it for listeners. And, so that's a great bunch of listeners. I just love
these,
interacting with them, saying that folks are so much.
these,
Well, you're going to interact with
these
some
companies have painted themselves into a wall with their wokeness. And basically they're saying, you know, we're all about freedom of expression. Oh, but you can't show some of the things a part of your body. And finally, you watch, it's going to happen when a lot of women can see I have thousands of hours of myself shirtless on the internet and a woman can't do the same. That's discrimination, and they're going to be pissed off. Enticing.
I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years,
What's
several HR
antagonizing about
agencies have used
skin?
me. I could never afford an HR person, but there's an answer. Standard.com. And Standard,
Any
you
person
get
who
an
has a
HR
problem
service
with
starting
skin,
at
they're
$99
the
per
person
month.
who has
Now,
the
that's
problem, not the
just
person who
because
has
this
skin.
is real. Standard helps you deal with your HR problems like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, terminations. That was my problem. People complaining about
We're
other
not talking
employees.
about that. We're
All
talking
they
about
do is
showing your
just
breasts
get
at the beach.
with Sandy, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email,
I mean,
real-time
we have
chat.
laws
Go
in
to
place that are able to deal
Sandy.com
with those
and
people.
identify
There's
under
no reason
radio
why a woman
drop-down
shouldn't
and
be
sign
able to
up.
show herself
Sandy.com,
topless
just
on Instagram.
identify under the radio
There's no
drop-down.
reason.
Credit, please. Spell Sam, B-E-E,
Who cares?
Sam,
Kids, when I
B-E-E.
was a kid, and again a kid, we see National Geographic, and you see naked people, and it's part of life. You can't live your life in a box. If you do, then nobody ever, has sex. Basically, you'll never see anybody naked. I know it is. That's why it's groundbreaking. Hell yeah.
Now there's a spotter, the only FDA-approved
Slang and dip.
sleep apnea treatment that works inside the body. Treat the root cause of sleep apnea with just a click of a button. No mask, no hose. Just
Hey, that's on you. That's okay. It's skin. Whether that you have a child or not, you have to understand it's still people's skin, just like it would be of an elephant or a horse. We don't ask an elephant to wear pants. We don't ask a giraffe to wear a shirt.
cards that they allow you to put the little baby card and have that to store our stuff.
Then let me ask this: people take pictures of their babies when they're firstborn and they're naked. At what point can you no longer take a picture of a baby naked? At what point? What's the age? Yes, of course you would. Of course you would. For medical purposes, your baby was videotaped naked. And what are you going to do about it?
40-year-old Daniel Rodriguez admitted to taking part in a violent assault on a police officer who at one point lost consciousness and suffered a heart attack. He'll be sentenced in May. Federal sentencing called for 7 to 10 years in prison. The proposed bill that could ban the use of police canines for arrest and crowd control. Riverside County Assembly member Corey Jackson says the bill would not prevent police from using canines for search and rescue efforts and detection of narcotics, just nothing that involves fighting. LA City Council says they will end COVID-19 testing for unvaccinated city employees. The testing ends with the vaccination mandate stand. Should COVID-19 rates explode once again, they say they'll bring the testing mandate back. President Biden is asking
When you go to the zoo, do you ask the animals to put on clothes? No. When you bring your child to the zoo, do you ask that the animals put on clothes? No. It's the same as if somebody wants to be on National Geographic. Those photographers don't say, hey man, I absolutely understand that they're a pedophile. But if a pedophile wants to get off, they can get off on National Geographic. There are naked kids in National Geographic. Nobody needs to go to your Facebook feed to get off, man. I don't know what's in the mind of a predator. I just know that if they want to look at naked kids, there are better places to look at naked kids than Facebook. No one's asking you to. No one's asking you to. What I'm trying to do is kill the taboo of it. The fact, look, this is what I can't stand. The fact that it's a white kid makes it pedophilia, but if it's some black kid in Africa for National Geographic, it's not. I don't understand that. We treat people differently because someone's in the jungle. It's my culture too. I like to be naked, and there's a big culture of the Western society that likes to be naked. It's a very
Now, millions of DirecTV subscribers cannot watch them on this. Brad Paul and Mike Huckabee are urging Newsmax subscribers to cancel DirecTV at AT&T services. For this access says stand up for free speech, call AT&T and DirecTV now. Call free 877 Newsmax and they'll connect you to DirecTV. So if you oppose the censorship and support Newsmax, you can also call 877 Newsmax. Hey, all it's Steve Sharp. If you live in news, California Utilities Commission just changed the rate by which solar customers are credited for their power output.
was it a big deal?
Metering 3.0 is now the law. No one
Was it a big deal?
because it means getting 75% less credit from the big power company. But this means there's a grandfather's period, and you can still permanently lock in awesome rates of net metering 2.0. You can have your solar documents filed by April 14th. The point is this: if you have ever thought about going solar, the call, which means now is the time to call Sunlight. Sunlight will walk you through how to lock in
You
net
can't.
metering 2.0 by the April 14th deadline. Even if you're not ready to install the system, call Sunlight and get your solar documents filed. There is no time to wait to lock in the best returns on solar you will ever see. Start today at sunlight.com. Sunlight.com. This will be one of your real estate.
Well, I mean,
Are you
there
a
are ways to avoid.
CEO or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else. Or we can give you access to those potential customers more cost effectively. Across radio, video, podcasting, and social. We have to check out iHeartMedia for you. It's time to know.
Well,
iHeartMedia.com. It's iHeartAdvertising.com. This is H-Run Podcast. Paper Jones. It's back with a brand new tape. Season 3 seasons into the 1992 Cold Case murder of Penny Joe DeWitt.
we got into the topic through YouTube. and how like the
And the community still desperate for answers 30 years later.
We're supposed to be on paper, and he's not here. And people are saying the word.
Listen to Paper Bills on the iHeart Radio app or wherever you get your podcast. Live and everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. AM 640. AM 640. AM 640.
we're talking different things though. We were talking YouTube, and I was saying that I would have some channels that were taken down because of YouTube. And you, yes, yes, absolutely in Florida. There are different ones. There's nudist, there's topless, and then there were nudist camps. So the entire camp is nude, and they have children at them. They have families that raise their children nude. No, I know what you're saying. Clothes have a protective barrier that they provide. Absolutely. And, honestly, I lived in cold climates, and clothes are definitely a necessity. But if you live in a warmer climate, you could literally be naked all day long and it wouldn't matter. But that's a different lifestyle than what I'm talking, which is being on YouTube. There's no reason why, if you're a woman and you show your nipple on YouTube, if you show your
Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with
it's discrimination. A man will not get his account taken down, but a woman will. And because of showing her nipple, it's discrimination.
Have you ever wondered if we are alone in this vast universe? Marvelous Entertainment has released the
Oscar, can you hear, or I'm sorry, Oliver, can you hear me?
deals with this incredible question. A fellow by the name of Marvin Sunderland,
Rabbi?
the guest on the program, is a certified film director, science fiction genius, and video game developer.
I'm ViralRabbi. I am Rabbi Rothschild. My last name is Rothschild. But the reason why I'm ViralRabbi is sometimes the word Rothschild doesn't show up in search terms and things, at least on TikTok. So I had to, but I don't know if he's dropping that. I think he's coming back. Excellent. Can you hear me now? Oh, okay. Oh, there he is.
It's 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic
Oh, I'm
novels.
so sorry. I hit mute everything. I know, I've been accepting it as best I can. Yes, I did. I'm sorry. I did. Can you hear us, Oliver? I did hear that. I'm sorry. And then I muted everyone. I'm so sorry. I made a mistake. I have fat fingers. What can I say? Oliver, can you hear us? Excellent. So what I'm saying is that it is de facto discrimination that a woman will lose her YouTube account if she shows her nipples on YouTube, and a man will not. And I'm saying that that will change in the future. You will see a gender neutral technology policy because men and women are becoming the same thing. And they can't say to a man, oh, well, you were fine when you were a man, but now that you're dressing up as a woman, now we're going to take down your YouTube account. That's not how it's going to be. New York Times, USA Today, Washington Post. Was it the Daily World?
Welcome back to Coast to Coast. George Flowing back with you with Dr. Simeon Hines. Websites are always up at coasttocoastfairs.com. We have a number of books out there, including his latest Fascinating Monsters, another one he wrote is Black Swan Boat.
Oh yeah, Murdoch. Yeah, definitely. News Corp.
Was it the remote viewing episode that did it for you? Yeah, that certainly pushed things in that direction, but honestly, when I was 11 or 12, my mom, who was a bird watcher, took us to the Everglades in the early 70s, and I saw something overhead while we were out there in the swamp, and I thought it was familiar, and so we both looked at it with our binoculars, and it was a structured object that was bright and as large as the moon, and well, we went to a ranger talk right after that, and my mom, said, hey,
I have not.
anyone see anything interesting today? And my mom said, you saw it, you are. And the ranger said, that's interesting. Did anyone else see anything else today? Totally not happened. So I think it started with that sighting of whatever that object was. It was sort of amorphous, but it had structure in it, solid object. I got my curiosity. Did you ever think you'd be investigating all of this by now? No, I never did. Because I went to school, college, graduate school, and no one ever mentioned any of these topics. I never heard the word UFO mentioned once in college or graduate school. Any of these subjects. I think it gives the real shock of seeing how well remote viewing works and wondering, to be part of a classified government program. And then you start wondering, well, if they didn't tell us about remote viewing, what else haven't they told us about? That's also equally real. I think some people look up all these habits with lots of evidence. What's the story of the top-level engineers who talk to
Absolutely. People want to show it. They breastfeed all the time. They want to show that they got an implant or that maybe they had a mastectomy. When it
One of them was a guy named Bill from this area.
exactly. So you can breastfeed, but you can put that on Facebook. That's what I'm saying. The technical stuff. They're saying that you can breastfeed now, but you can't show your bare breast. So can I show one breast but not the other? And I have to keep them covered now, but I can have a baby on it. Well, what if the baby moves its mouth? That's what I'm saying. These kind of discussions are being. But you understand what I'm saying. Now, when it came to page three is not discriminating against anyone because they're not letting anyone on it, man or woman now. But Facebook is allowing men to show their nipples and women not to, and that's discrimination. Facebook, YouTube, all of them. So they're going to have to change. They're going to have to change their terms and conditions. Is what I'm trying to say.
Told me, and I just happened to meet her in a deli in Boulder. She said that her dad had flown.
You would. Facebook, I just saw an internal memo has recommended that Facebook drop its censorship for nudity because so many groups are pushing it.
She said she only told this to
Now's the time.
right on his
Exactly.
right before he passed away. He took his poor daughter separately in his hospital.
And so that's what they're going to have to do. But you watch, with Jessie, who's the CEO of YouTube, she's going to have to step down over this because literally, how is she going to be able to say to all the women in the world, yes, I was banning women's accounts because they were showing their nipples but not men. It's honest face discrimination. And if you work in tech, you're going to have a black mark on you because you're going to be seen as somebody who discriminated against women. You could stand up. People in the future will say it's very simple. You were discriminating on the basis of race in the 1960s, and in the 2020s, you were discriminating on the basis of gender. Just when it comes to skin.
Well, you have to put in mind for it. And I've interacted with them.
Yeah. No, definitely. But she's going to have to step down. Oh, definitely. And their current CEO, he's going to step down. They lost, Google lost 100 billion with a B in market share when it went head to head, when it had its bars Chat GPT equivalent go up against head to head against Chat GPT and it lost. They lost $100 billion in market share. That company looks like it's being run by a dude. So, 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 so Google in France had a showing of their AI, this Bard, and it's BARD. It's their, it's what Microsoft is with ChatGPT, Google has with Bard. And when they showed this, it flopped. It didn't do nearly as well as ChatGPT did, and they lost $100 billion in market share in one day. This happened last week, so it happened recently. Exactly. And you watch, Google is going to lose market share to Bing. If you use Bing now, Bing is the sweetest search engine ever because it uses chat. Absolutely. Everyone does. Listen to me. Till last week, until that chat GPT is now in it. So you can just say to Bing, hey, Bing, give me an, give, exactly. It's integrated into it now. Yes. Now you may have to get, so, so So basically, you can just, instead of typing to Google, like, what are the best, it's just showing you search results. What Bing does is it gives you like an itinerary of different search results in the best order that you want it. And it writes it out for you. I'm saying there's going to be a massive search slot for Bing now because it's got ChatGPT. Lasso. That's a good one. I like it. Yeah, exactly. Are you saying it's a good idea? Do you own that name? You, Oscar? Sorry, keep calling you Oscar. Oliver, you're being asked, do you own that name? I think you got it. He'll be back. If you want to know what search engine went out in the future, it goes Bing, but then eventually it becomes Yahoo, Dog Pie, and then is he back? Looks like I see him. Letting him back. So Lasso is the name of the search engine you want to keep, correct? You have Lasso.com. But that's just that anything. A lasso is just a type of knot. It's a verb to lasso something. It's a verb. I understand. And it's not like you're naming it Noose. The, I could see Noose being one, but not lasso. You're good on that. It's funny. You ask anybody, any color is going to think that's funny. Lasso, but when you said lasso, I didn't think anything. I still don't think anything about people. I think about animals if anything. But well, exactly. When I was a little kid, is what I was thinking. But I used to lasso objects, if you know what I mean. Not necessarily animals.
Unfortunately, heard stories like this.
So, so
At least frightening them a lot. And I've read stories about this. Now, of course, I can't totally ascertain because I wasn't there when these are real stories. They seem real to me. And they certainly scared
it's
a
just
lot of
I think it's a
potential
good
car
idea.
vendors
But
who look
now
down on these rescue
if you
workers.
use Bing, there's a way to use Bing that allows ChatGPT to get the search results, and you are going to see so many people run to Bing. I'm not saying everyone.
People who work in national parks and national park rangers and nature strides to stay down in backcountry areas and so forth. Yeah. Let's go to
Definitely.
Alberta, Canada International. I'm John. My daughter's out
I've seen Bings are way better now. So introducing the new Bing, ask real questions, get complete answers. So we'll try it right now. 'Cause to be honest with you, I have only seen people's screen recordings of it. I never used it myself. So let's try it right now.
I worked on it for 7 years.
Write me an agenda for visiting the United Kingdom in the next 90 days. Wow, it was okay. So scroll. Oh, and then it's just I need to scroll. It's in a participant. Hold on one second. I think I hit the wrong button. Just one thing. Write a UK itinerary for me in the next 90 days. Yeah, yeah. Well, I am. Just speech to text.
Moving on to
Good question. There's not a button to do it. I really wish there was. I mean, I'm not to say there isn't, but it's more difficult to find it.
I don't know what's happening.
So, yeah, it gives a nice little itinerary when Google would just, you know, give you search results. So let's try something else. What are the best UK restaurants?
And certainly some of these other cryptids don't seem always so friendly, so it's definitely something that we should be looking into.
It is. So,
There yet, but it certainly seems like a possibility. Our John, thanks for the call. Next up, let's go to Joe, out over in California. Hello,
so
Joe.
to be honest with you,
Thank
it's
you for taking my call, sir. After number one, this was the English in its British standard.
it says,
I have to tell you why I'm saying it, but let's talk about all for 1 minute.
yeah. I mean, I wouldn't trust it necessarily for its hold on, its reviews. I would go to Yelp for that. But when it came to its results,
They were huge, like 5, 6,
what is a list
and the
of
one that was in the top was a
best London
smaller,
restaurants?
they were almost, you could almost see through them and how bright they were. They were really very, not physical almost, but you knew they were all. That was one time. I know how they were, by the way. They were right.
Thank you. Well, just you watch out for Bing. Nobody else is talking about Bing. I'm telling you what. So here's how they market it. Introducing the new Bing, your AI powered answer engine. Get prepared for the new Bing using the Bing app. I'm even so okay. This is it. If you use Bing right now, you get the same results. However, there's this new kind of what do you call it when you're what did they do when there's like the beta version, the beta version. Um, exactly, exactly.
Now I know someone on this, right? I know I was from other planet. So he said, please forgive me for the genetic, experiences about creative delivery. They did interfere with us. They didn't interfere, but interfered with us. Why would they have Bigfoot as a remnant from indigenous first unity, because when you're doing a genetic experiment of any kind, you need a control group. You need a gene pool, and you cannot destroy the gene pool. This book is the gene pool of this planet. A number of races have been studying genetics and experimenting with this race. They dumbed us down. That was good. We wanted to use the tradition of the meaning to make us evolve like way back. So that's my contribution for your research. You might want to consider that. The genetic differences in the breath, immediately across the board, all the races on the planet, until it comes back to a commonality. That's like the nuclear race that you're looking for. This is what you're taking my call. What do you think of that? Yeah, I think that's very accurate. I think it's exactly the is that we're actually a hybrid from this place. I could totally accept that. And the reason they have these abilities is the natural course of nature to be able to change the frequency. And for some reason, perhaps what the callers say, that we were modified from what the thing was used to be, whatever that was, whatever that hobby was, and somehow the ability for taking away
In my opinion, they really restrict, when I say really, the NFL and whatever media, whatever channel has it, they really restrict what are legitimate businesses in the United States globally with what they can advertise on the Super Bowl. And this is the first year in 30 years. Well, and absolutely, and people will pay for it, and they have legitimate businesses, NFTs and cryptocurrencies, and they're not allowed to advertise. This is the first year that any new beer has ever been able to advertise for 30 years. Anheuser-Busch had an exclusive contract with the Super Bowl. So, I mean, I didn't know that either. It's only Anheuser-Busch for 30 years. They had three of them. They had Blue Moon, they had Heineken, yeah, and they had something else. It was not Sam Adams, it was not Miller Lite, which I would have thought it was Miller Lite, but it jumped at that opportunity. It was finally good in the Super Bowl, but no. Um, uh, that's a potential. Here's, I was trying to think of ways to make money, as we were trying to think of ways. Here's one. This NFT just put QR codes. QR codes on commercials and on billboards, which is really good. T-shirts is another one, a really good one. Phenomenal. Love it. Viral marketing. A little bit. get what Oliver's saying. Basically, take a bunch of QR codes, put them all over town. Who randomly do it? Pay a bunch of kids to do it, and whatever. People take pictures of it, and maybe give you donations. Exactly, or exactly, like like a treasure hunt. There was a very funny story of someone who was making their own parking tickets and putting a QR code on it, and then giving out fake parking tickets at the beach to people. And people would be getting these fake parking tickets and paying them a big money, $150. And it was just some kid. It was some kid doing it, and it's like, what are you gonna do? Exactly. And he got he. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. That's a good one. That's an incredible one. No, this is a great name. You know why? It's a very common acronym in English. I'm on it right now. Asphalt.com is for sale. I'm on the website. Yes, I see. It's nice. It's been around since October 2008. It's four letters though. I'm surprised no one's gone for that. Like the American Society of Pedophilists or something like that. Somebody. Yeah, but Americans aren't paying attention to that. I, but that only came up in the last 2 years or something. This has been around since October, and it's a good name. It's the name of a sea. It's like has a geographical area.
The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the city of Angels, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. We'll be back with Dr. Simeon Ryan and take final calls in just a moment on Coast to Coast. On our next Coast to Coast program, a former FDA investigator tells us be careful what you eat. We'll see in the podcast program, and then later on, Rebecca Goodman joins us to talk about the Salem Witch Coffee Strike. Right here on Coast to Coast. Beyond Belief, that is our television program, and we'd love for you to sign up to watch the episodes at beyondbelief.com. And if you head over to beyondbelief.com right now, we've got
that Twitter space. Yeah, I've seen it. It just celebrated its 1-year anniversary recently. Exactly.
One of the top hits of its day. His name is successful. It sure is, and we are going to honor him on Saturday, February 26th at a banquet style lunch in Kennedy. Tickets are really flying out the door now for this actor and singer is actually such a great guy. You can entertain us with a bunch of stories from his career. You have some good food, you can get friends. So come on out and have some fun. Head over to coasttocoastam.com and let's get that all info right after you get there. Now back with Dr. Simeon Ryan and your calls, but first, build up your immunity.
ROTHSCHILD.com and Dr. Alan Murray brings 4 decades of experience in natural products that is choosing stem cell wellness that works with your body's stem cells to obtain the feedback on your time.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low in hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age can be supported by reducing inflammation and getting the body to heal itself effectively. The stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation. And can be aids by supporting the body's ability to touch those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of insulin and adaptogen together, supporting the body to
Dr. Murray, I would like to know if you're thinking of Dr. Stem cell immunotherapy.
the other thing is when you have an immune effect, that's when you see your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put adaptogen along with it, you will feel it in 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLiving.com. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit from Dr. Murray protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit with adaptogen and immune cells and your easy to relax valve is only available at HealthyLiving.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George is Stem Cell Wellness Kit at HealthyLiving.com. That's HealthyLiving.com.
It is so important to understand our cybercrime and identity theft affect our lives. Your personal information gets exposed so often, making it dangerously easy for a cyber criminal to steal your identity. Protecting your identity can be easy though with LifeLock by North. LifeLock protection alerts you to potential identity threats that you may not spot on your own, like loans taken out in your name, crimes committed by thieves pretending to be you. If you do become a victim of identity theft, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work with it. No one can prevent all identity theft to monitor all transactions at all businesses, but it's easy to help protect yourself with LifeLock. Identity theft protection strategy. Right now, save up to 25% off your first year with promo code George by calling 1-800-LifeLock. That's 1-800-LifeLock. Or head on over to LifeLock.com and again use promo code George for 25% off.
Tired of overpaying for your cell phone bill? Switch to Consumer Cellular and save up to half on your wireless plan. Their award-winning 100% US-based customer support team makes checking easy. Plus, you can
phone and number with no contract or activation fee. They offer unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at just $20 a month. You can even add your family and friends to your plan for just $15 a month per line. Never worry about flat costs. Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage with the major carriers to over 99% of the nation. This is all backed by their 100% risk-free guarantee. Join the millions of others who have saved. Go to consumercellular.com/radio25 and for a limited time, get $25 off when you use promo code radio25. That's consumercellular.com/radio25. Promo code radio25.
ASOV.
And welcome back to Coast to Coast. George Norrie with you along with Dr. Simeon Hine and your final questions here. Simeon, what baffles you the most about the unusual when we've been talking about? Really what folks baffling is why do we feel like that's such a ridiculous to talk about these subjects? You know, especially late night radio, like why isn't this part of the public discussion? And it's not just UFOs. Just listen to the calls coming in today. Where are people who experience Bigfoot or other phenomena like this? Where do they go to talk about this apart from this show?
How about the American Society of Veterans or American Society of Veterinarians?
I think all the people green UFOs and UAP and all of a sudden it's acceptable to talk about it. Just look at the news headlines over the past couple of days. Oh my God. I've had mathematicians come up to me at different coffee shops here just today in Boulder saying,
I'd make it the Allied Society of Veterans or Veterinarians, if possible, too, because then gives you a global aspect.
scientifically proven meteorite. It was considered to be everything is so controversial. We believe in as ordinary value.
I just made it up. How? You might have heard of what's called the American Legion. American. I love it though. We're gonna make this a real thing. The American Society of Veterans.
The hospitals or whatever they were hospital things, but I did hear a report about the ways that they're not really there.
Nobody is watching my stream. Literally, no one's watching my stream. So it will take some time. It will take some time for people to go through all the data. So you're pretty safe for right now.
And all of the samples were killed. And one of the samples was for the woman has her son inside of her mouth. So they're not always amicable. But I appreciate that opinion. The way he articulates everything so clearly. I appreciate that. And I'm one of your fine veteran listeners, like your regular caller. I call him the Centurion. But my question is this. Years ago, I was listening to a program about an Indian, I guess you call them a voodoo, where they take this rope and they throw the rope up in the air and it stands on the air. And the little boy climbs up the rope and then disappears. And then you tell me they have pictures of it. And I wondered if Dr. Simeon knows anything about that, or is there any explanation, or is it just an optical illusion? Well, I've never heard of that one, Simeon. Yeah, no, thanks. Thanks for calling in. I honestly don't know the answer to that question. I've never heard about it before just now. So I can't really say. So I like to base my idea on some sort of evidence that I've been able to look at. And I've never heard about that before, but thanks for telling us about it.
You guys keep talking. I have to run to the restroom. I'll be right back.
I am surprised how many things that I didn't believe in that I now think are real. Dr. Simeon, similar to what this last caller asked about, there was a Sai Baba in India years ago that he was always being a number of reports. He has passed away, but he was able to pull objects from nowhere just by his abilities. Have you ever listened to the Sai Baba of India in the past? I don't know that much about Sai Baba in particular, but what you're talking about is this phenomena that's called Facebook. And we were mentioning Uri Geller before. While Uri was at SRI working with Rebel Party Health Clinic and others, they saw these airports show up. Objects that I forget who it was, whether it was Russell or Al, that they had been missing for months. It just fall at their feet as begin. In one case, one of them, I think it was Elton, showed up in ice cream that they had just wanted to eat. And they had been missing for 6 months, if I remember correctly. So the airports are a very interesting aspect of all this, and I have to say it happens around the quickly. People see objects that they can't imagine or they think they could show up. So it is, again, something that I would have been very skeptical of maybe 10 or 20 years ago, but I've heard a lot of people report to it, and I think that's what you're referring to. I bought it in 1918, and he was considered to be a incredible caller. Billy in Dallas, Texas. Hey, Billy, you're on the air. Go ahead. I just wanted to mention when I was about 8 or 9 years old, my great aunt used to take care of me and my parents were at work. And one day she said, that she lived in my home, that her father had built, and they'd been there since about 20. But she told me about a family that appeared and told me right here or it appeared. And she said that same thing. If your prophet was looking for something that went on down the party, and then it went into their food, and she said, then it disappeared. So ever since that time, and I've never forgot that story. She told it to me. And like I said, it has to listen towards the coast. I figured out what it was. What are the prevalent speed of light? They normally seem to do within our gravitational frequency. A little bit the speed we're used to. So if they move faster like that, we probably wouldn't see them. But it's an interesting question, George, because one of the researchers into this whole subject matter is doing fantastic research. Ken Golders, who was a colleague at Health Connect for a while. He described ball lightning orbs as having their own permittivity, which means an object's ability to resist electrical fields. And he said these orbs, the permittivity went down, 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 and they could have superconductors. And it would also increase their speed of light, which is why both Hughes and Lanner researchers often say that those glowing orbs they see around the experiments are almost impossible to photograph. They're really blurry because they're not in our frame of reference anymore. It's a really interesting question. Looks like our Mary Jane in Texas, Missouri. Hello, Mary Jane. Hi, George, Doctor. I have a little incident I've been wanting to tell you, George, for a long time. Okay. Around November 2019, I was sitting there in bed, top deck, drinking a cup of coffee with no light, and all of a sudden, 3 orbs went by my big window here in my bedroom. I jumped up and pulled the curtains back. 2 of them went over into the tree. One of them came right up to the window where I was standing, and it stayed with its regular light on, and then it was like it noticed me, and it skimmed, and then it all of a sudden went off like you turned off the light switch. That's a great story. And are there any objects of these orbs? Are there any occupants, like small little ETs or anything like that, floating around inside of them?
Yeah, that was interesting answer because I did have some witnesses who saw something like that at Stillbury Hill in Webster that I put in Black Swan Ghost, California. And they said they saw these three orbs. They used to call it, they're talking about three. They saw them floating down the wheat field on the other side of the A4 towards Stillbury Hill. They were at the top of the hill, which kind of can't be up there. And Paul described to me seeing little kids figuring each one of them. That's what he described. And so these people see this substance or this location.
I've always wondered if they were under some kind of control like that.
Well, just like the last caller, it seems like it's under control. And some of these really do seem like they are under control. And yet, even the ones that would just feel like a purely physical phenomena are very sensitive to static radius, which means they're going to move very carefully around you and your house and go through certain parts of the window. So again, it's a really fine line between the ones that seem just purely like they'll test matter and the ones that seem like they're under intelligent control. Because some of them really do seem like that.
Let's go to Raleigh, North Carolina. Mark with us this time. Mark, go ahead.
Good morning. In 1978, I was 12 years old and sixth grade, and our teacher asked a few volunteers to go and unload a NASA JPL truck and some roving exhibits to our school. And so I volunteered and went out and helped the truck driver unload some crates and things and bring them into the school. And I headed back to the truck, the driver and the other kids were still inside. And, I just assumed the next item, there were a lot of items in the truck, and I just assumed the next item was this big, heavy metal pipe, and it had a chain tag, as I recall, and I went in. And so I braced myself, got down, using my legs to pick it up and everything. And I nearly broke my nose. This thing was light as a feather. It had great mass, but no weight. And I just balanced it in my hands. And to this day, I mean, even now in 2023, I've never seen a metal or even carbon fiber that, that thickness that had that equipment. And so the driver came around and got really annoyed that I was handling this and told me to put it down immediately. And I asked him, I said, sir, I said, what is that? And he said, never mind, get off the stuff. And he said, you boys are finished, get back to the classroom. And so, ever since then, I've always wondered what that was.
Trying to get away from the real quickly. It's just experience.
Yeah, it's like one of those mystery metals, right? From Roswell and other crackers people fight that we've heard about, where they think those are metals used to weigh almost nothing, but it's really strong.
How cool does it think like that?
Yeah, yes, but it was.
Is she thinking of running again for another?
So next to Julie in Alabama, welcome to the program. Hi, Julie. Go ahead.
Hi, Julie. Hi, Julie. Happy Valentine's Day to you.
So in my opinion, it's really easy to win any kind of campaign if you know early enough that your candidate is going to run. And the way that you win it is through SEO, search engine optimization. So basically, all you do is take ChatGPT and have it write a bunch of really good articles about her and throw it on the internet saying that she's running for Congress in 2024 and see what sticks.
When I was a child, it sort of sparked the poltergeist phenomenon, the psychic phenomenon, the
House.
UFOs,
House.
experiences.
No. It could be House of Representatives.
For reaction like a millennial experiment.
No problem. They're a congressperson. Congress includes both the Senate and the House.
Right, what the caller is referring to is that it's dark matter relative to,
But it seems, it seems like it's not that hard to run
it eventually catalyzes into another type
2020.
of matter with many researchers believe it's the basis of what we call cold fusion, just like the experiments from Salt Lake City, maybe
Well, the Senate is a rotating schedule of once every 2 years there's a Senate race because their terms are 6 years. I should say their terms are 6 years, but the cycle isn't all on one. It's every 2 years with the senators, and then for Congress people it's always 2 years because their terms are only 2 years. So in 2024, we will have all the Congress people will run, and then 1/3 of the senators.
My friend, thank you so much for being part of the program. Keep in touch with us. For Adam Thompson, Dan Galante, Tom Dan Heiser, Lisa Lyon, what's wrong with Tom of the store, Dr. Smith, Chris Paul, Ryan Stacy, Tim Bernal, George Knapp, and Ian Punnett. I'm George Norrie. Somewhere out there on Coast to Coast AM. We'll see you on our next edition. Until then, be safe.
Well, get the domain and get on ChatGPT and put out some articles and have someone from her team do it. It's really easy now. But if you dominate the search engine space, you dominate such an amazing part of the campaign. It's perfect. That gives you 2 years to generate SEO juice. It gives you 2 years to generate SEO juice. It gives you 2 years, 2 full years. It's very easy. I could put up 10 different websites in the next hour. All you have to do is have the domain. I know, but okay, an average person though, truthfully, all you have to do is go. Sure. Do you have the website? If you have the website, all you have to go to do is go to ChatGPT, write her name, January, what's her last name? So sounds like she's making progress though. Bueno, it's important.
all then help yourself. Unemployed detectives are currently investigating the incident. President Biden is asking Congress to act on gun measures following the shooting at Michigan State University. Police say they still know Monday of the shooting. 9 survivors have been pulled out of a rubble in Turkey. This happened yesterday. Today marks 2 days since the 7.8 magnitude earthquake. The death toll is now more than 41,000. Search crews are working around the clock to find more survivors. And AAA says gas is on the way up again. Now $4.71 per gallon of gas in LA. Stop on way from Sunshine all the way, high right around 60. Right now 47 for cars, like Metro at 45. 46 in Malibu and 41 in Cabrera. Nearly local in the 45. 25 Metro, I'm briefly.
Yeah, the only reason why I want to interrupt is because it's time sensitive. You said you had an event on Thursday, and you needed to have that YouTube channel going, and I wanted to make you aware, you have to have your telephone number verified, and it takes 24 hours for you to be able to go live, and I want you to be able to go live, so I'm going to give you a heads up. Excellent. So does it say you'll be verified within 24 hours? Very simple.
Stand up for free speech. All 848 now. Call 3-877-NEWS. You will also say and support your back. You can also call 877-NEWS. I've been a small business person my entire adult life. And over the years, several ways I got to work. ROTHSCHILD.com. Starting at $99 per month. I thought this was really cool. Baby helps you deal with your HR problems by writing HR policies, harassment plans, also work environment, my problems, people complaining about other employees, all of this you and your business are good. You get access to your own dedicated HR manager who will phone, email, real-time chat. Go to TRILLIONAIRE.com as you stay apart under the radio drop-down and sign up. TRILLIONAIRE.com, that's simplified under the radio drop-down. So, Sam, that's TRILLIONAIRE.com.
Well, I can tell you, assuming that the election is fair, the way that you're going to win is through impressions. And the way that you do it, least negotiation is if he doesn't have a ton of money to get all kinds of advertising, is just get every major social media platform that you have and make sure she owns it, or her competition will own it before she does. And if she doesn't think a YouTube channel isn't important, she's wrong if she wants to be a YouTube representative. Are you aware of what name? I'm gonna send it. I'm gonna send you a link. You could call me. Yeah, but your voice wouldn't be, but my answer might be. I mean, I could like if it's like super important, you could text it to me and I could type it back to you. So here's the thing. I am all about freedom of speech and I'm all about the ability like freedom of thought and I feel I don't want to suppress it, but that's why I make sure to shoot it. Go ahead. Sure. Oh, we're gonna when my live stream gets big, we're gonna get this lady so elected, she's gonna win 90% of the vote. Oh, I agree with this. The way that you do that is domination of the internet. Why? Because it's free. It's really hard to dominate television. It's really easy, actually, to dominate television, radio, billboards, but you need a lot of money for it. If you don't have a lot of money for it, then you have to get on all the free social medias, whether it's Dribble with 3Ds or whether it's Vimeo, and make sure that you at least have your name on there. Why? Because some random person's going to be in your district and it's going to make an impression that you had that account, whether whatever you want to do. And so I and so what I've done is I put in the chat namechecker.com. And all I would do if I were her is I would get every single one of my January for Utah for all of those. I would do it for her and I would give her the password. It'll be November 2024. So here's why I don't like that. Because if she loses, then you have to get a new website every single time and you lose all your SEO tools. Oh, yeah,
Jailbird Kings place. Nikki Haley, the former South Carolina governor and the United Nations ambassador, announced her candidacy for president, becoming the first major challenger to former President Donald Trump for the 2024 Republican nomination. He worked in the Trump administration. Inflation turned higher.
Keep it consistent as her website. So January for Utah.
According to the Labor Department, our expert on the economy, Captain Oscar Pitts, with us here. Well, Captain, we're not out of the woods on this one yet.
Well, I would say the labor.
But keep it the same as her. Her website is January for Utah. Make it January for Utah.
In fact, the Yankees must have several some places, including places today. One, I would say these numbers are right. Two, I think.
Oh, that's great. So get them all.
Businesses and individuals are struggling with inflation. Now, that inflation response, like I said, I think the now that Fed is raising interest rates and supposedly what's bringing down the inflation, that's not happening. So, which brings us back to the same question, why can't the Treasury set the correction? Why do we need to set the model to currency? But that's a whole other topic, yeah. The struggling with inflation is hard to live with.
Catherine, every expert I hear from is saying that we're going to have another housing bubble. You're an expert on the housing market.
Absolutely. You'll get every single one of those for her, and they'll be really consistent and clean. Nice.
But it hasn't come down anywhere near as much as you might expect so far. And I think it's because there is one that touchdown has printed a great deal of money, and that money is looking for real assets. And, so there's a calorie trend, which is this cash looking for a place to go. When the result of the economy is lifted, the central banks are dumping, they're looking for real places to go. So, I think that, to me, it's logic of the housing market continue to cool with both inflation and higher interest rates. But there's a cost to with cash looking for real places to go. So I think that, it may not be as severe as you might normally expect.
Keep our fingers crossed. Catherine's website, solari.com, solari.com. Thanks, Catherine. Some 17% of people living in the United States, and more than 1 in 6 were 65 or older in 2020. This represents 55.7 million people, an increase of 15.2 million people. Up next, he's back. Pharmacist Ben Hughes from CriticalHealthNews.com joining us to give us some health tips. We'll take your call shortly with him as well. Here's the phone number to call for assistance. Not to get on the show, but people taking notes to what Ben is saying. 1-855-949-RADIO, 1-855-949-7334. And don't forget to hit that website, CriticalHealthNews.com.
Real people, real stories. I had acute eczema. I had been to, I'm a free different dermatologist. I have tried everything and everything you can imagine to treat everything. So I started taking Carnivora, and at this point, I don't know everything about it. I won't go back there again.
I will start develop this lymph problem. But the chemotherapy lasted for 6 months, and we started developing more lymph nodes that were swelled out. So I thought I'd just try Carnivora. The lymph nodes started to go down, swelling dead. Then I took an extravascular and checked out, and there was no signs at all inside. My dad had issues that developed in his eyes, so my veterinarian said, you know what, just go ahead and remove the eye. So then I started the Carnivora advertising. So I said, you know what, I'm going to order this product. That way, at least I tried. They did the procedure, they did all the tests, they did a surprise, they said, I don't know when you did, this chronic stage they die. What's going here? I'm pleased to announce that Carnivora has officially launched its test edition. That's right. Both you and your pets can benefit from nature's nutritional powerhouse. Try Carnivora and you'll see for yourself. Call 1-866-836-8735. That's 1-866-836-8735. Or visit carnivora.com. CARNIVORA.com. Don't wait. Call today. Carnivora.com. Carnivora.com. 2023 is off to a turbulent start, and the U.S. broke through the $31.4 trillion debt ceiling in January. But no slowing, not steady. Times like these, if you want to have physical gold and silver on hand, you can buy it at bullionmax.com/coach. Go to bullionmax.com/coach to purchase your silver starter kit. It's 6 ounces of solid silver, including a limited vintage Aztec calendar coin, something Bullion Max and I set up for Coast to Coast listeners. bullionmax.com/coach. And welcome back to Coast. George Doyle with you. We've got a great program for you tonight. Pharmacist Ben Fuchs back with us. Registered pharmacist, nutritionist, cosmetic chemist. With the compounding custom medications and formulating nutritional and skincare products. From consulting with doctors and patients to graduating from the University of Colorado in 1986. He is a member of the Critical Health News team, and of course, again, that website, criticalhealthnews.com. Ben, welcome back, my friend.
You're happy Valentine's Day, and I did not get my first coach roses.
You did not. Something must be wrong with your kidney. You only sent out more millions.
Is that right?
No. Can you believe that?
Everybody got a coach flowers. Well, thank you for doing what you're doing, George, and thank you, and a happy Valentine's Day to you. So, see, Republican or Democrat?
March already. You know what? The months are flying by, years are flying by, months are flying by, and all that reminds me.
If she's a Republican,
my friends and my family, my mom, especially getting older, it just reminds me that you want to take care of your body now. Don't want to wait.
If she wants to win, just run as a Democrat. She'll win in Utah as a Democrat.
Can't get it back. You want to take care of it while you're young and while you're healthy.
I know, that's why she didn't win. I know, that's why she didn't win. Truthfully, it comes down to this. If you're going to be a globalist, you'll win. If you're going to be a statist, you'll lose.
Do you break anything? She bounced back. She said she used to leg a little bit, but she said she's fine and she's back at it. But your mom was for many years. Oh my God, you're stuck with yeah, back in the 60s, 50s.
Well, it is. That's why.
Cut out articles about supplementation. It's really scientific. Yeah, you put them in my room. Wow. How long have you been supplementing? Possibly since I was 15.
Very
I've gotten better since I met you and Doc. You know your stuff. You're not learned it. Learned it the hard way. Yeah, hyaluronic acid. Anything else. I have many emails that have come in then that talk about the things that call one voice.
Oh, I bet won that election. I just don't know if I trust it.
Now, I'm not a doctor. You're not a doctor. I'm not part of it. I know all about that. I also know all about cholesterol. And I can tell you definitively, with no ifs, ands, or buts, there is no more important molecule in your body, no more multifunctional molecule in your body, no more anti-aging and healing and stress management. More powerful stress management molecule.
There's the old adage: if voting changed anything, they make it illegal.
Is flat out ignorant biochemistry. Not only that,
it's unfortunate, but I mean, I'll pull for it. I'll tell you what, honestly, I'm a libertarian. So I'm like a libertarian socialist. I'm on both sides. How can you be a libertarian socialist? Basically, I know the world is moving towards socialism, but I want as many individual liberties as I can get.
Is really how you take care of cardiovascular. The real problem with hypertension is sugar. That's the problem. Really? Yeah, because cholesterol is a billion molecule. And when we consider, we trick the body into thinking it's supposed to be building. So we put it into building. And then we're not building, we're not working out, we're not exercising, and so our sugar gets stored in fat. But the biochemistry of the body is such that when it's considered, it thinks it's supposed to be building. So cholesterol goes up. If you want to lower your cholesterol, you put sugar metabolizing nutrients for niacin, niacin, like the choline and vanadium.
Yeah, I mean, there's no longer is it Republican versus Democrat, the right versus left. It's big government versus small.
Or reverse it's way off the sugar. I'm not just talking about pies and cakes and desserts. salted and refined carbohydrate cereals, refined carbohydrates of all kinds, break down into sugar. So weaning yourself off the sugar is job number one. It's interested in reversing chronic degenerative disease or preventing it and increasing longevity. And using nutrients to support sugar metabolism. It's been shown that niacin, which is a sugar metabolizing nutrient, you find the ultimate non-extreme for longevity, is extra potent, same potency for lowering cholesterol as a fatty drug with no toxicity, with beneficial effects, not side effects and toxicity, but beneficial effects for your brain, your digestive system, your brain to prevent it. And on top of all that, you don't need to get a prescription for it. You just get it right off the Inject website of Pharmaceutical Health News. Ultimate niacin. Just as potent as a strong drug, and instead of the toxicity, you get multiple health benefits. Well, now what you do though is just listen to his father, go to his doctor, and the doctor says,
Has she ever won an election or run for anything else?
the doctors and doctors are running that function. And, you know, when the doctor says something, he's been studying the body for a while.
Has she ever run for anything else?
The doctor, you don't work for the doctor. The doctor works for you. And so, if you want to get off the drug, I always tell people, if you're on a chronic drug chronic for the rest of your life, I say, your number one health challenge is to figure out how to wean yourself off that drug. And you do it, but you don't do it. It looks tough. And you have to knock out my cholesterol. Cholesterol is what my brain is.
Well, that's all right. You got to get experience somehow. And it's good that she already lost. Why? You learn from your losses.
I don't think it's a good idea to put you on a fat drug that's going to willy-nilly knock out the production of this major, this massively important molecule. How about if you wean me off of this fat drug and I'll go on a low-sugar diet, treat myself like I'm a diabetic, and all diabetics know that their cholesterol is high, diabetes, and elevated cholesterol go hand in hand. I'll treat myself like I'm a diabetic. I'll wean myself off the sugar. I'll use the ultimate niacin, longevity, and the screens, all the natural blood sugar stabilizing nutrients, and wean me off this fat drug. And it's the patient's choice to do that.
Was it a close election?
Understand things about the body and biochemistry. And by the way, I like doctors. I have a lot of friends who are physicians, and they're really watching more than doc. Well, doc has some experiences with that I have.
What did she run as? A Republican?
People, they want to make a difference.
Oh, wow. So that was a big risk.
Fundamental aspect of our lives.
So
People, and they're bought into the same meaning, the same beliefs that
nobody would sponsor her.
because they get propagandized in medical school, and I got propagandized in pharmacy school. So they believe it. And sometimes it's easy. And sometimes it's easy to listen to the salesperson and they do the research. But what if you're on
Well, I mean,
get a blood test? And the test
I hate to say it, but nobody really wants to back that kind of candidate. They should. I mean, black kids are interested.
What happened? And by the way, at the same time, you want to make sure that you're exercising, that you make going on a low sugar diet, ketogenic or some kind of low carbohydrate diet. You want to make sure you take care of yourself. Look short. The body is designed to heal itself. You have to get this through our collective head. The body is designed to heal itself.
I understand that. Mr. Cohen, I see that you were requesting a speech.
That was caused by supporting blood vessels and supporting the heart. You often have a skeletal condition. Where did the fund it to those blood vessels who made it through starvation and through mechanical traumas? So our body would know how to heal.
Then what you have to do is build them out. You have to make sure consistently across the entire brand that it's to her website, and then you interlink them. You know when you can like have a Twitter handle on your Instagram, on your TikTok, you interlink them. On YouTube, you make sure to put all of those things so that if you click on someone's YouTube, you can also get all their other social media. And then you make sure that those are backlinks to the website. Once that's all done, you could use, I would use a chat GPT and ask it what the best kind of biography it is to put in there and then edit it in there to make sure it's exactly what I want it to be. So that all those things on that I sent you for name checkers, they're all exactly the same. And then once that's done, that's going to make impressions for now for the next 2 years. It's going to campaign on all those. And it's really useful advertising and it costs you nothing. Oh, absolutely. I have, I've, definitely. I have, that's incredible. Yes, it is. That was January 6th, 2021. Or 2000, yeah. And when they, well, and essentially, so they had the heart of the Republican Party. Basically, anyone who was a really, I would say, extremely right-wing conservative who's still Republican to defend the country, go to Washington, D.C., and basically it was the world's biggest mousetrap that the Democratic Party played on them. And then, so they basically took all of the most the die-hard of the other side and got them all arrested. So right now, there's no Republican Party. If you if you want to know, I can tell you who the next president will be. That's some mega news. Okay, so Biden's going to win in 24. He's going to die. Okay. Listen. We could sit here. We could sit here and listen to you interrupt me every single time. Well, let me tell you all of them, and then we'll dissect them. So, but I'm down for it. Sir. Biden is going to win the second term and die in his second term. Then it will be Kamala Harris, who serves 8 years. Then it will be Stacey Abrams, who will serve 8 years. Then it will be Alexandria Ocasio Cortez, who serves 8 years. Then it will be not Jeb Bush, then Chelsea Clinton, then George C. Bush. Now, if you're like, how the hell is this going to happen? These people are going to be like 80 or 90 years old. In the future, people will be, I mean, you look at Nancy Pelosi, she's 80 years old. You could have a 90-year-old or a 100-year-old president in the future when you have life extension technology. But just you watch, you're going to have Bush, Clinton, Bush, just like you had in the 90s, where you had George, the number 41 was George Herbert Walker Bush. Then you had Clinton, William Jefferson Clinton as number 42. And then 43 was George Walker Bush. You're going to have the same thing with Chelsea Clinton, with Jeb Bush, who was the brother of George Walker Bush. Then you're going to have Chelsea Clinton, who is the daughter of Bill and Hillary Clinton. And then you're going to have George P. Bush, who is the nephew of the former president. So it's really interesting. How do I know this? Right? That's a great question. How would I know this? I think there's something called a chronicle, a time year. And I have some friends that I think that I'm privy to some information that might see into the future. I could be wrong on all this, but that's what I think. Now let me know everything that you have to say about it.
All ended in smoking with an arrest. An LA County deputy has been arrested in connection with a crash that killed a 12-year-old boy. The Carter Castro was off duty when the crash occurred. South State Police will hold a press conference later today. Senator Dianne Feinstein says she won't run for Senate in 2024, but Nikki Haley says she will run for president. She's the former governor of South Carolina.
You're saying it's intergenerational.
She also worked under Trump.
I understand what you're saying. It becomes like the royal family. But we had it with the Adamses, with John Adams, with John Quincy Adams, and you got it with the Bushes. But then you had it with the, and now it's starting. But you also had it with the Roosevelt. They were distant cousins, not too distant. So you've got Theodore Roosevelt and Franklin Delano Roosevelt. So you're not alone. And so what the United States is going to do, you're not alone. A lot of people feel that way. We will have a prime minister, like the United Kingdom or like Israel, where you have a president and a prime minister, and you can have young blood do whatever you want. And that's where you get all of this. You'll get The Rock as a prime minister, maybe, or kind of interesting people, whoever you want. But no one's ever thought of the United States as a prime minister and a president. But a lot of countries do. I'm an old school American. Look. We're going to have an expansion of the country. We're going to have Puerto Rico is going to be the 51st state. We're going to have American Samoa as the 52nd, and Ghana, or I'm sorry, American Samoa and I'm sorry, um, American Samoa and another country um, are going to be like the 51st, 52nd, 53rd state. Puerto Rico, American Samoa, and there's another one. I can't think of the name of it right now. No, that's not an American holding. No. So Puerto Rico, and that's going to be number 51, and then American Samoa, and there's another U.S. holding overseas. And we used to have the Panama Canal area. We used to have um, parts of uh, Canada as well. And there's Puerto Rico, American Samoa, and Guam. Sorry, what did I say? Guinea. Oh yeah, Guam. So those three are gonna, and you know what? They deserve it because they have, I mean, basically, what are they then? They have to be citizens of somewhere. And honestly, people in Hawaii, yeah, to have any representation, really, it's gotten a lot to do with transportation. It would take so long to get from Guam to Washington D.C. that it never made too much of it. And we've only had those territories really since either generally after World War II. But you'll see one day. But then in addition, you're going to see some countries, some states break off from the United States. California and Texas will become their own countries at some point. California currently is the number five largest economy in the world, and Texas used to be its own country and has a very good argument to still maintain its own statehood. So those will be some things. And we just had a we just had a like the state just had a surplus, so it wrote everyone in the state a check for $1,000. So when it came to the state, it was seemingly, yeah, everyone in the state who was paying income tax. So basically, but here's the thing: it's really in debt. They should have kept all that money and used it for infrastructure, but they didn't. Why? Because it's good for votes and that. But in reality, you could really harness some of the natural opportunities that the state of California has, like the coast, like putting turbines in the ocean, like harnessing the solar power, and you could pay for the entire state pretty easily. They're gonna
we come back, we're going to take your calls. Your pharmacy sent to us through criticalhealthnews.com, and we'll do so next hour as well. A little more than a month, we're going to be in Sedona, Arizona, having a great time at our live stage. We sure are. We're being part of a 3-day conference. So this is a conference called the Sedona Extension Retreat event. It's March 17th through the 19th. We will do our live stage show on Saturday, night, the 18th, the middle day. But the whole 3 days of it have nonstop live music and street vendors and speakers. Billy Carson will speak, William Henry will speak, Founder UFO Skywatch, the spiritual journey. All this is going on for the 3 days. And on Saturday, hard though, we'll have a band, we'll have a couple of people and guests on stage, and we'll do a round table and just release it better. Here's all the great stuff that we do. We're going to have a lot of fun, so head over to Coach.
Oh, I'm not saying that was a good idea. This was from the state. That's what they should have done. They should have taken all that money and given it to the homeless. I'm not saying it was a good idea. I'm saying it was done perhaps because of politics.
Several months after that Sedona event, we're going to be at the Dollar 80 miles east of Portland, Florida. We sure are. We're not going to stop. We're going to the amazing Granada Cedars in the Dallas, Oregon, which is just about 84 miles east of Portland.
People do definitely need it. And I'm telling you, that's why the universal basic income will be a thing. And when the first thing that I'm going to do when I get big, one of the first projects is to challenge Pete Buttigieg, who's our Secretary of Transportation. I'll go there with him to go to Skid Row and to clean it up and to make sure that it becomes a really nice place. In New York City, First Avenue, Second Avenue, Sixth, Third, Fourth, Fifth, Sixth Avenue, they're really nice. Here in LA, it's not the same, and I want to get it that way. It absolutely has. It's disgusting. And I videotaped it. I taped down there or recorded down there. It's terrible. And that's one of the first things that I would do is to get that cleaned up. And I
Copywriting.com and Dr. Alan Rose with 4 decades of experience in natural products that are proven stem cell wellness kits that work with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. See Dr. Ray Paul.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorder, or your age can be supported by reducing inflammation and improving heal itself appropriately. The stem cell is a cell waiting to be poised, ready to be. This area of inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to touch those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of getting cells and adaptive things together.
you build container homes in the desert and you allow people to live in hotels.
Thinking of Dr. Trump as a friend.
The industry is going to have a media effect, but I'm going to see your immune system just starting to function better after 24 hours. If you put adaptive things along with it, you will feel it in 30 minutes.
Basically, there could be, at least in California, a governor, an executive order that they have to do. They either they go to jail or they have to go to like seek psychiatric help. But usually, what California does, and it's been a good thing, is whenever they have that kind of case, and it happens on a daily basis, dozens of times a day, is they send out someone who is already a medical professional along with the police in order to move them. But what they're starting to do now, and I hate to say it, is they're right. The homeless are starting to take up the sidewalk, and it becomes an American with Disabilities Act that if you're in a wheelchair or if you're blind, you cannot walk, where you need to go, and it becomes a real issue. And so now we have two issues that occur. You've got people with disabilities who cannot get around in the city because of the homeless on top of the homeless, if that makes sense.
Never worry about that cost. Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage with the major barriers to over 99% of the nation. This is all backed by their 100% risk-free guarantee. Join the millions of others who have switched. Go to
Absolutely.
consumercellular.com/radio25 and for a limited time,
Absolutely.
get $25 off when you use promo code radio25. That's
The UN considers it
consumercellular.com/radio25.
like a type
Promo code
1 city, like Tokyo,
radio25.
LA, and London are like type 1 cities of like, I'll tell you in 1 second, it like has all these things when it comes to arts, entertainment, like sporting, the ability to like life extension. I'll explain just one moment. And the UN actually puts out like ranks the cities of the world every year and tells you what the best like what the not what the best ones are, but the UN type cities, and then there's like Tokyo, Los Angeles, London. It's really interesting. But all of the classifications, we're gonna get that in 1 second. It's Wikipedia that I read. I love Wikipedia. Obviously, if you don't already know that Wikipedia is interesting. But okay, exactly. So type cities, and then it's like here, maybe it comes the class, uh, and um, let's see, UN type cities, UN ranking, I think. Oh yeah, it's a rank. That's what it is. Global cities, that's what it is. Okay, so New York City actually and London are the only two alpha cities which they cover. So the criteria of global city have varied over and depending on the source, common features include high degree of urban development, a high population, a large population, the presence of major multinational financial sector, well-developed and internationally linked transportation, local and national economic dominance, high quality education of research and globally influential output of ideas, innovations for cultural products. Putting such examples based on most industries and research into the cities, London, Paris, and Tokyo. So the ranking, at least when we're talking about Los Angeles, it is considered an alpha city. So what is an alpha city? It's like Amsterdam, Brussels, Chicago, Frankfurt, Jakarta, Kuala Lumpur, Madrid, Mexico City, Milan, Moscow, Mumbai, Sao Paulo, Sydney, Toronto. But it would move into the next Alpha Plus, which is like Tokyo, Singapore, Shanghai, Paris, Hong Kong, Dubai, Beijing. Then they say Alpha Plus plus London and New York City. And honestly, I think if you included all of Los Angeles and San Diego, which should be included as well, it could get closer to Alpha Plus Plus. Because the whole thing, it's like, you know, 30 million people in Southern California. It's a huge amount of people when you look at everything. I mean, that's like almost it. It's giant. But that's what they consider what a global city is. So, do I consider it that? No, not necessarily. I just want it to be affordable, basically, and meet my needs, and be warm most of all. That's my thing. But does that answer your question on what a global city is? Granted, now I can. So a global city basically, as I was reading what it was, the characteristics, you had asked, what are the characteristics? And they had to do with like their infrastructure, their population density, their economic output, those are the things. And so they said that the alpha plus plus cities were New York, and then there was alpha plus, and then yeah. So like you were saying, yeah, LA is one of the places, but we're not potentially going to get to be where we need to be with that homeless problem. If you look at Singapore, at least to my understanding, Singapore doesn't have homeless and it doesn't have any steps because the punishment is so extreme, at least for steps.
over time, I'm sure it becomes less suspicious. More independent on the government sensitivity rather than high level risk one and low level risk of food rate cohorts under control. They were working on that earlier. Making clear the body's ability to handle sugar is
Well, I'm someone who I would really feel like we should reform the prison system, particularly when it comes to activities. We have to look at ourselves as 21st century beings, and we have a 19th or 18th century prison system. We have absolutely there's nothing to do in prison. We have people who just sit there all day long and lie. We could be at least giving them skills for the outside world and allowing them to, build something out of themselves. And I feel like that's really important. Please do.
temporarily raise the blood sugar and that's easy to flush. So what that does is it blocks one of the flush. So you usually have to back down.
Into the ground.
What goes away over time. Just like the temporary elevation of blood sugar sometimes occurs, sometimes occurs.
But significant.
Yeah, it does. It's great. It is part of the process. Glucose tolerance active. Yeah. Yes, we can monitor how the body handles sugar, simplify your protein body. So, using the high maintenance diet as all the time. Very interestingly, this is a really cool story. It was the very first one that was ever discovered was called OCD1 time. And it was discovered when it was noticed people who had common right, what is called the coders removed, the white right, the white right, were dismissing in this, we're getting nerve disease, very similar to diabetes, the peripheral neuropathy that occurs with diabetes. And they discovered that when people ate glycogen one, it's the opposite that the neuropathy, peripheral neuropathy, nerve pain started to be reduced. And it turns out that glycogen is not only important to the peripheral neuropathy, because there are a lot of folks dealing with peripheral neuropathy with diabetes. It turns out that fiber, in addition to having folks deal with nerve diseases, is also important for blood sugar stabilization. But using iron, vitamin one,
You know, no, I truthfully believe I've been in the tunnel. Same here, man. Absolutely. I believe you, and I believe you. You know why? Anybody who's still talking about being innocent is innocent. I am too. You know what I mean? It's like there's nothing I can do in this situation. Well, I know in my case, I just didn't want to open my door in the middle of a blizzard, and the police said that they're either going to break my window or someone did, but they didn't find anything, and I had to spend a night in jail. So I'm saying, like, I'm innocent. Yeah, it was in the middle of Iowa. Correct. They saved my entire house was in my car because I was moving cross country. And a police officer pulled me over for driving 11 miles over the speed limit. And I said that I wanted the ticket through the window because it was a blizzard. And he asked me to get out of the car, and I said, I'm not getting out of the car. You can give him my ticket through the window. He said, he said that if I didn't get out of the car, he was going to break the window. I said, get your sergeant. Sergeant and a bunch of other people, and they went and impounded my car and handed me overnight. But I did get out, and I wasn't.
Hi, I have a couple of questions. What can you do if you have some question on my this question?
No, there was no reasonable suspicion. There was no probable cause. It's just simple driving ticket, and I'd be on my way. Oh, absolutely, and they do.
There is skin cancer and prostate cancer and all these different organs that are related to the cancer. The cancer is a cellular phenomenon. It's a cell that is going crazy. Well, for a cell to become a liver, or a cell to become a heart, or a cell to turn into an
Oh, I know. I'm just saying. I still maintain my innocence, and
take a liver, made up of liver cells. Their liver cells are called hepatocytes. Both of them get stem cells. They're called peritoneal cells. So you have these stem cells.
now imagine we've got two people who feel that they're innocent, at least for some things. Now, I feel I've been innocent for everything I've done. And if you were to say, now you've got a jail of people or a prison who people who've been there for years and years and years, and what percentage of them are innocent? It could be as high as 50%, it could be 90%, it could be 99%, or it could be 1%. I have no idea what it is, but it's scary to know that it's innocent people. And so here's what I would do. In addition to having ways to invigorate yourself, in addition to working on your body, like currently, yes, over like an hour a day, I would allow people to have get degrees and things like that or certifications, but also, and I feel this would be really important, allow them to play Madden, the video game. Allow them to play Madden, the video game. Why? Because they'll treat their team like a religion. If you're in prison for 25 years, but you get to play, you know what I mean? I wrote it in ChatGPT basically, but I think it's a really good idea. Thank you. People will make their team like their religion, and if you allow them to watch it, and they'll, oh, that's, and if they got to play video games to stimulate their minds, because I really feel it's cruel and unusual punishment in today's day and age to give someone a cell phone for 16 years or however many years of your life, and then you're thrown into juvenile detention, or you're thrown into jail, or you're thrown into prison, and you have nothing. And
And then the second thing Derek was saying, that's a sign that the blood is not circulating as it should. The venous system, the blood is in the circulatory system in a circle. The blood goes to the heart and goes to a big circle and comes back to the heart. On your return trip, the blood is not being pushed.
right, that stuff just adds up. It adds up.
Over the course of sedentary lifestyle, you notice the fact blood pushes upwards as well, and the blood starts to pool. That's what causes varicose veins. It also causes hemorrhoids. There are a couple things you can do, and they have to prepare for this venous insufficiency. In other words, the venous system is not
No, you're absolutely right. So, I mean, if this team ever gets big, which I really think it does, one of the things that we're going to do is go through the prison system. But also, the people who do have to be in prison, they're going to be the biggest NFL fans ever. You know why? Because when they come out of prison, they're going to be diehard. It'll be a religion to them.
when you breathe good, your diaphragm goes up and down. It acts like another, like a part of your heart. It has to pump the blood. Just breathing deeply will push the diaphragm up and down, and that can support the blood movement as it returns to the heart and to the system. And then there's things that you do to support the vasculature itself. Vasculature is made up of connective tissue, and you can think about whey protein, for example, to build the connective tissue, or vitamin C to build the connective tissue. This is not one of all might be on the
Wow.
supplement program like the Healthy Start Pack, and then use the antioxidant nutrients to take care of the cancer. You want to make sure you're breathing correctly. If there's any toxins that are getting into your system, you want to make sure that you're taking care of those by eliminating the entrance of food toxins most especially. All right, we have that's the tweet. What do you have? Hey, Ben Graydon Westbrook Texas. He'd like you to discuss sciatica and the best way to treat it. Yeah, sciatica. There's not a lot more miserable conditions than sciatica. The absolute awful pain that goes down in your lower back and your hips when you bust down. Okay? Your life. A couple things you want to do. Number one, you want to do physical, like a body work. I love rolling. Rolling is an amazing body
that's a beautiful thing. Yeah, he's very productive. And I feel like other people should be able to have that as well. I know if I don't have my phone and I have to look up a word and I don't, or like the song lyrics or something or whatever it is, and I don't have the ability to Google it, it's very frustrating. Now imagine that would drive you nuts. You're in prison for life and you don't know it, and it just drives you crazy. And you're asking jail guards, what's the name? Who's saying, addicted to love? And you're like, come on, and they won't tell you. That to me is a psychological prison. I don't think that we should allow people to happen. I know that in a generations ago, you could just put somebody in a box for X amount of time. But guess what? That wasn't that different than being in a box in your normal house. Nowadays, you've got television, you've got radio, you've got
Join the Coast to Coast AM Facebook page with thousands of members. It's great for show updates and connecting with other fans. Go to facebook.com/Coast to Coast AM and then click the like button.
Absolutely. I mean, and so I feel like it would ease the amount of stress that's there all around if you allow people to have video games, particularly Madden and FIFA. It absolutely would. And also then there'd be a little bit of camaraderie to some extent. I know there's a game system, but at least it would be a little. Oh, and then when the guys come out of jail, they're going to be the best Madden players that you've got. So they'll become super fans for the team. Somebody will be like, "Oh, I was locked up for 16 years. I'm the biggest Las Vegas Raiders fan that there's ever been." There's that too. But they have very good hand-eye coordination. I mean, I see it. And I'm not saying that like, oh, like all you do is play video games. No, but when you get rest time, and I feel like there should be more of it, you should get the ability to look up stuff on the internet within reason, and also you should get the ability to play some video games. And the NFL would love it. The NFL already is almost like a religion in some cities, but then to expand that to the prison system. Now, when those guys get out, they're super fans. They're like the NFL's never had bigger fans ever. Now you've got like armies of fans in every city, and when these guys get out, all they do is watch, and then it becomes a religion. The NFL would then become a religion to teams because it'll be like, no, man, I loved this team when I was locked up. I love this team, and I love this team from the day I died.
Californians are losing a state in 2021, 360,000 Californians left. Where they're going?
They're like that now. But can you imagine if it was connected to their life? Like nobody has it connected to their life now, but that was connected to their life, and they'd be super generations of fans. Why are we Cleveland Browns fans? We live in Florida because Grandpa got locked up in Cleveland, and that's just how it would be. It'd be very interesting.
A Montana man who used a stun gun on a police officer in the January 6th Capitol riot was pleaded guilty. 40-year-old Daniel Rodriguez admitted to taking part in a violent assault on a police officer. He was sentenced in May. Federal sentencing calls for equivalent to 10 years in prison. Amazon is testing self-driving taxis in Northern California. The roadway taxis can transport 4 people up to 35 miles an hour.
20 days and 29. I have a new idea. I hope Oliver, if you can hear me on this one, this is a really good idea. I have a calendar that I've already built out that is a consistent amount of days every year. It's 365 days in a quarter, whatever it is. But it's 10 months of 40, I'm sorry, 10 months, 9 of the months have 40 days in it. So 360 days of the 9 months. And then you have a 5 day festival, like a holiday for the 5 days that at the end. So 360 days of, and it would make things so much more consistent scientifically if we had 10 months and every week was exactly 10 days and you had essentially your work week was this. You work 3 days, you're off on the middle day. You work another 3 days and then you get a 3 day weekend. People would really be onto that. I'm just saying, I'm saying in the future, there are a couple things that I don't think will continue. The imperial system and the calendar that isn't consistent. And the imperial system, I think we'll go to Mexico is what I'm trying to say.
It's hard to admit, but when I was in junior high school, I was bullied so badly I cried. Hello, I'm John Coleman, founder of Rutherford Plumbing. I was named Oganda after my grandfather. But as a kid, I was teased for having that name. Thursday, this is John. John is the English version of Oganda, and it brings me the honor to my grandfather. My family and heritage are important to me. The things true to myself and Rutherford Plumbing are important. Things true to Rutherford Plumbing means to the view of delivering world-class service. That's why my cell phone number is on the back of every Rutherford Plumbing business card. Call us at 866-377 and we'll keep your line for $77. That's 866-377. Thank you. AT&T DirecTV censorship of Newsmax continues to aid. AT&T owns DirecTV and they continue carrying 22 liberal news channels.
Well, so here's the first thing. You need someone really cool. And so I'm your guy. Why? Because I see my life 24 hours a day. I'm more confident than anyone because I've done it. So what does that mean? I would just tell the United States, look, there are three countries in the world, or two countries in the world, the United States and like Burma or Myanmar, that use the imperial system. Oh, yeah, yeah. And the UK, sometimes. Everybody else globally is on the metric system. If we want to start traveling the stars, and building spaceships and things, we can't do this on two different types of measuring systems. So here's what we're going to do. In every major city, but even in every city in the United States, we're going to have what's known as a kilometer. And for 1 kilometer, it's just going to be like one long line. And you're going to be able to walk what a kilometer is. You get the idea of what a kilometer is, and you'll see 1,000 meters become a kilometer. And then you'll kind of get an idea of how long a kilometer is. And then on the street side, instead of saying it's 5 miles away, it'll be 5 miles away, and then however many kilometers there are. And then eventually you just move the miles, and everyone's on kilometers. That's how you do it. It's not going to happen overnight, but eventually, then we can get on with the rest of the world in the metric system. Well, we need to be on one measuring system, first and foremost. If we're using two different systems, then we're already not seeing eye to eye. So if we can say, look, we need to align on a measurement system, let's do that first. And the metric system, while it is not perfect, it is better than most. And the reason why I say it is not perfect is they're going to have to change the meter as well. Currently, a meter is supposed to be basically like 1 millionth of 1/4 of the globe when they measured this out in the 19th century in France. But then they actually got it wrong. The Earth is like 40,040 meters, 40,040 kilometers around, not 40,000 kilometers. So it actually changes how long a meter is a little bit. So anyway, the whole world's gonna have to change. Does that matter? A little bit. Because when you're looking at things in terms of light years, that little bit of an extra bit of a meter will count. So it'll be like it's not even just like the people who are on the imperial system will have to change. The people on the metric system will have to change as well because the meter's going to change. So we'll all have to change to a little bit different. But once we're able to get on the same measuring system, then people start to have a lot more discussion. And we understand when I'm talking about leaders, people understand it. But if I say that to Americans, they don't understand it that well. They do, and here's why: because soda comes in that kind of stuff. So when you can get it in American heads, this is how big something is in real time, and allow them to get their hands around it. They understand it, but and the big one is putting it on street signs. Until it's on street signs, it's not going to work. So what they have to do is just put little graphics on every street sign, how many kilometers it is, and once they do that, it'll be really easy, and people will like the kilometers more. Why? Because their international friends already use it, so they'll have something in common. So internationally, when it comes to sports, I mean, if you look at distances, the only thing that is still run in an imperial format is the mile because it's so famous. But everything else, it's like the the uh, the 1,000 kilometer, the 5K, the 10K, the 3K. I mean, they're all in kilometers, even even in collegiate running in the United States. So I mean, a lot of people are already familiar with this. There's just been, we don't want to do what Europe does, or we don't want to do what internationalists want to do, because we're America, and we think we're better than everybody. Which for many years we were, but we're having come to the conclusion that frankly all civilizations must end. It is. But the first way to do that, to get people on board, is a common measuring system. Another one is a common language. And, there have been people who have tried to put those together, but now we have instant translators, which really makes things different. Now with instant translators, no longer in order to be like a pilot will you have to speak English. Currently, if you want to be a pilot, you have to speak English right now. Why? Because it's too hard to translate in a bunch of languages. So there's only one language in the sky. Future, you'll be able, and there won't be pilots for all that long, but you'll be able to use instant translators that basically, can use AI, and you can, there won't be such a focus on English as much. That's why there was one of the reasons why there was such a focus on English is because that's how internationally aircraft was, uh, you have to speak English in order to be a pilot. But with instant translators, you won't have that as much anymore. So that's another way that we can come together. But I really feel like it comes to measurements is a big one, and a common language. What do you think of that? Excellent. Oliver, any comments towards that?
By taking advantage of its special IRS tax hardship program. This program allows Americans who owe the IRS to resolve their delinquent tax debt once and for all. In some cases, maybe even reducing what you owe significantly. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Simply dial 800-242-6979 if you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back or have years of unfiled tax returns. Tax is standing by. Just call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800
Can you repeat what you just said? You cut out there for some part.
They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your social security check. Call 800-242-6979 to see if you qualify. That's 800-242-6979.
Right.
And welcome back, Francis. We'll extend the talk out of I think you're ready to talk about the really colorful boy about Jericho's veins. Yeah, the varicose veins, one and two. There's two strategies. One, you want to improve the movement of blood and the return trip from the heart. Like those blood goes in a circle from the heart and goes back around. And on that return trip, it depends on movement in order to push that venous blood back to the heart. Because sedentary lifestyle is a major risk factor for varicose veins, moving the body, and also exercise and that kind of thing, any kind of movement, also breathing, also as we talked about earlier, because the movement of the diaphragm helps propel the blood upwards. Then building the connective tissue in the venous system is also important.
And people are innocent too. Or they could have had this deal to save their families. That Apple, and it was their only choice. And now they have to go.
And then also vitamin C is critical vitamin building the connective tissue for building the collagen to get vitamin C beyond tangerine and quite soluble. You ingest soluble. So you want a good 20/90 essential nutrients, well-rounded nutritional supplement program that's happening on packaging first. Let's go back to the phone. Thomas in La Jolla, California. Hey, Tom, how you been?
Really good. How are you doing, George?
Good.
And Pharmacist Tim, thank you for the information that you bring to the table. I'm on the executive.
Hold on a second. I think I might have hit the button.
My question, I'll answer the question. The military issue Bible.
I think that's the button to be you. I'm so sorry. You had a wobbly. You were saying. It happened. No, it happened.
It was just my opinion. It's just my opinion. How you ocean gold of rigidity, because I think it's an natural identity with processes. I think it would be the best to protect the thyroid gland during the radiation event. And so I was wondering, the answer to my question, if you would connect the dots for me and the audience, the importance of iodine, natural iodine, in the thyroid gland, and perhaps put it in the context of a radiation event, such as war or a reactor meltdown, like Fukushima or the other Atlanta. And thank you again for the work that you do. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. I can't believe you have to talk about radiation. Yeah, you do. I got to check the thyroid definitely out. Most of the time it's both. Well, you get some, but you need a lot more than that. But you do. They put enough iodine in table salt so you can get what's called goiters. Goiters when the thyroid is enlarged or to grab iodine deficiency state. Thyroid really needs iodine, so it will enlarge or to grab whatever iodine is cooking. It's actually looks like a cook. Yeah, it's pretty bad. You don't see it anymore because of iodine salt. But iodine is also important for the prostate. It's important for all the glands. The adrenal gland, the prostate gland. It's a glandular supplement, a glandular nutrient. It's a mineral. And it's not found on Earth, it's found in the ocean. So iodine, the main source of iodine is seafood. Folks don't eat seafood, they don't live near the water. Those are the folks that are most susceptible to goiter and iodine deficiency. It is unspeakably important. Iodine deficiency involves all kinds of problems around the world. There's something called cretinism in children, there's mental retardation and that kind of thing. Iodine is very, very important. Now the thyroid, iodine isn't going to help the thyroid necessarily, but iodine is important to thyroid hormone. That iodine can't make a thyroid hormone. The gland itself is not going to be affected by thyroid iodine, but the hormone is made from iodine, requires iodine for its activity. Selenium is also very important, by the way. That's Dr. Wilson, he's always talking about that one. Selenium is also important for the thyroid. So if you're going to take iodine for your thyroid, you definitely want to get on the ultimate flame, which is important for a lot of things, not just the thyroid. It's important for the hormone system, it's important for the heart as well. So I would use working with selenium and also vitamin A is important for the thyroid too. But iodine is one of those nutrients that we don't, in my humble opinion, we don't appreciate that because the little hands and mouth to get iodine salt is goiter. But like with the recommended daily allowance, the RDA, 50 degrees, but
I want to go with you that we got here to go transferring part 21. So he was taking chemotherapy and obviously it was diabetic. So he did basically peripheral neuropathy with food, I think we talked about it earlier. Can it go away with supplements? Oh
It's a terrible situation. I mean, I don't. I'm happy that you're out, but I'm not happy that it's based on color. That you can say, well, I was white and I got a different punishment than someone else. I think we all want to live in a society where it's equal. Yeah. So that hello, here you are. Yes, the question you were saying, or I was saying, we want to live in a world where it doesn't matter what color you are for the punishment you get. It's really interesting that you're able to say that, yeah, if I were a different color, I would have gotten a different punishment. But he's not committed a crime. So the United States to my knowledge, we made these illegal in the 1960s. And so that's why we have such a high homeless rate. We don't have institutions. Now, to some extent, there are some facilities, medical facilities for people, but we used to have a system of institutions that were closed down in the 1960s, where you have different classes. That's why the prison system is closed down as well, as did the homeless shelter. let's say they feel that you're a harm to yourself, they'll do what's called an institutional welfare check, and what's called 5115U, which is just what the law is, and basically you're institutionalized for 72 hours. They check you out, and then if they feel like you should be in there longer, then you could have to be there for some time in a medical facility, but it's more a medical facility as opposed to what we had in the United States, which sounds more like what you had, which is long-term institutionalism. That was stopped in 1950s. The United States has experienced two waves of deinstitutionalism, the process of replacing long-stay psychiatric hospitals with less isolated community mental health services for those diagnosed with mental disorder and developmental disabilities. So what's the difference? Basically, you're in an institution, you're more like in a cage, so to speak, and there isn't a lot of psychological support for you and mental, and mental, developmental, psychiatric, uh, community mental health service. So there's potentially be nurses, doctors there to check on you, and then also you might have like a in between where maybe you would get to be able to see family or something like that, and eventually be able to be in the services of a loved one or some type of what's the word? When you're like a guardian, you might a conservative or something like that, and to be able to do that. So if you were to ask me, I mean, that's my knowledge of it. I don't know. Nancy, do you have any other takes on that? I don't know if you've ever used it, but that's essentially how it works in the United States. But I mean, frankly, I think that however, that's kind of a normal, I don't want to say normal thing to go through, speaking in tongues by any means. I don't know exactly what you were going through, but everybody has a tough night, and maybe you're just having a couple nights, or I'm not sure. But you seem to be well past all that. Like a Saturday.
855-949-7234. Take another call before the break. Bill in Long Island, New York. Please go ahead. Hi, Bill. Happy Valentine's Day and happy St. Patrick's coming up. That's just something that I want to bring up. Shannon is, can you please read, there's information that says that it helps reduce triglycerides, increase the testosterone, which is actually important for women as they get older. So do my faith supplement. And also, curcumin, I look at Google Scholar on neurotransmitters, and it's better to these articles are pretty technical on the Google Scholar, but it did mention that it can connect neurogenesis to the frontal cortex, which is amazing. And then instead of side effects, it could cause weakness, so you shouldn't take it if you're beginning maybe, but actually almost most people could use a little bit more.
It sounds like you got a fair bit of experience. It does sound like it's a better system than what we have. It doesn't seem like, well, did you feel supported in it?
Study week is one of my favorite herbs. And we talk about them, I don't like necessarily like the word supplements for herbs. Herbs are more like medicine than they are like supplements. But nonetheless, honey juice is awesome. And it tastes delicious. It makes the best tea. If you put yourself a little tea ball and it's honey juice tea. It's great for women as your belly is honeycomb. Just that it's great for women's health. And you do great for blood sugar, great for the hormone system, and it's great for all. And I can send you tea probably 50 times a week. I make a nice cup of honey juice tea. And then curcumin, I know, Joy, that's your favorite. Turmeric. I love that turmeric. Yeah, curcumin is probably the most powerful and the most medicinal of all of the herbs. I mean, you can make a case for a lot of this herb to be more powerful and medicinal. And phytonutrients is tremendous. It's really interesting, George. Plants make something called the adaptogen. The adaptogen is a molecule that
What my fear is are the people who are perhaps totally sane and had a bad night or whatever, and now they're behind some kind of psychological hospital doors, and there's no getting them out. And I really feel like we should go through and make sure that we don't have any perfectly innocent people, but sane people behind closed doors who just, are need, need the right opportunity to state their case, to explain. I'm a normal person. I just, had a bad night or whatever, and I deserve an opportunity to get out of here. Because I'm afraid too many people have had a night that someone else has defined as manic in their mind, when it really wasn't that big a deal or whatever, and then all of a sudden they're confined. It's a really terrible thing. And I think that that's something. I mean, if this ever gets big, I would definitely want to go and help people in the psychological facilities, but then also in the prisons, especially the people who are in prison because of like possession of something that comes from God, of a plant. It'll be ridiculous in the future that we put people in a cage because of a plant. I feel, and any kind of drug. I mean, if we consider drugs to be, and it's true, an addiction is a mental illness, um, or a disease, then how are we putting people in jail because of a disease? It doesn't make any sense. And it's like no one is willing to have these conversations because, behind closed doors, they're taking bribes or whatever. They're a politician and, they don't want to, they have to get reelected. But in my opinion, that's why I've got this thing going. I've got more opportunities for, to create a platform for people to be able to discuss these kind of things. And it's like, look, if you have decriminalization, then that opens up a whole lot of new opportunities for your economy. I know psilocybin is legal in some parts of California and in some parts of Colorado as well, and it's a really, no pun intended, but you can really, it's an eye opener, the third eye definitely, but it's an eye opener I think for the state to start saying, at what point are we throwing people in jail because of their addiction? And then what comes after psilocybin? And cocaine comes down. Like at what point? That's another one. When you have cocaine that is snorted, and the penalty for powder cocaine is a misdemeanor, but for crack cocaine it's a felony. Because in the 1980s, the government wanted, black people in jail, and so they made the penalty. Crack cocaine is going to have higher penalties than uh, regular cocaine powder cocaine. It's unfortunate that that has happened. Another situation that I think is bad is the three strikes program in the United States in California. So, as I understand it, if you have three uh, felonies in California, you go to jail for life, no matter what they were. And if we consider, let's just say alcoholism is an addiction. Okay, so you got three DUIs. Now you're behind jail for life. That to me, like that's the same penalty as someone who did a mass shooting. Like that to me isn't fair. I mean, I don't know anybody who has gotten that many DUIs or anything like that, thankfully. But frankly, I think we have to look at things and say, is this equivalent? And another thing that I feel like we have, at least in laws or when it comes to wages, is they're not tied to inflation. So basically, right now, if you have like an inflation rate of 2 or 4 or 6%, in order to make what you made last year, you need a raise of 2 or 4 or 6%. Basically, in today's day and age, the most anyone will make in the normal job market is on day one of whatever their job is. Because of inflation, they're making less year after year. They may be getting raises, but because of the devaluation of the currency due to inflation, they're going to be making less and less. What are your thoughts on that? Oliver, can you hear me? Okay, now you can hear me. Maybe you can hear me before. So, I was saying that basically the most that a person is going to make is on day one of their job because of inflation. If inflation rate is 6% or 10%, there's no way they're going to make that in a raise on an per annum, basically on an annual rate. And it's really unfortunate. Like, okay, so I've been a supervisor of like big teams, and I've known some of the people on those teams who have been on the team for like 30 years. And literally, it's so sad that these people are making like one third because of inflation what they were making when they started, yet they get a raise every single year. But because of inflation, they can't. And it's not funny. It's a sad part of the devaluation of the currency. But basically, if I were running an economy, or I would make it as a congressperson that people's raises have to be tied to inflation, because that means inflation has some, I don't want to say good things too, but basically that means that companies will show higher profits on their bottom line and things like that. So CEOs are going to be perhaps looking better in some aspects of their role, but the little guy's not going to be looking better. So I would say that, look, if you are a company, to whatever in whatever country you are, your wage has to be tied to the inflation rate. Now I know that'll change. People would say, hey, we'll incorporate in some country with a low inflation rate, but it just as an employee, it doesn't make any sense anymore to get a job when inflation is going to outpace what your raise is going to be. It doesn't make any sense at all. So I feel like we really should change the raise system. Usually companies are willing to give, anywhere between 1, 2, 3, 4, 5% raises if they're really big. Uh, and I feel like instead of doing that, they should say whatever the inflation rate was last tier of the country, so let's say it was 3%, that automatically your wage is going to go up. On top of that, that's when you're going to get your raise, your bonus, or whatever you want to consider. That's the way the company should do it. And obviously, it's nice to be able to do that. Easier said than done. But it's just an interesting thing about inflation. When I talk about making people trillionaires, I really think it's definitely possible uh, because of inflation. What a billionaire is today will be a trillionaire tomorrow, perhaps. I see.
So give it a try. A couple of ways you can sign up to become a Coach Insider on our website, coach2coachsales.com, right at the top of the homepage. You
You're
can
so sweet. Thank you.
download our free app in the App Store, right? coach2coachsales.com. Click profiles and subscriptions when you open up the app. Sign up that way as well. And if you live in Canada or worldwide, you can now become a Coach Insider. Take advantage of that. Here's something for you to do special. Increase your energy and stamina while enhancing your mental clarity, focus, and memory. Such events would elevate to improve your mood and alleviate stress. Then wind down at night with accelerate for mental and physical relaxation while naturally cleansing and detoxifying, promoting healthy weight loss. Accelerate and elevate your power time.
I actually started not long ago with magic Lana oil from what it's done for me with energy, to focus, and clarity, and
It depends on the CEO, and it depends on the employees.
I was feeling underlying exhaustion that I could not shake. These are the things that I really have been incredible and absolutely lucky. So I get up at 5:30 in the morning. I have a lot of kids. I was looking at really loud until I just do accelerate. So before I started taking the elevate and accelerate, I would typically experience some kind of anxiety, when you experience still taking the product. I haven't taken any over the counter medication or prescriptions. It's generally not the prescription.
I'll start having anxiety or panic attacks every 4 or 5 days, and I have not had one depressive thought. I've not been anxious. I've not been jittery. First time I took the pill, I didn't know what to do about that. And it felt good. Clear head, and I felt focused. And it was like a drive inside me all of a sudden. I was just excited. I was like, is this great?
Definitely remember the deals and times you didn't have to be finding them for a body, but still not to be with my room and you know what I think is never going to be.
Northeast Power Pack. Order now and receive free gifts each week.
Yes, sir.
Discovery, elevate, and be smart. Order now at healthywookies.com or 800-394-9930. Don't forget promo code yours for free shipping. 800-394-9930 or healthywookies.com. It isn't that to be a real danger. It's supposed to be useful, but now a new book by Congressman Tim Buck blows the lid off the censorship. It's called Trust. This text warranty being crushed, Congressman Buck shows how big tech suppresses the truth about various topics, including COVID, President Trump, and more. Buck shows how tech uses its monopoly to hurt consumers and silence conservatives. Big tech controls the information flow and ignore your rights to free speech. If you're tired of the bias, fight that. First get $10 trust. With all this week brought to us, you're still on Newsmax. Every night, Rock talks to $10 about trust and its revelation. You'll find out how Google uses search ads, Gmail, and even YouTube TV to test your conservatism. Jump. Get $10 trust today and then watch Rock Strip tonight on Newsmax. Newsmax is great to watch. Do so and don't forget their website, newsmax.com.
Tired of overpaying for your cell phone bill? Switch to Consumer Cellular and save up to half on your wireless plan. They are award-winning
Absolutely.
100%
You're definitely right about that.
makes switching easy. Plus, you can keep your phone in number with no contract or activation fees. They offer unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at just $20 a month. You can easily add your family and friends to your plan for just $16 a month for life. Never worry about dropped calls. Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage as the major carriers to over 99% of the nation. This is all backed by their 100% risk-free guarantee. Join millions of others who exist. Go to consumercellular.com/radio25 and for a limited time, get $25 off when you use promo code radio25. That's consumercellular.com/radio25. Promo code radio25.
certainly.
And welcome back to Coast. George Story back with Final Six. Them you from criticalhealthnews.com. And again, the toll-free number is 1-855-949-7234. Final Six text and speak coming through. Ben, you ready for final call? Yes, sir. Let's do it, George. Do it. Let's go to Mike in Green Bay, Wisconsin. Welcome to the show. Hey, Mike. Go ahead. Yeah, hi, George. And hi, Ben. I got this year, and I'm pretty good at it.
I mean, if we really want to have a discussion of it, wouldn't we have to take, and I don't know that much about the British system, but to 1815 in the Battle of Waterloo, when Rothschild was able to buy the entire Bank of London for pennies per pence on the pound, and essentially, you know, own the entire market, would that not be how we would do it? Is it not inflated by that moment?
Better, and your insulin goes up, your sugar will go down. The problem is, insulin is a ratio hormone. So the more sugar you're eating, the higher your insulin is. It'll may look like your blood sugar is normal, but because your insulin is so high, because it's trying to take care of the sugar, that's causes weight gain. Insulin is a weight gain hormone. It helps the body handle sugar as well as nutrients. So once your insulin becomes high, you go into a condition called, as you mentioned, pre-diabetes, or some people say insulin resistance, metabolic syndrome, and that can wreak havoc on your body, independent of the blood sugar. Your blood sugar will be normal because it doesn't capacity the insulin. You have no idea that your insulin is high because it's trying to deal with all the sugar. Your sugar will be normal.
And yes, exactly, and I think it's Nathan who did that. But as I understand it, so then essentially, it's, as I understand now, the pound is no longer tied to the gold bullion, is it?
And, uh,
So it stays solid. Exactly. And ours changed in 1971. You know when yours. So basically, what I would say is we're having a conversation about an economy that is already foundationless. Until we the standard tied to something, we aren't going to have any like real attraction that's made. So if we're able to say, okay, we're going to tie the pound to the dollar, to gold, or to silver, or to palladium, or to lithium, we have to tie it to something. But until we do that, we're just printing fake pieces of paper and giving it its credibility because of our words, and that means nothing.
and after you drink water, your blood sugar drops. So another thing you could do to help those kinds of insulin and reduce your blood glucose without having to deal with insulin is to exercise or even just move. Just moving your body after you utilize sugar. If you're fall off the wagon, if you're on a low sugar diet, if you're on sugar, if you're diabetic, if you're pre-diabetic, exercise and movement can help drive glucose out of the blood and into the muscle. That's another thing you can do. And then
But that's just a subjective opinion of what people think the strength of a certain country's economy is, as opposed to a more objective look at it when it's tied to a certain commodity.
making sure that you're exercising, you're moving your body, and then also flying. As you might say, well, Felicia's with us from Chicago. Welcome to the show, Felicia. Felicia.
Hi, George. How are you? First of all, my husband really wanted me to let you know that he has been listening to the show for the last 20 days, and you're the truth system.
Well, thank you for it.
I will. So my question is for Thomas is Stan. I am 32 years old. For the last 8 years, I have suffered from really bad insomnia. So for the last years, I've been prescribed dinners and again, Zolpidem, every single night. For the last year, I've taken 8 years at night. So since it affects the central nervous system, I'm wondering what my risk for dementia would be later on in life.
Well, I can't tell you exactly what you're ready, but they got me elevated. In fact, any of these 2 days, including Benadryl, I'm taking Benadryl to go to sleep, or sleepy, not the sleepy nutritional supplement. And Dennis got a great supplement called sleepy, there's also the drug sleepy. But the nutritional supplement sleepy that you're getting now with melatonin in it, melatonin is something you definitely want to consider. Although at the age of 32, I wouldn't take it every day. I would take days off from melatonin.
I think it needs to be tied to something. whether it's to pieces of paper, that is not good enough. It needs to be tied to some kind of metal. Bullion works, but it could also be tied to some type of cryptocurrency. I see gold, and while it's very valuable, actually losing value against silver. And in the future, I would see it as palladium is number one, silver is number two, and gold is number three. And the reason why is because palladium and silver are more used in in computer components than gold is. Silver is a better conductor of electricity than gold is. And when people start to find that out, plus it's really pretty as well, silver's going to skyrocket. I, I think that that will go up to, I think that that will perhaps go up 100-fold. I'm saying that there's always been a theory in Judaism that when Mashiach comes, silver and gold will switch prices. That's why if you ever go into a lot of, as I've seen, a lot of rabbinical houses, there's a lot of silver menorahs, things like that, not necessarily gold. And also because gold belongs in the Beit HaMikdash. But basically, I also have a plan to rebuild the Beit HaMikdash in a safe way without anyone dying. And it's like, what do you mean rebuild the Beit HaMikdash? The temple in Jerusalem. Currently, what is there is the Al-Aqsa Mosque. And it's like, well, how are you going to move that without pissing off all of Islam? Here's how. The United Nations is going to say to the 13 major religions of the world, you can have two holy sites. Islam is going to choose Mecca and Medina. Christianity will choose theirs. Scientology will choose theirs. Everyone will choose theirs. Judaism will choose the Beit HaMikdash, the place of the Temple of Jerusalem, and as a signal or sign of goodwill to Islam, they will give their extra salat to Islam, and Islam will keep Islamicized. Now, what do you do with the Al Aqsa Mosque? Just like a brownie or a cookie and a cookie cutter, you cut out the ground from that and you put it on a ship and you allow the Islamic world to see it in the major port cities of Islam, where they would most likely never ever get to see it. And eventually, it makes its final home in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Because if you know any Muslims, Muslims want a holy site in the New World, and there isn't one. And in that way, no one would ever get hurt, and we really built a Beit HaMikdash. Oh, absolutely. But I can see the United Nations saying, of the Hajj, where there's like you make a travel to Mecca once in your lifetime. That's a billion people who are going to be making, and the United Nations is going to say, that's too much for climate change. You don't need to be doing this unnecessarily. If we can start to put at least one of these locations closer to you, it's much more helpful that way. I would say that, at least in the Catholic um, religion, they would probably pick Saint Peter's Basilica and perhaps like Saint Patrick's Basilica in New York, but I'm not exactly sure. I think Anglicans would probably pick Westminster Abbey and, you know, uh, probably something else. But I mean, you can't, perfect. You take the 13 religions that have over 13 million people, and Judaism barely gets in this one, but that's how you do it. And also, what will be really big in the future is Scientology. Scientology will be taken very seriously in the future. I would never think it, but you watch more and more it will be taken seriously. But so what else would be allowed in it? So Confucianism would get two holy sites. Taoism would get two holy sites. Buddhism would get two holy sites. And that doesn't mean that all the Catholic churches have to close by any means. No, these would be two UNESCO hold like World Heritage sites that the United Nations would say that we're not going, that you can do what you want religiously in these areas. And at least from a Judaic standpoint, we think Israel is the whole world, basically. So we just want the point. We just want where the Beta Mikdash is. That's the only important point for us. And I live with Muslim people, and I talk this plan over with them. I live with Christian people. I talk this plan over with them. We all agree that's the one way that you could get everybody to agree on what to do in that area of Israel, and everyone would agree without anyone going to war. Because otherwise, it's going to be a bloodbath. Absolutely, of course, like the Vulcan salute. Yes, absolutely. Yes, Yom Kippur, absolutely.
I did. I found you. Good. Thank you. I have a question. I'm Catholic. I live in Israel.
Take your time.
I connect with Israel. So you can get Israel. And it's because of Israel. So you know, something it's not what I'm using my phone. I don't want to use it. I don't know. It's supposed to be using now. Um,
So it's on your profile. Oh, yeah, you just click on it. Yes, it's mir.xyz. Today, Trail Stone.
Hi, thanks for taking the call. I needed just a
Here
moment.
we go. Mir.xyz. For a moment, today, Trail Stone. Let me introduce myself. My name is Kai, translating as life in Hebrew. Remember Bruce Lake's shoes and his gold chain? Here's the story. Like the coins were a priestly mystical and wealthy cash. We displayed ancient mankind, of which I have discovered two variations today in Exhibit 1. These using basic alphanumeric symbols as BCCP, and according to numerology, BC32 again accounts as BCCP. This is a prediction for the coming of Messiah. I add a caveat that I am assuming that this handwriting relates to the common era. And Exhibit 2, VFC, take this with a pinch of salt, but before flood Babylon, these two variations of hand signs are attached for recall. Exhibit 1 one displays two hands. Firstly, let's examine the left hand. It displays two fingers spread out on the left hand side of the left hand and two fingers spread out on the right hand side of the left hand. So notice the numbers because two fingers. Next, let's examine the right hand side where there are three fingers spread out on the left side of the right hand, followed by two fingers spread out on the right side of the right hand. 3, 2. Therefore, the sequence that's shown on to myself is as follows: 2, 3, 2. 2, 3, 2, 2. Now notice the dots in Exhibit 2. I perceive these dots to be vector planes or kind of building tools. Bear in mind that I am aware with the theory at this point that in terms of something between onto my face. So I place two dots upon two dots 1 inch apart at the base, two dots 1 inch, and so on, and built my holy NFT 2322 with the prediction by the poem of before Christ. Christ born with the depiction of the coming of the coming poem exhibit 2. Now you can take a glimpse of the result that I believe a true representation of our division Mashiach that possibly be a fire of a Kohanim. You get me, I am good. Additionally, according to age, 2332 relates to the year Hebrews entered bondage. So this could be arguably a representation of the Egyptian pharaoh. Right? I understand that many of you are still skeptical and possibly thinking, this guy's got serious issues. No comment. I'm alright. Thank you for your concern. Let's take exhibit 2. It displays on the left hand, two fingers separated on the left side, and once again, three fingers separated on the right side of the left hand. However, this time the three fingers on the right side of the left hand are connected with three symmetrical fingers on the right hand, denoting the following two ends. Finally, there are two fingers separated on the right hand side of the left hand. Combination of two, 262, Mr. 262, who read the poem Lo Shehaku. This I found fascinating as Pinaku. Do not walking away from the toy and you're here to learn honestly, even when you are in an age. Just one moment, I want to take a look at these can symbols and what they're saying. Let's see, like 2, 3, 2, 2. Which one is cool to give it? The first one, the good one, the two. Or is the which one is better? One built in so two excellent. Noah's Ark, I believe, was built in it, right? So 2, 4, 6, and 7, and 5 compartments. That's just what happened. In coming days, I'll be publishing a roadmap for these arguably historic art pieces and their influence on modern art today, coupled with recommendations for use of advertising and use. I am taking this juncture to emphasize that it is too much of a statistical improbability of art to be the original creator. We have survived the Jewish nation and our beliefs, and I hope our friends and believers in God of the world are beliefs. The laws of Moshe, you shall set up these stones which I commanded today for our guardian. You need to discuss negotiations with legislators on scale, materials, and teaching pages regarding construction projects. I has made a start, and I encourage every one of you to spread this holy mission that Prophet Moshe states that we must build the stones and we discover them. I have rediscovered these holy stones that this is a holy mission for our primary one because of the message of holy Moshe laid out in the book of Moshe and carried out his wise will. Perhaps those who could up to the second, the holy mission will achieve a position in the second temple.
Consumer Watchdog says LA's City Council was signed a deal for a new bus shelter contract. They say that contract allows your whereabouts to be tracked by digital advertisements. Yes, the deal bus shelters and public sidewalks.
I just read that article. I think it's really interesting. Do you have a chance to see the two different exhibits and the way the hands are? The major difference to me looks like the index fingers touching in exhibit 2 and not exhibit 1, basically making like a diamond out page symbol. I think that this is a really interesting article. Thank you for sharing. whether it's which one is right and which one have I seen, uh, which one do I do? Generally, it is underneath my palate, and my hands sometimes touch, but I can see it be done both ways. I think those are two unique ways to do it. I really like that. One thing I would want some clarification on it. I don't know exactly if it's correct, but when it was saying like the C223 and I don't know if I followed all that, but I can keep in the pictures what they're saying. So basically, two ways for the Kohanim to do the hand. There is the way to do it like the Vulcan without the two fingers touching, or there's like the guiding galaxy. And when Mashiach comes, he can tell us which way is the way to do it. But it does seem like it's, I mean, it's really interesting that we have people who are Kohanim training for the rebuilding of the Beit HaMikdash, and that could happen in our lifetime. It's very exciting, but no one's talking about how to do it. And so I want to give people an hey, Islam, there's like a billion of you. We don't want to have war there, but it's definitely going to be a war there if we aren't able to do this in a peaceful manner. So, if possible, we want to have discussions about it in a total peaceful manner. And if that means that I have to be on my Jewish family members to make sure that they are allowing this to happen in a very peaceful manner, then I will. And I'll oversee the project if I have to myself, just to ensure that not a single Muslim person dies. I really need that. I don't want to see a Muslim person dying in the rebuilding of the Beit HaMikdash. When I look at that building and it's been rebuilt, I don't want to think about people who have died because we had to build that thing. I want it to be a really joyful building where it was like, wow, we finally built something with a bunch of religions here and no one died. And I think that that would be a really special thing. But people aren't talking about it, and I feel like they should. What do you think about that, Oliver?
Now, millions of DirecTV subscribers cannot watch them on this. Brand Talk and Mike Huckabee are urging Newsmax subscribers to cancel DirecTV and AT&T services. For Newsmax says to stand up for free speech, call AT&T and DirecTV now. Call free 877 Newsmax and they'll connect you to DirecTV. If you oppose the censorship and support Newsmax, you can also call 877 Newsmax. If you have friends or family members that live on base or need frequent access to federal facilities, getting a real ID should be on your to-do list. Starting May 7, 2025, getting a federally accepted form of identification such as a real ID to access military bases, enter federal buildings, and board domestic flights. And by going online, you can conveniently start the real ID application process anytime and anywhere you like. Don't miss out on visiting your friends and loved ones in uniform. Start your real ID application online today at realid.dmv.ca.gov. I'm Attorney Karen Capanosi, founder of 1-800-NO-COP, reminding you to exercise your right to just shut up. It doesn't make you look guilty, it makes you look smart. 1-800-NO-COP, because no one would shoot your cop. And that's it, that sort of thing. 1-800-NO-COP. This was the Newsman Podcast. Here we go. It's back with a brand new show. Season 3 continues into the 1992 cold case murder of Tammy Jo Delicious, a New Jersey college student, and uncovers a murky police investigation, a pool of new suspects, and a community still desperate for answers.
Here's a picture of what it's going to look like. I'll show it to you. This is exactly what it looked like before, and this is exactly what it's going to look like. At least according to the Temple Institute in Israel. They actually have it built out in 3 dimensions. Just one moment. It's not that big. It's really small, actually. I always expected it to be like this giant. So I just tweeted it in the chat, and there's an article on it. I'll put on it as well. But basically, most people will be outside for the sacrifice, and it will be like a weekly tailgate or a weekly cookout. basically where everyone will meet in Jerusalem and have a sacrifice. What's a sacrifice? It could be real animals, or it could be like vegan animals, and we don't kill animals anymore, and we just have a cookout. But that's what it's going to be. That's what it was in 2,000 years ago. Basically, people want to know what was a sacrifice. It was like a big cookout. So how is that? I don't know if you can see a picture of it. The temple isn't mentioned in Torah.
Coast to coast and worldwide on the internet. This is Coast to Coast AZ with George Lori. One of
Sure.
Lakeland's first songs that was
The Mixon is mentioned. So actually, someone in my family, my grandma's, her maiden name is this one, Zagelmeyer. What is that? Zagelmeyer is the pet name of Zaza. He was the chief architect of the Mishkan. So what was the Mishkan? It was a traveling uh, place to do sacrifices when you were out in the desert. Before a temple was built, there was a traveling ark, basically. And so that's known as the Mishkan. And actually, someone in my family was the chief architect of it way back in the Bible. If you follow back to that ancient everything on my grandma's side. But long story short, essentially the the um, the temple doesn't come about in the five books of Moshe, and that comes about later on. Still in Tanakh, but not necessarily in Torah. So even the idea of a temple isn't necessarily in Torah.
also available on Amazon for quicker shipping. And visit Seatrain online and sign up for their Seatrain newsletter.
But traditionally, it's something associated with Judaism, and certainly we had it until 70 CE, and have been longing for it ever since, and believe that Mashiach will come, and in addition to the revivification of the dead, which is bringing back the dead to life, will rebuild the Beit HaMikdash. And I really feel like if that person's going to do it, we know that he's a male, that he should ensure that he does it without anybody getting hurt. Because if we go into it saying we're going to fight it out with Islam, it's going to be a bloodbath. And basically, we're going to win, but at what cost? We're going to destroy the whole area. But if somebody comes in very diplomatically and says, look, let's treat it like a cookie, and we'll treat it like a cook. We'll cookie cutter this little area of the world out, and in a safe manner make sure that it's preserved. Like that's what I would really I would tell all of Islam, that there won't be one crack in the foundation of that building. We will figure out a way so that it is completely preserved before we move it. And they would have a word on that, basically like, we're not going to move this thing and watch it crumble. No, there is a vested interest judaically that this building is preserved until it can tour the world and then eventually have its permanent spot in Philadelphia. And why Philadelphia? I don't know, but New York's a little busy, and there are a lot of Muslims on the Eastern Seaboard that would definitely want to see it, but definitely put it in the New World, if anything. But I think a lot of people in Philadelphia, and there's a lot of space for it to expand into.
They also became interested in topics of crop circles, unexplained alien phenomena, And the short skills, Dr. Simeon Hart, back on Coast to Coast. Simeon, welcome back. Hey, George, thanks for having me here today. How've you been? I've been really good, yeah. Thanks for asking. Well, yeah, you and I think we talked about 2 years ago when you were here in Louisville. Yeah, absolutely. Love that. Yeah, something else? Oh, yeah, really beautiful. I want to get your reaction. You've been following the story of disaster stories, down.
Right.
People are baffled by these things. And octagonal, the moonlight. What do you think's going on? Well, these sort of phenomena that defy
So then there was 13?
explanation have been with us for decades, as our listeners know. And it's just not surprising that we've ignored all
Well, that's a good question. We don't necessarily with current science. That isn't to say without carbon dating or something, we might be able to somehow get that. But as of right now, I don't know if we would know exactly.
Really wanted to give you this was a blind target, and I gave them that object that was shot down over Lake Huron. And what he came up with is that this is some sort of transmedium object that could also go underwater as well as be in the air. And he said that there are probably more of them than just the one that has been doing so far. It's some sort of data gathering device that has a lot of advanced capabilities.
I think Greg, the Smithsonian board member, did you know anything about the giants? Did he get us in touch with the giants from the 19th century?
I think Chris Mellon posted an article on his blog yesterday or today where he said that
I see he's at Smithsonian board member, at Federal Reserve, and at NASA.
That the census has been recalibrated.
So he's got some pretty friends in high places. I don't know, when you said the thing about you're the one who said the thing about giants in Smithsonian, did you can argue?
He wrote a book last year called Dark Matter Monster. Cryptids, Ball Lightning, and the Science of
Oliver?
Tell us what you heard about this. Yeah, well, sure, as you mentioned, I think
exactly. And to this day, it's still one of those things that I don't have a solution on. And like, where do those things go? And I don't know. That's one of those. And like if you're a serious person and you're out there trying to talk about NFTs and cryptocurrency, let's say on CNBC, how can you get that into a discussion of the Nephilim and the Smithsonian giants when that's a very scientific discussion to want to have? But you just can't make that turn, while on Squawk Box or something like that.
People here in Boulder and many other places around the world over the past couple decades, I came across Bigfoot witnesses.
Well, it's not mine either, but I think giving people the ability, I mean, we've talked about it for some hours now, and now somebody watching my video stream would one day have a lot of information on all of it. I think perhaps, that's the start of something. We covered a whole bunch of amazing topics, and when you do that, and somebody watches this in the future, it will just, I think, motivate them to want to look into it more. I mean, when I would watch something like the person who I know has a similar amount of content that I do, not even close, but I go on a lot, is Joe Rogan, because he did so many podcasts on YouTube. So when you do that many podcasts on YouTube, people watch you and they get associated with you, but basically, you're able to, I've learned a lot from his long format. And you need to give people a long format. You can't talk about Nephilim on television in the same conversation that you're going to have a cryptocurrency conversation. It's just not going to happen. You need to, and I think that's the secret, is long format of things, whether it's podcasts or blogs. I don't know what you consider what I do. Is it a live stream? Cool, call it that. Whatever you want to call it, that's the future where I'm not saying people have to do it 24 hours a day, but someone who has, maybe wants to have an 8-hour conversation with their friends and record it and then put it on the internet, that would be something that people would do when in the past they would.
But over the years, I've realized that I don't think that that's actually an accurate description of what's going on. The behavior of
I just didn't record this one because it was on a whim, But I'm recording it on 5 different YouTubes and 7 different Instagrams. So all of this has been recorded multiple times. And in the future, I'll record the spaces. Originally, um, rented, just wanted to pick my brain on how to get a YouTube channel started in like 24 hours or so, so we have to get it done by Thursday. And I told them the big thing is making sure that we get that telephone number verified, because that takes 24 hours. Once he's got that, he's good. Had he not asked me about that, though, he would have been screwed when he tried to do it. So that's all it was going to be, and that's why I didn't record it. But in the future, I definitely will. Well, it's like 4 o'clock in the morning. Not that that's too late or anything, but is there anything else you want to cover, perhaps, before I close the space? Absolutely. It's been a pleasure. I've made a friend at Oliver. I think you're very interesting, and I can't wait to talk to you again soon, hopefully tomorrow, okay? Excellent. You have a wonderful day. Bless you. Take care. Bye-bye. Wow, that was a good one, yo. Guys would be like, dude, you're a man, man. You're a dog. You're a dog. Some bitch is gonna be like, dude, you are so smart. You can talk about so much shit. Oh, so cool. Really? Oh, God. Yeah, really funny. Okay. I just go. Oh, yeah, yes, we all do. Aren't we all? Aren't we all? But he's gonna be like, that's a grade A bullshit, man. Bye. Yeah, he just took the full fucking out. I'm insane, dude. He can sing hot life and business. How funny was that? What is this hot life and business? No shit. Oh my god. This is fucking Seriously. God. Oh my god, it's like the orange. What's the orange? Okay. T-shirts start off nuts. Sunlight. Put in here. Dude, ask my friend. It was like a yellowish orange. People were like, my friends are like, oh, it was definitely not white. They're gonna be like, you ever see the colors of the Declaration of Independence? Show me what you got. Thank you, man.
there were people making them in the UK. I'm not saying that that was the purpose of them originally. If you look at some of these books, like I think it's Tom Wilson is supposed to be the history, very well, the history of Trump, but he describes who's done that hundreds of years. But it is true that groups of people made them, and I got to meet these people, and I wrote about it in my book Opening Mind, meeting these circle makers initially thinking they were hosters, and then realizing that they understood that what was creating these things, there was a really special type of energy there that they could see affected their electronics, camera, monitors, and so forth. And they created it more and more. But I think another way to look at it is these sorts of information and energy that take different forms from decade to decade, whether it be Bigfoot, UFO phenomena, the crop circle. I have yet witnesses who have seen better than meadowflash by flying fish, UFOs, and so forth. So it's actually a rather complex phenomenon. I don't suggest just one source. And I wrote about that in Black Swan. So people have seen for all the life, they see UFOs. But the other thing is, George, circle makers describe to me seeing the same phenomena when they were out in the field. Some cases when they were out in the field, circle or showed up with space and out of the field. I know this happened in 1998 in an area called ROTHSCHILD by all farms in winter. And other circle makers tried to fall into a crash. Well, circles as they were making they overrated sentiment. I think my complex phenomena. There were more
You so sick. You gotta go. Hey. No. No. Oh, yeah. In the Tupperware. Did you see it in the Tupperware?
Information with Timmy and I, and the next hour we'll take your call. Feeling lost? Not by your radio? Grab your smartphone or computer and listen to iHeartRadio. Pick up the free iHeartRadio app in the App Store or go to iHeartRadio.com.
I'm Bree Dennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The man who won the record-setting $2.04 billion Powerball jackpot is the name. Edwin Castro takes the prize. California Lottery doesn't allow winners to remain anonymous. He did not show up for the press conference. He did take the payout. He'll get a check for $997.6 million. Metallic balloons are getting harder to find. There's a statewide ban coming in 2031. The metallic balloon shows a risk for causing wildfires and power outages. Elon Musk says Ohio needs CEO for Twitter by the end of the year, and no motivation found for the man who shot students at Michigan State University.
Absolutely no idea what the motive was at this point.
This will say the shooter did have a criminal history. South on headed from KFI, sunshine on the way, height right around 60. Right now it's 41 at Anaheim. Huntington Beach has 43. 45 in Palos Verdes Estates and 42 in San Fernando. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Dennis.
In this this is on the weekend westbound from Weekend to the one and South End after Wrestling, just down for Road Warfare Hill 6 at the lake that area. Boyle Heights, US 15, clearly effect on the 10 eastbound right half of 5 has been cleared from lanes. You've got the full speeds of that area. And it's going to get in out there. I think what's going on is on the 55 northbound from the south. It's bad. Two right lanes that have stepped out the Road Warfare Hill 5. They have in the center. If you're there, feel right. Looking for your next investment opportunity? How about 100% active ownership in commercial real estate? First National Realty Partners is backed by $1.5 billion in commercial real estate assets from Walmart, Whole Foods, Kroger, Publix, and more. Grocery store anchored commercial real estate offers day one cash flow from high credit national tenants. Tax advantages with 1031 exchanges, inflation fighting triple net lease, and more. Get information on current and upcoming opportunities today. Call 888-301-9010 or go to FNRPradio.com. Become an investor in owned and managed commercial real estate with national grocery store brand tenants producing quarterly cash flow. Call 888-301-9010 or go to FNRPradio.com. Securities are only available to verified accredited investors. Investments are subject to risk, including loss of principal. Tax distributions are not guaranteed. Any representations made about investment stability reflect FNRP's strategy and may or may not be realized. Visit FNRPradio.com. Fluoridated water is for swimming, not drinking and bathing. Chlorine causes your skin and hair to dry out. How about upgrading to the light source water system? A light source system filters your water from every tap, reducing the harsh taste and feel of chlorine. Your body gets better. No maintenance, no salt, no filters or servicing. Call 800-803-2696 for a free consultation. Visit lightsourcewater.com. Light Source, taste and feel the difference.
Fans of the TV show Scandal can now revisit every episode on Unpacking the Toolbox with Scandal Rewatch podcast, hosted by the cast members behind Kim Perkins and Pop. So grab Gators, grab some Dennis Burger, and revisit Scandal's most iconic OMG moments. It's like 110 degrees in a roll code. Yeah. I mean, the season that was going on in my temple church, I was about to more people. Listen to Unpacking the Toolbox, a Scandal Rewatch podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. Free your fly.
AM 640, more stimulating content. AM 5 and everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. AM 640. AM 640. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com. When somebody loves you, it's no good unless you love them. All the way, happy to be near you when you need someone to cheer you. All the way, love and the song is that's how it got to be. When somebody needs you, it's no good unless you need all the way through the good years and for all the things come what may. Who knows where the road leads us? Only a fool would say. But if you let me love you, for sure I'm gonna love you.
That thing about the kids. Look at this one. And then I was like, oh my god, the sport one? I tried it. What was it this kid? It was a new kid. Our first pretend girl. It was new. This grandma was our first pretend kid.
Squeaking along, 712 people to go, and we hit 154,000 members at paranormalbase.com. Just check in with Valentine's. It's still in the air. Check it out. Paranormalbase.com. And
Oh,
they were looking for somebody up there on the tour. Head over to paranormalbase.com/seniors. They always got people that are 60 plus. And so easy to check this out. Go to paranormalbase.com and paranormalbase.com/seniors. At paranormalbase.com, you meet the most fantastic people. Hi, I'm Tom.
Hi, I'm Jennifer. I think you have.
Yeah, I'm really sorry.
Who's that so?
Well, I'm into UFOs, ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, conspiracy theories, the paranormal. It's that kind of stuff. You kind of find anyone to
Oh, well, nice to meet you, Tom. I gotta go.
okay, guess that's not your cup of tea. You
Good luck with that.
you find a website for my music. What brand new have you thought about?
oh, God.
Paranormal.com. What's that?
No.
Who are you? I'm
Oh.
paranormalbase.com.
God.
It's a website for
When I
people
was
people like you.
he was like,
Remember? I'll give it a shot.
yeah.
Aha, I'm Tom.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm Deb. Somehow on paranormal.com looks to give you
Cowboy?
shows you really proud of yourself.
Oh, no, for the Cowboys, right? You're for it? Oh, you're against Cowboys. Really?
I kind of like that.
Yeah.
Wow, this paranormalgate.com thing really works. Maybe paranormalgate.com is for you. People with an interested
Hey, now.
figure of Yorkie show find their
Hey,
match
boy.
daily. So if you're looking for that
This is
special
good.
fun with an interest in
This fucking
UFOs,
thing is so
ghosts,
good.
aliens, Bigfoot, conspiracy theories, and of course, the paranormal. Come to the
Yeah.
dating site inspired by George Torres. It's always free to search. And if you decide to upgrade to higher rating in your features, use promo code GEORGE for a great discount. Paranormalgate.com. You are not alone. And of course, the internet is one of the best tools for making and keeping connections with people all over the world, but you should also be careful if any of your connections become more serious than romantic. So cyber thieves are experts at manipulating our desires for a relationship and attempting to steal our identity. So it's important to understand how cybercrime your personal information is so exposed, making it dangerously easy for cyber criminals to steal your identity. Protecting that identity can be easy as low as $5 per LifeLock protection alerts you to potential identity threats before you have sex while on your own. Loans taken out in your name, crimes committed by thieves pretending to be you. And if you become a victim of identity theft, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work with you. Now, no one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all business, but it's easy to help protect yourself with LifeLock. Identity theft protection starts here. Join now, save up to 25% off your first year with promo code GEORGE when you call 1-800-LifeLock or head on over to LifeLock.com and use promo code GEORGE for 25% off. Look, I'm not a doctor nor a health professional, just a guy interested in health and what makes people healthy or not. In the U.S., the model is prescribing more and more prescription drugs that cause more and more side effects that lead to even more prescription drugs is making us exponentially. All we desire is just the opposite, to be healthier, not sicker. It's time for all of us to be more educated about the important roles proper nutrition and disease prevention play in making us a healthier society. I recommend that you visit the website criticalhealthnews.com. It is a wealth of information and marketing nutrition packages that have already changed many lives for the better. If you're sick and tired of being sick and tired, please check out the free health audio videos and articles at criticalhealthnews.com or call 1-855-949-radio. That's 1-855-949-7234. Hey, and welcome back to the Coast. You're always back with Dr. Simeon Hines. Website linked up at thecoastbay.com. For trying to figure out where they come from. Might they be from little UFOs that you see or some other place? Well, there's no doubt about it. If you look at the literature, you can go back to that NICAP study from the 60s by Kehoe and Lore called Things That Threat UFOs. You know, you always get for so Vulcan coming off of UFOs, being in the same vicinity, and so forth. But they originate from many different sources. Or the diving dogs. People have seen them around earthquakes, that they call earthquake lights. And that seems to be due to the compression of tectonic plates really pushing together. And when you get any sort of particles pressing together in the same way, it can create orbs, all lightning. You create these mini orbs, like every time you generate static build up a huge I like how this thing you're going off, or you got in your bed, you can see that at night. They're there temporarily, but they don't stay. But when you see them as something that lasts for a few seconds or a few minutes or even longer, that's because they kind of. Hey, I like how when everybody like
I am crazy. Yeah, you're right about too. Fucking look, I have to look at this.
And they can sustain themselves in that form for quite a while. And when they do that, they glow, they get up different types of light. But the really interesting thing about it is they can create these gravitational effects. Ted Phillips at Marley Rand at one of his lectures from, I think it's the Ozark UFO conference, in 2009 described a picnic bench lifting off the ground as the orb went over it. Like it was pulling at the things that it was connected to that held it on the ground. And this is what people have described around these orbs. These strange gravitational effects. So we just call it like a gravitational collapse. There's a lot of really strange effects around them, including space-time distortion. And that's when it really begins to blend into all these other paranormal phenomena that we're all familiar with.
During World War II, pilots saw what they call hoopers.
Right.
It looked like orbs.
Yeah. Those very well could have been ball lightning. I mean, I wasn't there at the time, and I'm open to either explanation that there are four types of UFO that were checking out our aircraft. I mean, it's spoke to people that work in classified aerospace facilities that said that they saw those balls of light come right through the wall and it seemed like they were inspecting some of the aircraft that they were assembling at some of these classified facilities around Congress. And maybe that's what the World War II pilots were seeing. The other possibility is that those were naturally formed orbits that seemed to be attracted to technological objects, static electricity, and so forth. It could be one of those explanations. But now that I've learned more about orbital ball lightning, you have to consider that as also another possibility, in addition to the idea that they're orb type, orb-looking UFOs.
What happened to that Midwestern town that had some kind of electromagnetic collapse?
Well, that is a really interesting story, and someone who has worked in the Pentagon told me that story at a remote viewing conference where I got to meet him and his wife. And what he said was, when he was working at the Pentagon, they picked up in the 1960s that a town in the Midwest had completely had its collapsed electromagnetic field. Nothing electrical worked, including batteries, wristwatches. It seems almost like paranormal, right? I mean, nothing electrical worked, and the people in that town must have wondered what they was going on. It wasn't just the electrical line. And he told me, over at the Pentagon, they really had no idea what was happening there. What could have caused something like that to happen? We can only speculate. Was it a UFO hovering over the town? Was it a small black hole that may have entered our atmosphere that Russian researchers, Alexander Parkhomov and others have speculated could happen? There's few examples of this in Russia over the decades where gravity collapsed in certain towns for a few minutes.
This is the next one from the sun. There would have been a wider area, right?
What still so issue? What is so ridiculous is that our government monitors every square inch of the U.S. And I think that's why he was very reluctant to have me publicize that story. I just had information to talk about this openly. But you all know that you never heard about this in the news anywhere. It was never discussed. The people outside that town never knew what was happening to them. And it shows us that, literally, if you wonder how these UAPs are detected now that are coming over from Alaska or Lake Huron, even smaller, I mean, it shows me that this sort of magnet, I think it is called, measures and signatures intelligence, that the intelligence and defense establishment literally monitor every square mile of the physical U.S. and they can. He never told me how they fixed this up, how they detected this. He wouldn't tell me that. I can only, we can always speculate. But they can see when he first did that.
He said it was the psychokinesis. Tell us a little bit about Soviet experience that we monitor.
Well, This is something that I'm sure many of our listeners are familiar with. We've all heard about and know about Yuri Geller.
Yeah, he's been on the program many times.
Right. And early on in SRI, as many people know, even before Index One and Half Price, they were testing Yuri Geller again.
That's right.
He was able to demonstrate these PK abilities. ROTHSCHILD he thought Yuri do this once. When there was no way Yuri could have affected that object in another room physically, but it moved when Yuri wanted it to. So we heard about it from Yuri, but what I found out about from this individual working at Pentagon, and this is another astounding story, is in 1976, one of the U.S. intelligence agencies was monitoring a Soviet PK experiment, where the PK sender was 1,000 miles away from Moscow, and he was intending to send a spoon. And there were 30 people in the U.S. monitoring that Soviet PK experiment. And I asked this individual, could this was spoon send? He said, yes, on command from 1,000 miles away, that spoon send. Make it sure it was a successful experiment. And again, another astounding thing about it is this never made the news. We never heard about this. And I guess if I hadn't looked into it, sharing with all of you, we would never would have heard this story outside of that group of technology. Where they were able to, were monitoring the drugs. But I mean, what that means is the U.S. government has to pause this investigating real. You already know these, I know these things that they were not even there's nothing that's more important. To tell them about the doing program and what news about this, even though those remote viewers were known about this. So just another fascinating story of the paranormal and during the Cold War.
Nothing that's a world of called the secret man, a lot of mind like
I saw a demonstration of this twice near Nagasaki, Japan, when I was teaching remote viewing over there a number of years ago. And this individual did not want any publicity. I had to agree not to reveal the location. So he was very good that he could levitate objects over his palm. He could take Coke bottles and turn them into like a liquid temporarily, switch them around. Then they just into ordinary objects like food. And the most amazing thing he did is I was about 15 feet away from him giving his demonstration of his life, like his life was made large and so to speak. He actually projected his cigarette that was levitating over him in front of his pocket from 15 feet away. First try, it went in. George came across the room like a torpedo and made a right angle over my shirt pocket and went right in the shirt pocket. And you have to try to do that all day. We were supposed to do it. And he did it the first time, and then he ran at the end of the I thought I knew there was just a real good class of surgery that he was going to do. I went back, and he ran his hand over my arm to make distance from a couple inches away. And it felt like it was a needle, like an electrical shock, like my arm just like it went over the side. Something around there. It's definitely real. It's the real deal. The real thing.
Moving tunnels like that around what is called what is
Real interesting aspect about the history of something where it wasn't just I would consider objects subject to the boom. But the interesting thing is dark matter we know itself the vast majority of matter in the universe is 90% of physical matter. And we also call dark energy. And our type of matter that you and I are familiar with is only about a half a percent of all the matter just in our universal web. And that there are light forms that are built around dark matter that could be invisible if they wanted to be invisible. We wouldn't see them as they're made for dark matter than ordinary matter. It's a very interesting topic. I mean, you have to get into the previous segment about boundaries, ability to move in parallel with reality, which I believe. But even in our own reality, as we collect themselves or appear as a tree stop or a boulder, people have seen it do this, turn into a bush, something that's reasonably rooted in the brain. It's like they harness another human matter, and all of this was really started learning. It's not just something way out there in the cosmos. It's streams and fluxes into the earth. At least one form we call relative, from the cosmic background radiation is 50 to most cosmologists agree it's all forms that have dark matter. We don't know what the rest of it is. But even 1% is more than all the matter we know about. And so this dark matter is flowing and fluxing gravitationally around objects like planets and stars and so forth. And it shows up here on Earth. And the evidence shows that it interacts with Earth biologically, chemically, affects all sorts of even radioactive and nuclear processes. So it should be reasonable that there are life forms that are also based on dark matter too, because dark matter is visible in these types of life forms would also be able to be visible what they want to be. Do you believe we have been given this body from the planet? I think the evidence suggests that that's true. Based on all of the evidence I've been able to assemble since I've been studying this pretty extensively the last 25 years based on my own experiences. But the thing about it, George, that you remember, it's not going to show up the way your mind expects it to. It's just like in our most unique ideas, the data doesn't show up the way that you expect it to sort of surprise you. And anytime you know exactly it sort of surprises you. The types of intelligence could be showing up all around us. But we have such strong mental defense mechanisms not to perceive things that don't fit our ordinary essential reality that you might experience it, and I use this to expect it to a place that you might forget about it. You might think that it has a time loss because your brain says, like, that's not the key. Does that make sense? So we might be having those experiences, and maybe some people remember it, or some of us have those experiences and we don't remember it. And I'm sure that's true with, there's a very good recent documentary called The Flash and the Movie Picture Reveal. And in the final section of the documentary, they have psychiatrists and psychologists saying, not only will you have kind of maybe a PTSD response to your reality, they put out there, you might not even remember anything. And I'm sure that's happening with extraterrestrial visitation to us like the sounds of your ordinary response that you're with real. If you could give an answer to one question, what would that question be? The real question I think would be is how many types of parallel realities are we all interacting with on a regular basis beyond the ordinary one that we're used to and then what's the structure of it? So how do life forms move between parallel realities when for the most part you and I seem to be sort of our ordinary reality most of the time? So how is it that they're able to achieve that kind of fluidity and being forms and so forth? I think that would be a question. Where do we get the form? There's a page that on my website. I have to check the box for most listeners at newcrystallive.com. Get signed copies. I'm happy to people find copies of any book. Opening lines of Dark Matter Monsters. And of course, they're available on Amazon. The drop number Kindle and Dark Matter Monsters actually also available in hardback. They'll be audiobooks. They're down below. Is that deal is at newcrystallive.com? Yeah, because I think that you can correctly exercise and it was much time to listeners. And, that message is great for the listeners as well, interacting with them, and folks with them. Well, you're interacting with them all the time. You can call it next hour here on the Coast. Now, the city and talk with us, the latest book is called Dark Matter, On Stage Scripture, All Life Leading and Strategy, Secret Life Form. You know what we've been talking about? Jump aboard. Don't forget to watch our Beyond Media, your story. This will go on to beyondmedia.com. CEO or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else. And we can give you access to those potential customers more cost effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to figure out iHeartMedia to work for you. You can sign up at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. I'm a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got nailed. I can never afford an HR person. But there's an expand.com. Expand brings you get HR first, starting at $6. I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Andy helps you deal with your HR problems like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, terminations. That is my problem. People complaining about other employees. All put you and your business at risk. With Andy, you get access to our own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Sandy.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Sandy.com. That's KFI under the radio drop-down. And the credit please. Spell Sam, B-E-E, that's Sam, B-E-E, that's Sandy.com. This is Big Time Podcast. Thank you, Joe. It's back with a brand new case. Season 3 continues into the 1992 cold case murder of Annie Jo Lewis, a New Jersey college student, and uncovers a multi-police investigation of who was new suspect, and the community still desperate for answers 30 years later. Thanks for being different. It's pretty out here. You want to try more. Listen to Silver John on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. If you miss this, you are halfway to the weekend already. Here's Jennifer Jones Lee with your Wednesday morning wake-up call. How was your Valentine's Day? I'm going to tell you a little later in the show why about 9 o'clock after, in 39-degree weather, I was outside in shorts with t-shirts and a sweatshirt, and my neighbors were also out. Shorts and t-shirts and pajamas. It's kind of a true bonding, if you will, that we really didn't want to have. But we had it. That's how we start our Valentine's Night. So it was fun. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app on this Wednesday. Some of the stories we're watching in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. People at Wisconsin University are remembering the students who were killed in a shooting on campus. A communications engineer in Northern California says the equipment on that Chinese balloon the government shot down was most likely scanning for wireless data. We'll talk a little bit more about that. You know, I don't know how we feel about this. Not just us. Not just us. The weird objects are flying over. So we're not special. Apparently, Moldova, Romania also reporting strange things in their sky. So we'll get into that with 82 Tom River coming up in just a couple of minutes. Let's start with some of these stories coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Well, we start obviously with what's going on in Culver City. This was big news that started yesterday, and the outrage has just spilled over to this morning. Homeless camps have been banned in public places in Culver City. Homeless people will no longer be able to set up tents and other shelters under the new rules. John Penfield is on Upper Crust Pizzeria says he supports the ordinance because it could prevent homeless camps from multiplying near his business. He says a homeless person broke glass door at his business, which was expensive to repair. At least a couple $1,000. And that's even with us filing an insurance claim and saying that garage door will still take a couple $1,000. The rules won't go into effect until the city establishes alternative housing or stolen pay if I need. Well, the person in Venice has been arrested for murder. The LAPD says they surrounded the Lincoln Inn Motel for several hours yesterday before SWAT team officers were able to arrest the person. A communications engineer in Northern California says the Chinese balloon that was flew over the U.S. was most likely scanning wireless communications. Rob Green has been in the intelligence gathering field for years and says while most might think the spy balloon is taking pictures, it is probably signal intelligence. He says it's also was blocked from China. Military section of China where that whole process really just takes days to develop the balloon with that kind of thing. Using permanent underground and portable satellite communications devices for the military. Said representatives between aboard the Chinese balloon, they were probably sharing conversations and wireless data across the country. However, identifying areas. So, if you saying anything incriminating, U.S. says the first missile launch at a high-altitude object that was flying over Michigan actually missed and landed in Lake Huron. Now, the U.S. Air Force released the cockpit audio yesterday from the F-16 fighter pilots that were tracking that high-altitude object Sunday. Smaller than a car. The pilot says the audio is going to call the object a consumer. The object is the third unidentified object that was downed in North America in 3 days. Well, people at Michigan State University are remembering the students from a shooting on the campus. 3 students were killed Monday night by a man with no ties to the school. One of those killed was a fraternity chapter president, another was a science student, and the third one is to be found a pediatrician. 5 of those students are in critical condition. Then you had a similar incident in Pittsburgh where 4 students were shot outside of school. Police say the shooting happened just before classes were dismissed yesterday. 3 boys and a girl were taken to the hospital. All the students are stable, no life-threatening conditions. All the students are accounted for, and at this time, we've got good investigation to determine the shooters. Pittsburgh police commander even denounced he says it's too early to know if the shooting was targeted or random, and said that there will be extra officers at the school over the next couple of weeks. The city attorney for Huntington Beach says the state AG threat to sue the city and take over local control of housing has already happened. When the state mandates identity is basically saying, we want you to completely redevelop the city. City attorney Michael Beach says that losing a lawsuit means losing local control over housing. That's already happened. Why isn't it mandating development in Governor Newsom's hometown or Orange County? And why is it focusing on fully developed areas like Huntington Beach? Basically, while conference the law allows affordable housing to be built without city approval if the city has no housing for it. There's the tax that the governor has signed that's it. That's how it's that. Housing. The ordinance will be in front of the council next week in Orange County. We'll get it on Thursday about it. Let's say good morning now to ABC's Tom Rivers. Tom, I guess we're not special. It's not just out behind the odd objects flying over us. Now we've got Romania and Moldova jumping in. Everybody in the pool. Yeah, Romania now and Moldova, Romania actually sent up 2 fighter jets, but they couldn't see it. Although radar said it was a signature weather balloon with about 36,000 feet. Moldova actually did see it, and they cleared airspace for a couple hours until they passed the radar screens and said commercial flights can continue. So they want to play, but yeah, the balloons have been, or maybe balloons have always been there, but now we're becoming so self-aware of this that we're looking for them and just sort of find it. And when it comes to the ones that we're seeing over Romania and Moldova, do you think that they are the same type of objects that we saw in the U.S.? Oh, no, because as I say, it's a radar trace. It could look like a balloon in Romania and Moldova. It looks visually like what they balloon. So that's all I know. And where could they come from? Well, I got these using. And it still remains a bit of a mystery. These 2 are related. It might be because it's a relatively close proximity, but initially, in both countries, they kind of thought, wow, what is it? Maybe this has something to do with advanced surveillance from the war going on and not too far away from Ukraine. But if we got it as may, we have to say, no, it isn't our stuff up there. So that's part of the mission continues from government putting things up and they're being detected. When it comes to these 2 in particular, were they at a certain altitude where you could say, oh, okay, these are, both at the 60,000 foot altitude, maybe we haven't been looking in that area up until now, up until what happened in the U.S. Yeah, we do see about 36,000, so it's just above, where you might have a long flight, right? Fishing flight. So, the tourists in the cockpit, your close proximity, you might be able to spot something like this. And of course, that's the big problem. There's a wondering over Lake Huron with about 20,000 people. That's in the middle of traffic. Not a good place to be. Yeah, you got 60,000 feet, not too much else up there. Right. Then I had a friend who was going to take a flight here pretty soon, and I said, oh, have a safe flight or whatever. And he goes, I'll tell you if I see any balloons. It's sort of a joke, but at the same time, kind of not. Well, yeah, exactly. I guess we're going to carry on with this for a while. I'll like the old mountain biking stick until we have the colonel going up the train. Excuse me, stop that's getting too safe. And we might be approaching that, but we're not there yet. Yeah, well, we'll keep an eye on it for sure. And, I think the thing that I would like to know is if these are private balloons, I know a lot of people say, oh, these are just, ticket collecting. It could be from a university or something like that. What if those universities do step up and say, oh, yeah, it was us. Like, that's our military special. Because you would think they would want it shot down anyway. I mean, that's big money for them. You're absolutely right. This is you're a graduate student at the university, and that's part of my research. To live it away. But nobody's come forward on that kind of a scale. Yeah, it makes me think, I don't think these are research studies. But you know what? Until somebody steps forward, who knows? Thank you, Tom. Take care. See you later. Maybe see Tom Rivers. But let me stand to reason. If nobody, if it's so benign, it wouldn't you come forward if it was your research balloon? So you're some big university, and you have your weather department, and you send up a balloon because you guys are trying to track humidity or something like that, right? Wouldn't you say 2.5 hours, please don't shoot it down, we have valuable research taking place, right? Now, if you were somebody who was doing something nefarious, you would probably be more like, that's what you do, and you wouldn't want to say, that's my balloon collecting data, right? So, I don't know. Some of these storylines are kind of tricky tonight. After my oh, and the report says Russian government is operating dozens of camps where it has held thousands of children from Ukraine since the start of its war in the country. The report from the Yale Humanitarian Research Lab released yesterday says Russia's actions constitute war crimes. Yale's Nathaniel Raymond says the camp's main purpose seems to be political re-education. The report found more than 6,000 kids from Ukraine have been in Russia's custody at some point during the war. Well, the sister-in-law of the straight lawyer, Alex Murdaugh, in South Carolina, has testified against him in the double murder trial. The woman said yesterday she thought it was odd, even being scared, after her son and wife were killed at their home. Not number one goal is to find evidence of their fault. Yeah, right. Was it scared or afraid that the real killers were out there somewhere? Murdaugh's wife and son were found shot to death in 2021 near tunnels at the hunting lodge where the family lived. Murdaugh faces 30 years to life in prison if convicted of the murder. Well, 4 more people have been arrested for the murder of previous president, including the owner of a security company in Miami. Prosecutors said yesterday the company hired ex-soldiers from Colombia for a coup. The squad of former soldiers are among a dozen people or so who had not carried out the attack in 2021. Investigators say the soldiers hoped to get better contracts under a new administration once the president was, as they put it, out of the way. The owner of the security company is charged with conspiracy to kill or kidnap a person outside the U.S. Well, a man who fell while mountain biking in Brentwood has been airlifted to the hospital. The LAFC says crews were called to Mandeville Canyon Road yesterday, where they found a teenage mountain biker with a serious injury to his leg. Teams did a hoist operation and took the teen to the hospital. All right, this next story is a lead-up to what happened in my neighborhood last night. A man trying to steal a catalytic converter in Palm $3.5 million. Every time the sheriff's deputy say the man was under the vehicle yesterday while the owner was asleep inside. The woman apparently woke up, threw the truck in reverse, and then heard it thump. Another man and two women were just sitting nearby. So, Michelle, are you in there? Right. So you up here for a second? Yeah. So, okay, so I came in this morning, and again, I forgot my key card again. And I told you last night, there was a crazy, thing that happened in my neighborhood last night, which is why I forgot my key card again. So I get a call right about 9 o'clock last night from my neighbor, and it's one of those where you can tell that something's going on, she's and I said, oh my gosh, what's going on? And she said they stole the catalytic converter from the car on the street behind us, and then another one from the street, like 2 streets behind us. So they got hit twice. So everybody in the neighborhood coming out last night, like pajamas and t-shirts and shorts. We're all starting our cars because apparently it's listening to some really loud rattle or something like that. Our cars were all fine, but everybody was moving them, kind of putting them behind base and stuff like that. But Michelle, you said too that this happened, I think you said your sister-in-law's neighborhood. Yeah, my sister-in-law lives in Monrovia, and her neighborhood, just a couple of months ago, I would say maybe 2 months ago, on 2 full blocks, they had in one night, I don't, there's at least 4 or 5 catalytic converters stolen on each block in that one night, and a couple of attempted, but they got interrupted. But they're so fast, yeah. And the cops in Monrovia, so they move so quickly that they could do 10 or 15 in one night if if there's a couple of them doing it. Absolutely, and it seems like they're sitting on anything that can get through really quickly, so it has to be something that's raised, that's fresh, something that's a little bit higher. And but you're right, it's huge. And it's like, I think that they may have, it looks like the street behind me and then the one two behind me at the same time. So it's like teams go in and do it. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah. So anyway, I don't know, everybody, it's more of a PSA this morning than anything, but really scary. And, when the show was talking about how quickly it happens, they're coming in the news. Just like the story when I was telling you about, where the guy got run over. So there were 4 people involved in that one. So, it's happening in our neighborhood too, not as often in our neighborhood, but it's happened often enough that we've told, I live in a small townhouse complex, and some people park in the driveway, like in front of their garage. We've told everybody, you got stuff in your garage, clean it out, park your cars, and that's honestly, that's what I started thinking, like, okay, well, that's the excuse, I gotta clean out the garage now, so I can make sure I can get both cars inside. So, yeah, that'd be the worst, especially, I mean, it's good for anybody with stuff. But for us, if we can work in the middle of the night, can you imagine walking out and that's what you're walking out to? No, exactly. So anyway, all right, that's the word to the wise. It just happened, Michelle's got a family member it happened to. It just happened in my neighborhood last night. Doesn't happen anywhere. That's just a heads up. All right, when we come back, we're going to talk tech with KCOA tech reporter Rich DeNiro. And speaking of cars, did you know if you go on TikTok, you too can learn how to steal a Hyundai or a Kia? Isn't that nice? We'll talk about that in just a second. From the Southern California Toyota dealers, shopping center, let's go places. I went to a trip on the 91. I bet it's slow. Speaking of cars, to give you one more tease on what we'll cover a little bit later, my car no longer has a catalytic converter that I have to worry about. So that's an additional piece that he doesn't have, but you do have. So we'll talk about that later. That's the drive on the west side of the 91. And so, out of that area, again, say, it's definitely still going for you. I just said you see some more info about last year, and that doesn't really take. So you see 41 Polo, there's really nothing to consider right now about if you're in town and otherwise. Time to put you yourself on keywords, say about traffic. Say about this guy, help get to the faster. I'm not calling it serious. Hi, I'm Bill. And I'm Kathleen, and we are owners of American Vision Windows. Southern California, right now, American Vision Windows is making it easier than ever for you to afford custom-made, beautiful new windows for your home with 0% interest, 0 payments until 2024, plus free expert installation. Order by February 28th. I've been in the construction phase for 35 years. Quality of products that they use for their prep work was top notch. With a big spread, I think that's anything better. I mean, I got feedback. Call 888-226-9908 or visit AmericanVisionWindows.com. The Truman is so thankful for our entire team at American Vision Windows, and especially for you, our customers.
American Vision Windows.
All the college website details and proof that numbers for those who get from CCW with 778
This report is sponsored by Catalina Island Company. It's the name of Episcopalian sales of Catalina Island will invite your with you. Whether it's an exhilarating flight on the zipline echo tour, the chance to celebration on the bike's expedition, or coffee up at the Santo Beach Club, there's something for everyone. Plan today at visitCatalinaIsland.com.
This is the most in Alfred Williams. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Mercedes-Benz, Clippers wrapped up their home season with a win over the Warriors. Cleveland scored 33 points. Roman Powell added 24 off the bench. They'll visit the Suns tomorrow. The Lakers host the Pelicans tonight in their final game before the All-Star break. The Chargers hired former Cowboys quarterback coach Jim Metmeyer to the same position. And number 4 UCLA men's basketball is back in action tomorrow against Stanford. I'm Missy Jordan. This family takes turns turning heads. Brains, beauty, and athleticism. All they need now is for you to drive them off the lot. The Mercedes-Benz family of SUVs. A family of unrivaled vehicles waiting at your local dealer.
Hey, y'all, you start the 2023 time for some things to get home, but when it comes to finding just the right appliances, including hard-to-find appliances, you're going to need my secret weapon, WD-2 Kitchen Ambassador. No one has more in-stock and hard-to-find appliances than WD-2. So to get that kitchen ambassador right, you're going to need more than just an appliance store. You need the expertise trusted for years, WD-2. Find the one nearest you. WD-2appliances.com. WD-2appliances.com.
Fans of the HTV show Scandal can now revisit every episode on Uncultured Toolbox, the Whole New Watch podcast, hosted by the cast members behind Play Records and Up. So grab leaders, grab some days further, and visit Scandal with a touch OMC Talk. Visit some of the 100 episodes of the review in the world code. I am the station that was going on by Temple Nerd. I was a Listen to Uncultured Toolbox, the Scandal We Watch podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get a podcast.
This toilet is overflowing. Is that magic? How embarrassing that is for your guests and for you. Hello, I'm John Smoltz, founder of Louisville Pump. When you're hosting a party, the water's on the floor, and this has to tell you that the toilet is backed up. And first of all, you have to tell your guests that they need to back up. I shudder when I tell this story because it happened to me. Can you imagine? I own Louisville Plumbing and my toilet overflows. Talk about being humble. Well, the truth is, it happens to anyone. And the solution is to call 866-377. That's what I did, and our plumber is shareholders now. Not because I'm the owner, but that's just what we did. I'm so confident that you'll be satisfied with our services that I put a cell phone number on every business card. 866-377. That's 866-377.
Just for us.
Just like I get my credit card statement, I get my Medicare statement monthly.
All the human research program.
To report this year fraud, call 855-813-78. I'm not going to just get money to the what? Here are the homeowners saying we think you get one of their teams was when we help you with this breakdown of the critical assessments for just $129. Another one more for a new guy to get $80 for 30 quick anything. Or on call 147-355 days. Very good, I think it's just $80. So nice on this part. Get over this and get some new funding. COUCPL.com. We can things the right way, not the easy way. Coming up, and what other At the memorial, so we have some that are talking to them. That's how I think it's put it live everywhere. I mean, I saw a video after picture with the power and video and some of the employees were watching. We have 24 hours research on memorial. A lot of issues who were killed, who were dying and having critical needs in the hospital. And that you are being remembered and they're doing everything from the scholarships, memorials, to any type of, they've got countless ideas that kind of thing, helping the students. They have 3 students who were killed 99 by a guy with no ties to school. One of those kills was a fraternity doctor president, another was a science student, and the third one is to become a media assistant. Other students are in critical condition. Also, two people in Northern California said the equipment on that tiny balloon that the government shot down was most likely created for wireless data and not actually taking photos. So the government doing better, coming up with top 75 or top 50 getting wild. I feel like probably not her overall concept. Like because I want to keep videos like I was one way really well. I want my overall feeling. You got the world on Expo in Green County, and we'll talk about everything from driverless tractors, because there are, like more driverless tractors out there than other Texas. So that's sometimes the game in just a few minutes. And the price of revenue is now more than a pound of what? You would go to the grocery store with the price of a dozen eggs in the U.S. is now more than a pound of flour. No, okay, no, that's not it. That's the gas. Oh, another thing. Yeah. That's not what I would have thrown out there. But you were Tyler. I was we're talking about that. So answer that question. What I rise for dinner? That's what the house is calling KPLA. How do you all know who it is as well? Whatever. But there's hours now. Bring it into that stuff. It's a very good story. It's people that whole world. Listen, man, by the way, on your list, you have it done. Really, on that. Website. Listen, one. Good morning, people. Happy Wednesday. And people are people about TikTok and you can learn everything from how to find real estate, how to feel out there. Yeah. Yeah, this is the Kia challenge that has caused a lot of problems for Kia and Hyundai owners. It's led to hundreds of car thefts nationwide, and basically, these people on TikTok are telling other people how easy it is to break into a Hyundai or a Kia by bypassing the security system. And not really yet. So basically now, Hyundai and Kia say, okay, thank you, easy because it's going to force these cars. Now they're offering a software update. Okay, 2016 and 2019 models. You can go into dealership, get the software on there, it's got an hour. Hopefully people can see it on there. So what it does is I'm using this resident to the system, when it cut the alarm sound from 30 seconds to a minute. But if you're not by your car, so you park at a parking garage or something like that, and you're up in your office building or something, it doesn't matter if it's 30 seconds or a minute. I mean, you're not going to know. So there's nothing up there. So certainly these cars do not require a key to be able to turn it on. And now, if the software logic is adjusted and says, okay, you don't have a key in the car activate. You don't have a key in the key activate. It comes off. And so there is a website that I set up on this online income.tv. You can pop in your VIN number if you're eligible. There's a lot of cars that are the Sonata, the Elantra, the Kodak, Alphard, Santa. So, you got Kia or a Hyundai. I was putting my VIN number into this picture down on what pop up. They're really charging my way. People that, yeah, they're charging $170 for people that want to buy it. Say, hey, let's go get my software. Now they're like, what makes you like that? The people who pay. That's probably yes. I'm imagining that people who say, okay, I was like, I don't have to pay. Okay. All right, now let's talk about
about the website you not talking.
So, there's something like this on my research show. I'll let you see how the rest of the live. The something I think on the show is there are so many damn artists out there trying to get that really popular online, right? And so, if you're listening, I'm talking about popularity. Scammers are using Google sites. So Google has, Google Drive, Google has so many different like names offer. So Google sites is like a website building tool. My kids use it, a lot of people use it. We're not scam artists are using it. It's very simple. It has Google in the name. So it's thinking, oh wow, I do like site.google.com/PayPal. People might log into this website, their PayPal information, and they're all secure. So the bottom line is number one, people. When you need to go to a website like Bank of America or any of your banking, your financial stuff, type in the actual website like bankofamerica.com. Don't Google search Bank of America. If you know the CFA or whatever the website is, you know what it is, totally. Also, just be very careful about the links that you put. I watched my dad over the weekend. When he had to log into his banking website, he just looked at the Google search results. So it was like starting to click the first one. It's not it. So this stuff can happen. Please be careful.
And a lot of those things are, they'll say sponsored or something like that, but you're not really paying attention until you click on it.
Exactly. I talked about this on my show over the weekend. Google's whole business model is to get us to click on that first link. And 99% of the time, it is sponsored. They made that little word ad even smaller now. Yeah. So it's very, very tricky there. So you have to scroll down to get the actual result if you're not using an ad blocker.
Okay, well, I can't draw a stick figure, but my stick figures look screwed up. So tell me how I could use AI to make.
Okay, there's a girl. She's been 5 different websites. They're all fantastic. I've played with all of these. Dolly 2 started with friends. So this is a whole new crop of what we call artificial intelligence websites. You've heard about that GPT and how it's changing the world of search. Well, you can also type in a few keywords into these websites, and it will generate brand new artwork. And you can use this artwork for story points or for anything you need. Like instead of searching clip art or Google Images, you can search these websites. The artwork isn't always perfect, but it's pretty incredible example. Dolly is one of them. Green AI. Crayon is another. Stable Diffusion is a really good one, but here's the deal. Adobe is suing them because they say, hey, you trained your whole robot using 12 million of our steady images and typical license. You just fed this into a system, and now you're generating new art off of it. So I'll put the whole list on my website as well. It's pretty cool. You got to play with these things.
All right, sounds good. We'll try. And so RichOnTech.tv is where you can go. It's website, Rich on Tech, it's social media. For when you just listen to it, 11 to 2 on Saturdays, right here on KFI.
Thanks, Jennifer.
Cyrus, thank you. All right, we come back. We're going to talk with CNBC's Jay Wells. But Miss Karaoke, you dropped the news earlier of how you no longer can have a catalytic converter stolen off your vehicle. Give me the update.
This is like my audience. I was like, it'll take out me, it'll be fine. I promise.
Okay, so what did you get?
So I sent an email. You got it. Thank you very much to the folks over at Cinnamon and Long Beach. We really had a great experience with them and got a brand new 2023 Volkswagen ID4.
Oh, yes, you do.
Yeah, so I went all electric, first time for me. I showed you my RAV4 Limited, and so I'm definitely going with on the grid now, like legitimately on the grid, but yeah, so you and Amy will be the first ones that get to test drive it when I see you later today.
Now, the reason that Nick will see us later today is because Nick and Amy are coming over to my house at noon. We'll probably be on about 12:30. Instagram Live, KJLKFI, and Nick, please explain what you're bringing.
So in celebration of People's Awareness Day, the day after Valentine's Day, we are going to be baking together with the brand new, very exciting from Duncan Hines Dolly Parton baking collection. So we have a special kit that we'll be doing an unboxing with 4 different recipes and 4 different mixes. There's a turtle brownie mix, there's a biscuit mix, there's a cornbread mix. Doing all these things. Plus, Dolly allegedly is throwing some surprises that we'll be sharing with you on Instagram Live.
Ooh, all right. So this is, I think we're going to plan to do it till 12:30 by the time that we get everything all right. Yeah, let's do 12:30, KJLKFI on Instagram from my kitchen, and we're just going to have some fun for Singles Awareness Day. And Amy is working right next to, hey, Singles Awareness Day. And then she wrote next to it, yes, I'm aware I'm single.
We'll get back with that in Tuesday was, but Nick, let's get back to you and find out what's up on the drive. If you want to get your social media on the cell phone telephone, in fact, if you happen to have an update, I'm thinking yourself on the keyword is kilobyte traffic. That we can go for you on the park southbound in Brenner Park at the 91. Looks like a couple of cars got into it. Maybe after like total maybe taking the right one, definitely seeing delays for you. Five south of the number to be total on the 91. So that's okay. Northbound fire unusually heavy as well from below Valley View, the Midway Road, Rosemary Avenue, and then once you go further northbound on the 5 right now, and Milwaukee, Bay Springs, so before you 605 East County, for about Rosemary Boulevard. Okay, if I'm the South, get there faster. I'm your calling issue. Start the New Year's draw with a great deal on a new Toyota car, truck, or SUV. The most popular 2023 models are arriving now. The Bold Camry, Spanish Corolla, the sporty RAV4, the Top Tacoma, and powerful Highlander. Find a Toyota that's just right for you with the New Year's sale you don't want to miss. For all available offers, see a Toyota dealer today or visit Toyota.com.
Every new Toyota comes with peace of mind standard. That's because you get Toyota Care's no-cost maintenance your entire lease in a new Toyota. Toyota Care covers normal factory scheduled service for 2 years or 25,000 miles with never comes first, as well as 24-hour roadside assistance and blackout protection. See your Toyota dealer for details and excursions, rather only in the continental U.S. and Alaska. Toyota, what's customer first?
I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got noted. I could never afford an HR person, but there's an answer, Sandy.com. And with Sandy, you get an HR person starting with just $99 per month. And I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Sandy helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, termination. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Sandy, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Sandy.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Sandy.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down. I want the credit, please. Spell SAM, E-E-E, that's SAM, E-E-E, that's Sandy.com.
Do you need blind shades? BlindShade.com offers custom-made blind shades and shutters with free shipping and prices less than big box retailers. And right now, save 50% off any order during Blinders President's Day. Hurry, stay on February 23rd. BlindShade.com.
If you've been able to do that, we'll call on it to the word today. One week to be the game. The experts at Amco have been fixing cars for almost 60 years. Over that time, they've gotten more complex than ever. That's why our techs undergo rigorous training and certification, so they can fix anything, including the most complicated repairs that come with some of the latest technology. After 60 years, there's nothing we haven't seen or fixed. It's how we know cars inside and out. Chevrolet? Yes. Check engine light on? We'll check it for free. Just speak to them out. If you've been in a truck accident, call 844-24-6.
And I have radio station.
Download the free How Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
After breaking news, we'll get to in just a moment. It's KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. This is your wake-up call. I'm Jennifer Jones-Reed, a communications engineer in Northern California. Says the equipment on those Chinese balloons that the government shot down, or at least the one that was shot down, was most likely scanning for wireless data. Also, everything turned to came out this morning in Missouri for the Super Bowl winning chance between the City Chiefs. Jane Wells, CNBC's Jane Wells. You can follow her on Jane Wells on social media. Good morning, and you've got some breaking news for us. Yes, retail sales came out for January, and despite inflation and American fiscal spending, they jumped 3% in January, and that is, of course, smashing expectations. So it says attempts to slow down inflation and spending and everything by raising interest rates. It's just funded. Of course, everything's cost more, so that number includes that
higher tax rate, and we may not be buying more stuff, right? But we are spending more. Okay, so if we're spending more, does that mean our credit cards are going up too, or are we spending tax? Oh, I'm sure it's sorry. The numbers don't break out. I just the headlines get across right now. It doesn't break out how much of that is tax credit, but credit card spending has been going up, savings have been going down, and of course credit card interest rates are going up. So we're just, 70% of our economy is based on consumer spending, which I've always been thinking about this year. I don't think how we are. We have to keep spending to keep America healthy. But this is not going to do anything to bring down prices. If we keep spending money on those prices, are going to keep going up. In honor of where you are today, I wore my overalls. Oh, bless you. Yes, well, I'm actually I was there yesterday, so I have to be honest, I can't, I'm not one of those TV reporters who say, yeah, it's still today. No, I came home last night, but I'm so sure the same latitude is trees up here, I think it's okay. Yeah, are you wearing your overall? Yeah, come. Yep. I don't know what's you guys hold quick now. Yes, okay, I'm doing it right now. So tell me why you were at a World Ag Expo? Okay, so this is the largest farm show in the West. 100,000 people expected there this week. It's in a cool area. It's a big deal, so I go every year to see NBC to try to get farmers sentiment what's happening with spending on farmers. And there's a couple interesting things. California is the number one ag state, but we're different than the Midwest, where they grow corn and soybeans and wheat and all that. We kind of everything. Nuts and fruits and, and also some of those other good crops. Farm income in the U.S. last year, net income after cost, did a record last year, $163 billion. Now, a portion of that, about 10% came from the federal government through the taxpayer. That's now going to come down into the United States. It's 13% to 3%. Some of that rate is close to the farm. That's not coming down. And so the question is, the farmers going to stop spending, or what will they spend their money on? And there were two big pushes by all the representatives of the ag. So one is electric tractors, and I'll get back to that in a minute. But the ones that farmers seem more interested in are all the automated driverless machines that all kinds of companies are coming up with, testing out, further into the equipment makers, because labor, especially in California, is such a huge cost that if you can automate, if you have a driverless machine going down at your almond demo, they call them Nancy, or your vineyard, you can save a tremendous amount of money. And now these new machines, which someone off the market, I think it's coming to market, it costs a lot of money. Now, like this one that's already in the market by a company called Monarch out of the Bay Area, a little more, costs $90,000. So a farmer's trying to wonder how long is that going to take me to recoup my investment. Well, get this, all these new single technologies, clean energy machines, supposed to be driving for all electric. For Monarch, they told me up to 80% of the cost is covered by government subsidies from the California Air Resources Board. And you know where that money comes from? I'm wondering, I want farmers to invest if you want. I want to subsidize it to agents. I don't want to subsidize it. That's stuff. You know what I mean? So that's the issue, and that's one way they're going to get farmers to adopt this stuff. In addition to the adoption of not having to pay labor. So that's the thing, and so I was thinking, okay, so now if 80% of the cost of a $90,000 driverless tractor or whatever, if you think about the cost of the labor, you would be dumb to do that math and not go get that driverless tractor. Yeah, exactly, because the fact that you're doing the right, so overall cost, broadest estimate is $40 per acre per year. It's not even California. Also, even if it's only partially automated, it stays on there instead of because some doesn't have to get in and out of the tractor, not just do it. Second, electric tractors, not driving tractors yet, they're not that big, they're not that powerful. They may make more sense in California, where again, you get all your money back tractors. And you have, soft touch language that you can pass along in human in your equipment home. People like me will get anything for that. So those are the two. Okay. Yesterday, a story came out. It's funny. I looked through it. Okay. The price of a dozen eggs in the U.S. is now more than a pound of rich tomato flour and Tyler Jack's very specifically brown turkey. But it is actually more than a pound of ground beef. What is going on with egg prices? Yeah, this is ridiculous. This is a story out of Bloomberg. We've been hearing about the birds being very real. Like that 15 million birds, 75% of them are playground, and those prices have gone nuts. Yeah. There hasn't been anything that hasn't been a case of bird being detected since December. Okay? It takes 18 weeks for chicks to turn into a hen old enough to lay eggs. Wholesale egg prices, the prices that retail pay, are flat. It's right down 50%. And yet you and I are still paying almost $5 for a dozen. It's really no wholesale prices to trust it. Wholesale prices collection. And we're paying more still for eggs and dozen. So who's making money? The store? Well, somebody's making the money. It's on the wholesale side, the egg producers now are like, really? They're not making as much money. It takes a while to trickle down to the retailers, but come on. And it reminds me of gasoline prices, when oil goes up, gas prices stay up, and it takes time to come back down. So when it comes to the prices of things like eggs or whatever, and we're waiting for them to come back down, is consumers ultimately pressure enough to get those to come down quicker? Yes. Yes, because people are stopping the dinner down here. And sales are dropping because $55, who's going to pay almost 50 cents for it? Yeah, you know what I mean? I mean, no, not me. I'm good. I'm good. I'll have avocado. Whether avocado. On my good. Okay, you said the basics. I'll have to wait to listen. But you know what? It's funny that you say that. So avocado prices. Remember during the pandemic when we were paying, over $1 billion to get an avocado because there was a shortage there. Now all of a sudden, avocado prices are very low, and egg prices go up. It's because we're just on this ebb and flow of, what we do at the grocery store before we scream and yell enough about it that those prices tend to come down. Well, I just have to complicate it, and every shop is different, and grocery stores also, they may be this for a while. Now they're just $4.80 a dozen. Well, every grocery store has sales, because everybody's citizen. It's all, they have some discretion at it, but in the end, money talks. And if you stop buying eggs, these people buy your eggs. It's going to come down. I see, I'll tell you the distribution store, and it is 4 days, yeah, 3 days. Chicken farmers want to now sell, I think it's like 400 million extra eggs they have. I'm like, what are you talking about? There's 400 million extra eggs, but they come from eggs raised for meat. So things that are still meat are still wearing eggs while they're alive, but they're not cool. The same temperature as egg-laying eggs are. And so they need the FDA to approve the sale of these, 400 million extra eggs or whatever it is that have only been, I don't know, refrigerated 65 degrees or something like that. So, that the FDA will allow. But bottom line, prices go up, people stop buying, prices come down. When people start on social media, they're often helping you out. I'm sitting on my therapist right now. I am very happy. Thank you. I'm so glad. Come to you and take your breath. Oh, thank you. Thank you. This is where it is for dogs. I swear to God. All right, we come back. Have you heard of pig butchery? Oh, no, it's not legal. Pig butchery. That is the sin that you can easily get caught up in. We'll talk more about that with Jim Ryan in just a second. So let's get back to this audio. He's not going to do the little bit. Got a class right now. Wilmington Avenue. What's on Alpha 105? Also in this taken away. And that's the Avenue Canal. This is one for you. All the West on Avenue 105 from before Belmont. ORC is very competitive. Especially because you see the first Boulevard. What's on 91?